in a picture of what happened this day in New York City, and indeed the pictures have been nonstop.
Yeah, and that being United Airlines Flight 175, 65 people on board that plane. Jean Meserve is watching things in Washington for us tonight. Let's go to her for the very latest. Jean?
Colleen, President Bush started his day in Florida but returned to the White House just as the sun was setting. The arrival designed to show that the United States leadership will not be cowed. A short while later, Mr. Bush addressed the American people and the world from the Oval Office. Let's listen to his full address.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
Following his address, Mr. Bush attended a national security meeting. CNN senior White House correspondent John King is perched on a building near the White House this evening. John, what happened at that meeting and what's happened since?
Quite an extraordinary meeting, Gene. The president not only meeting with his national security, military, and defense team, but also bringing into that meeting the transportation secretary, the secretary of health and human services, the federal emergency management director. All that because so much of this now proceeding on parallel tracks. On the one hand, the federal government taking extraordinary steps to make medical personnel, portable morgues, and others available both in New York and at that scene over at the Pentagon. The investigation is also underway. We are told at that meeting by senior sources that it was discussed that the administration is building evidence that it believes points to people and groups associated with Osama bin Laden. The administration declining to say so publicly, but we are told by sources that was discussed at that meeting with the president and also has been discussed in private briefings senior administration officials have given members of Congress. Now, priority one for the president is to send reassuring signals to the American people that their government is at work during this investigation and during the recovery operations underway in New York and at the Pentagon. And to that end, we are told the president will bring the bipartisan leadership of Congress to the White House tomorrow for a public event. The rest of the president's scheduled tomorrow and for the rest of the week on hold, as the president obviously will be on hand at the White House to meet again with his national security team and assess anything he needs to do, both to respond to what has happened here in the United States, and we know there are troop deployments and other security precautions being taken overseas as well. Gene?
John, any word about the prospect of retaliatory strikes?
You obviously heard the president in his remarks saying if and when there are retaliatory strikes, they would not just be limited to the suspected terrorists, but also to anyone who harbors them. That taken, of course, as a signal to some that even the president was leaning a bit forward with the bin Laden connection. But I spoke to a senior official immediately after that session tonight who said, don't expect anything on an imminent basis. This official said, we're going to get this right. We're going to take a little time, he said, to sort this out. Gene?
John, will life be different tomorrow for the president and also for average Americans in terms of security precautions?
Life will be different for the president and the entire country. We have seen around the grounds of the White House behind me, it is dark in the complex now, but extraordinary security circumstances throughout the day. Indeed, as the president flew back to Washington today, if you looked out the window of Air Force One, you could see military fighter jets in very close proximity to Air Force One, and the president was brought back hours later than they had hoped. At one point, they wanted to bring the president directly back from Florida. Then he made a stop in Louisiana for a military base. They decided not to bring him back immediately because at that time, we are told, not all of the aircraft in the skies over the United States had been accounted for. The White House was not willing to bring the president back into Washington until all those aircraft had been accounted for and until other security steps were taken. Now, as for average Americans, we are told the plan is to reopen the nation's air traffic control system and therefore the nation's domestic air travel at noon tomorrow, barring any new troubling information overnight. Any American, though, going to an airport or a major train station in the days ahead, we are told, will see extraordinarily new, stringent security measures. Gene?
Senior White House correspondent John King, thank you. And now back to Jim Clancy in Atlanta.
All right, Gene, thank you for that. Well, earlier we heard what it was like for a professional cameraman on the scene at the World Trade Center this day, but what was it like to really witness the attack as an amateur, as someone who was there for another reason entirely? That's what happened with Dr. Mark Heath this day. He went to the scene to see if he could help the victims of the first attack, and he wound up being caught in the second.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help, because I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Can I get a toot? I'm just getting a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you. This is the car I hid behind. It saved my life. Wait, maybe it was this one. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you? Oxygen.
Don't have oxygen.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, that guy needs some oxygen if someone can share it with him.
10-4.
Thanks. They told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area. See if I can help, so that's what I'm doing. They won't let me go any closer. No one can go in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on. So far, I've just seen some people who needed oxygen from the dust. That was one trauma. Gonna go wash my eyes out. Yeah, that almost made it worse. Looking north on the West Side Highway. You guys going in?
Yeah.
Come with you.
Let's go, Doc.
You know, you might not want to get too much closer because the more buildings could come down, then we're not going to help anybody.
All right.
I think we should. Yeah.
Where's the incident come out?
Let's just stay.
Oxygen.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just wait right here. Let's just station up right here. Okay.
All right, Doc.
Why don't we set up? Can you hang IVs from this pole here?
Okay.
Okay.
Where'd you get gloves there, buddy?
Yeah. We just heard another explosion. They're handing out gloves and masks. The consensus is it's too unsafe to go in there. Just gonna wait here until they bring some people out. I was hooked up with some firemen with some first aid stuff.
What do we got?
You know what?
Anything?
Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
Okay.
49 battalion gets all units that are available. We're having a new command post on Murray Street and West Street. Any units available, report it when you're all up to look.
Any suggestions? Should we set up here for medical work? Think this is safe enough?
And there we have it. One man's journey, an incredible journey through a day of disaster. That was amateur video from Dr. Mark Heath. Colleen.
All right, Jim. Well, disaster relief agencies say they're rushing blood supplies to New York City and to Washington as well. People have been jamming donation centers to help the untold number of victims of these attacks. The American Red Cross says it has 60,000 units of blood in several East Coast cities that it can ship to hospitals in New York City and Washington. Even people on the other side of the country in Los Angeles have been lining up at blood donation centers. Authorities say they will continue to need donations, though, over the next 2 weeks, even longer, we're hearing now, perhaps even a couple of months to replenish their supplies. Officials say the most needed blood types, O positive, O negative. They are the universal blood types that can be transfused into anyone in an emergency. Now, at hospitals throughout the New York area, medical heroics are going on. Michael Oku is standing by at St. Vincent's Hospital and Medical Center, which is one of the trauma centers closest to the World Trade Center. Michael, go ahead.
Colleen, they call this a city that never sleeps, and I'm sure that tonight in New York, no one is doing that. And yet, despite that, there's a very eerie silence that's broken across the city tonight, as you can well imagine, only occasionally broken by the sound of emergency medical vehicles. I'm standing in Lower Manhattan, just south of 14th Street, and if you can look just north of me, you can see that police have set up barricades so that no one can come below this part of New York City. And it limits traffic to this part of New York City to just the occasional emergency medical vehicle and to police vehicles. I'm standing just about 2 blocks west of St. Vincent's Hospital, which has been set up as the main trauma and triage center here in New York. As of 10:30 last night, which was the time of the last hospital press conference, officials at St. Vincent's Hospital said that there were 327 patients who had been admitted. 50 to 55 of them were in critical condition, and they also reported, of course, that there were 3 deaths. Most of the victims, they say, had suffered from severe burns. Most of those burns had been burns that were sustained in the face, and there were occasional cases in which patients suffered from cardiac arrest, some from existing conditions which were, of course, triggered by this trauma. Now, Governor Pataki was here earlier at St. Vincent's, and he reported that he met with victims as well as some of the doctors who worked on some of the patients here. He said that every story seemed to be an unusual one, and you can imagine there are no usual stories tonight. For the most part, the scene outside the hospital looks like this. Dozens of men and women in scrubs, under portable lights, waiting. Basically gurneys that have been set up, wheelchairs, office furniture covered in sheets as they await more victims, more people whose lives they are hoping to save. That's what the scene looks like outside St. Vincent's Hospital tonight, and what I have to report is probably one of the most eerie nights that I've spent in the city. The hospital says that they will have another briefing later this morning at 6:30. Back to you.
All right, Michael Oku, thanks very much. Jim?
As America came under attack, so too did its financial sector. Wall Street virtually shut down this day because of the attacks in New York City, as well as across the country when all airlines were shut down. President Bush going on television to reassure not only Americans, but others who have an interest, who share in the globalization that has taken place within the financial world. And markets are reacting to the events in the United States yesterday. Let's go to Richard Quest. He joins us from London. Richard.
Many thanks, Jim. Of course, there was no trading in the United States, so the initial financial reaction has had to come from overseas. Europe saw very sharp falls as the news came in from New York and Washington. That's been followed up overnight in the Far East. Asian markets are down between around 6 to 10%, 10% in the Hong Kong market. The worry, of course, is clearly what this will mean for the wider issue of the economy. Clearly, business will be seriously affected as Wall Street is paralyzed. Simply those who can't even get to their offices to do business, let alone those who have actually been affected by the crashes. Overall, nobody can really say at this point the extent to the economic effect. We do know that the Fed is planning to pump money into the economy. That's designed not only to prevent a cash shortage, ordinary consumers who may just be taking larger sums out of the bank, but also to prevent any form of credit crunch, Jim.
All right, when you look at the markets, is there any way of telling how long-lived this might be, this steep drop that you see in Asia right now?
I think that one has to put this into two different categories. On the one hand, there is the market reaction. That can unwind itself in a matter of days. That is simple panic. We've seen markets react before. 2 weeks later, you wonder what had happened. Much more serious is the effect to business confidence. Bearing in mind, the World Trade Center had over 435 tenants in those two buildings alone. They come from more than 26 countries around the globe. There were major financial institutions, Morgan Stanley, Keefe, Bruyette & Woods, Credit Suisse First Boston, just some of those who are actually in the buildings. Now, taking away from that and moving slightly further afield, you've got, of course, the collapse of number 7 World Trade Center. You've then got all the other buildings nearby where people simply won't be able to get to work. The ripple effects will start to be felt. And that's why it's vital that people like Paul O'Neill, the US Treasury Secretary, who's now leaving Japan and heading back to the United States, Alan Greenspan, the chairman of the Fed, who's at a bankers meeting in Basel in Switzerland, and the SEC, are all coordinating at the moment, not only to send a message that they will provide the money necessary for corporate America to continue, but also to restore confidence in the market system.
All right, Richard Quest reporting to us there from London. Colleen.
All right, and of course, as we've been telling you all along, some of the rescue efforts still going on tonight, especially in New York City, and we've actually got some tape in just now that we want to show you of those night rescue operations in and around the area of the World Trade Center. Just backing it up there a little bit. Let's see if we can get it rolling again. You can see some of the areas that have been lit. We heard earlier from a report from CNN's Deborah Farrick, who was down in that area, that they do have dogs there. They've got cadaver dogs searching. Even that is being made difficult because there's so much dust on the ground. She was saying that even the dogs can't really do their work. So still a lot to sift through. There have been reports this evening of telephone calls, cell phone calls being made, possibly from the basement area of that complex. None of that's been confirmed, but of course rescue officials hoping and trying to see if there are people still alive. They want to be able to get them out. We heard earlier from the New York mayor that more than 300 firefighters they believe are missing and presumed dead, and dozens of police officers as well who were surrounding that building when the two towers essentially just crumbled into dust. So you're looking at some pictures there in and around the World Trade Center of the night rescue operation still underway at this time.
And incredible pictures, because really that's our best look really at the destruction that we've seen thus far, because it was enveloped in clouds of dust for so long during the daylight hours, very inaccessible, but you can see the way that the buildings are simply gone. All you see are the shell.
Yeah, you see a few floors there, Jim, just a few, obviously badly burnt out.
But having worked there, and you know, CNN had its New York bureau in the World Trade Center when the network first started on the air 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago. And when I look at those pictures, you know, it's hard to believe. And as many people have noted on this day, there's a sense among the people in the United States that there has to be retribution for this. The death toll alone is going to be staggering. We've been warned about that. No one even knows, no one can even estimate. Although United States officials say there have been no credible claims of responsibility for Tuesday's attacks in New York City and Washington. And they remind everyone it's still too early to speculate about exactly who may be involved. Still, some U.S. intelligence officials are telling CNN there are good indications, that's their words, that people linked to Saudi exile Osama bin Laden might be responsible. As the World Trade Center burned furiously, smoke billowed above the Pentagon, and the White House was evacuated, one security expert declared, "This isn't an act of terrorism, this is an act of war." Noting there was no direct evidence, several experts pointed out that few terrorist organizations around the world were capable of mounting such an audacious attack. They mentioned only one man by name, a name repeated by U.S. officials for years.
There is not the slightest doubt that Osama bin Laden, his worldwide allies, and his sympathizers are planning further attacks against us. Despite progress against his networks, bin Laden's organization has contacts virtually worldwide, including in the United States, and he has stated unequivocally that all Americans are targets.
For almost a decade, Osama bin Laden has been accused or suspected of coordinating attacks on the United States, on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia, on U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, in the suicide mission against the USS Cole, at the World Trade Center in 1993, and the list goes on. Terrorism experts paint a picture of bin Laden as a Saudi-born revolutionary determined to end U.S. involvement in Saudi Arabia. In interviews, bin Laden has renewed his vow to bring jihad or holy war against the United States. Specifically, he said Washington had failed to get the message from bombings aimed at U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia.
We declared a jihad, a holy war, against the United States government because it is unjust, criminal, and tyrannical.
Terrorism analysts warned earlier this year Osama bin Laden was turning his attention to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, hoping to win armed converts and gain global political momentum out of the chaos of the collapsed peace process. Bin Laden's wealth, estimated by some at around $200 million, is seen as key to not only recruiting militant followers, but funding carefully planned and coordinated attacks. U.S. officials blame Osama bin Laden in the attacks on the U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, which they say were carefully timed to increase the dramatic effects of a simultaneous onslaught against U.S. interests.
Get the cameras out of here, let's go! Get off!
It is precisely the same strategy that appears to be at work in the financial and political centers of America in the latest attacks. U.S. officials assert that bin Laden initiated his terrorist network during the war in Afghanistan, later moved to training bases in Sudan, and is currently being sheltered by Afghanistan's ruling Taliban. The Taliban say they have been warned the U.S. will hold Afghanistan responsible for any attack on U.S. interests linked to bin Laden.
There are governments like Afghanistan which are engaged in the smuggling of heroin and the harboring of terrorists. Governments such as Afghanistan, I think, have to be considered criminal organizations.
Sanctions against Afghanistan are already in place. U.S. missile strikes hit bin Laden's training facilities there in 1998, but missed the 44-year-old leader of an organization he simply calls the base. Earlier this year, reporters who visited bin Laden in Afghanistan said he appeared to be in a race against time, a race to see who could strike first, the United States or Osama bin Laden. It may be weeks or months before those behind what is apparently the worst terrorist strikes in the history of the U.S. are known. What is certain is that Osama bin Laden is already high on the list of suspects. One Arab journalist says Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack against the United States. He's joining us now. Abdul Bari Atwan, editor of the London-based Al-Quds newspaper, joining us from London. Tell us a little bit more about this warning. There have been many others, haven't there?
Well, actually, I believe this could be a work of consortium of many organizations, Islamic organizations, which they declared war against the United States. The anti-American feeling gets very high now in the Middle East and the Muslim world because what's happening on the occupied territories, and many people accuse the United States of actually helping the Israeli and protecting them. So the groups like bin Laden and other Islamic fundamentalists, actually, they would like to come out and say, look, we are targeting United States. United States is supporting the Muslim and Arab enemies, which is the Israeli, and we are taking revenge of what's happening. So we learned from sources that, they are really at work to hit the American target. But nobody expected that this target will be in New York itself or in the Pentagon. So the place of the attacks was surprising to everybody.
Abdul Bari, Osama bin Laden has been said to be really trying to turn Afghanistan not only into what he would term a pure Islamic state, but into a base where there are people who would support exporting, if you will, his brand of Islamic revolution.
Well, actually, I interviewed Osama bin Laden on Afghanistan in November 1996, and I did see his camps and his followers there. The man is ruthless, and he believes that he should declare war against the United States. And this kind of appeal, this kind of call actually appealed to many young Muslims all over the world. And he recently managed to recruit a lot of those highly educated Arabs who were even educated in the United States itself and some Western countries. So I'm not surprised if he is surrounded with experts in different fields. And we noticed that the attack against the American destroyer Cole in the seaport of Aden was highly sophisticated attack, highly sophisticated on the bombing, the information gathering, and the monitoring of the movement of the American warships. So I'm not surprised if those highly intelligent people, highly educated people actually were behind the planning of the attacks against the World Trade Center.
When people look at this and they see it in the narrow confines of one day, people saw Palestinians standing up and cheering these attacks in Nablus, in refugee camps in South Lebanon where they've languished for half a century. When they look at that, on one hand, it creates a sense of anger. And there has to be a sense as well from some among the Arab world that this is not going to lead to an improvement in the situation, and certainly not a change in the U.S. position.
Jim, you are absolutely right, but we have to put into our consideration there are 300 million Arabs, and those people are very few who actually were dancing in the streets, whether in Nablus or in refugee camps in Lebanon. The Palestinians definitely will suffer because of these attacks, because they want the American involvement in the peace process to be revived. And they want the American to be the sponsor of the peace process and to intervene and put an end to the Israeli aggression against their people there. So we cannot say those people representing the Arabs, but we have to ask our questions. Why America is targeted? Why the American people are targeted? Definitely there is something wrong in the American foreign policies. So these wrongs has to be readdressed, has to be rectified, and we want more involvement from the United States on the Arab-Israeli conflict to revive the peace process, to put an end to the Israeli atrocities. Also, there are Palestinians killed in the West Bank and Gaza Strip every day by the Israeli tanks, by the Israeli missiles. So we have to understand the frustration of some people, but this doesn't mean that we should support any terrorist acts against innocent Americans in New York and Washington, anywhere in the world. It is a terrorist act. Everybody condemned in the Middle East.
Abdul Bari Atwan of Al Quds, our thanks to you for being with us there. Colleen?
All right, Jim, thanks. I want to show you some tape again now that we're just getting in. We're just starting to get some nighttime footage rolling in of the efforts that are going on there. This is the rubble around the World Trade Center, and actually maybe I need to be corrected. That doesn't look like nighttime. Perhaps that's from earlier in the day. John, maybe you can just let me know for sure. Regardless, that is the rubble around the area of the World Trade Center. You can clearly see parts of building, all that dust that rained down, all the debris. In that debris, we saw earlier sheets of paper from the offices in there. Only a few floors of that building remaining standing. Still a fair bit of dust there. We saw in pictures from nighttime just a few minutes ago that a lot of that dust has settled. Rescue workers on the scene. And there you see them there. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani saying 300 or more firefighters believed are missing, believed dead, and dozens of police officers as well. All right, those pictures obviously from earlier of the rubble around the World Trade Center. Jim?
Devastation this day also in the nation's capital. Let's go now to the Pentagon and Bob Franken live for an update on the situation there. Bob.
Well, it's been about 16 hours, Jim, since the explosion here, since the plane collided with this west side of the Pentagon. And you can see it's still smoldering a little bit. They're still waiting for the embers to stop going so they can actually go into the building. We saw just a moment ago some of the supervisors. They were lowered in what looked like a bucket. They were actually being lowered into the bombed out building where the plane had hit so they could take a look and just see what the status of the fire was. The plan is at daybreak to literally peel away the wall a little bit and then go in. Of course, about 15 hours ago, we had some video that was shot shortly after the plane had collided with this side of the building. You can see that there was quite a bit of firefighting effort going on. There were literally hundreds of firefighters going. They were trying to put out a blaze that's still going till now. They fought all day with this, and of course there was also an evacuation of the injured. We don't have any sense of the casualties yet. We've been told that they could number in the hundreds. There could be more than 100 dead. There are wide estimates. The Pentagon is not giving any estimate. Perhaps we'll know more tomorrow when officials are actually able to go inside the building. A plane, of course, collided shortly after 9:30 this morning. A plane that was flying from Dulles, and of course, it was taken by hijackers. That is the report, of course, and was then moved into the Pentagon, causing the damage that it did. Now, people talk about retaliation, and the Pentagon is already thinking about that, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff says that he will have the forces necessary.
I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
And tomorrow they will be ready to open the Pentagon. It's become a matter of pride here. At least they're going to be opening part of the building. The Defense Secretary said he's determined to do that to prove to the world that terrorism cannot knock down a building, cannot knock down the spirit of the American military. Jim?
Bob, the toll of dead and injured there at the Pentagon, does anyone know for sure?
As a matter of fact, the Pentagon is quite assertive about the fact that no estimates can be made. There was a local fire chief who said that the deaths could range between 100 and 800. Pentagon officials think that that is way too high, the 800 number, but it is clearly possible that there could be deaths that number in the hundreds.
All right, Bob Franken reporting there live from the Pentagon. Colleen?
All right, Jim, the attacks brought much of the United States to a halt as people watched events unfold transfixed. Schools, offices were closed. Highways across the country fell into gridlock as thousands of people returned to the sanctuary of their homes. But nowhere was the sense of shock so profound as in Manhattan. Greg Clarkin has that.
The terror attacks on the World Trade Center paralyzed New York and brought life to a standstill across America. Manhattan was sealed off minutes after the attacks on the Twin Towers. Tunnels and bridges closed, subway and commuter rail service suspended. Hundreds of thousands of people staggering out of the financial district on foot, on highways usually clogged with cars. Many scrambled to call loved ones only to find payphones and cell phones rendered useless. The World Trade Center was a major hub of telecom equipment, and call volumes swamped phone networks. Manhattan supermarkets were jammed and long lines formed at cash machines. New York City police precincts were sealed off, and an urgent plea for blood was issued as hospitals throughout the metropolitan area were pressed into service.
Right now, at last count, we were utilizing over 50. I think it'll be over 100 and that was as of a half hour ago. And we're utilizing all of the hospitals in New York City. We're utilizing the hospitals in Westchester and Rockland, Nassau County, northern New Jersey.
For the first time in United States history, airports across the country were shut down, and they'll stay that way until at least noon on Wednesday.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow.
Amtrak canceled train service between New York and Boston Greyhound canceled a big chunk of its service as well. Government buildings and businesses across the country were evacuated. Security tightened along the U.S. border with Mexico and Canada. NASA shut its centers down, and even some offshore oil drilling in the Gulf of Mexico is suspended. Stock trading was canceled, and financial markets will be closed all day Wednesday. Major League Baseball canceled its schedule for the first time since FDR's death in 1945, and for only the fourth time in its history. The NFL is considering canceling Sunday's games. Across the U.S., tourist attractions and landmarks shut down. Disneyland, Disney World, and Seattle's Space Needle among them. Back in New York, the mayoral primary election was also canceled. Greg Clarkin, CNN, New York.
All right, for some insight now into how Americans view the attacks, CNN, USA Today, and Gallup conducted a public opinion poll just before the president's speech. 86% of those questions said they considered the events an act of war. But the majority agreed the U.S. military should not strike back until it is clear who is responsible for the attacks. And 78% said they were confident of President Bush's ability to handle this situation.
Some relatives of the people killed had to deal with this attack right as it was happening. A man on board one of the planes called his mother as the aircraft was being hijacked, and this is so upsetting, I can't tell you. Mark Bingham, a passenger on United Airlines Flight 93 that was en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. He called his mother just minutes before the plane crashed near Pittsburgh.
That I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark. And he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. Giving me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane.
In his seat.
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there as if someone was speaking to him, and he said it's something to the effect of, it's true. And then the phone went dead.
An emergency dispatcher in Pennsylvania where United Flight 93 crashed said that he received a call from a passenger on board the plane as well, and that man repeatedly said, we are being hijacked, we are being hijacked. Jim?
Millions of people all around the world remained riveted to their television screens for hours once they heard about the attacks. Ann McDermott has more on the U.S. public's reactions to what they were watching.
The pictures were just so insane that all these University of Southern California students could do was stare. But the younger ones had questions, lots of questions.
But when I first saw them in the news, I sort of wondered how protected we really are in America.
Think they'll be able to catch all the people involved?
Their teacher, for once, had no answers.
How? Why? These are the questions.
And here's one more.
Do you think anything like this would ever happen again?
Will it happen again? Psychologists say that's what can make people so crazy at first.
It's not that we're afraid of the unknown. In the face of the unknown, we fill it in. We think there are monsters out there, and we actually end up frightening ourselves more.
Many of these people in an LA area gym admitted they were frightened and came here only for something to do.
I'm looking at the streets and it looks like Beirut, and I can't believe it's my backyard.
The smoke continues to billow out of the Trade Center building 6 hours.
I think we're definitely going to go to war.
This Korean War vet sure hopes not, but he knows the feeling.
I see what it says right there. America under attack. People didn't have to die.
But they did die, and America's in mourning. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
All right, we are actually coming to the end of this hour of coverage of America Under Attack. It has been about 16 hours since all of this horror began. The attacks on New York and Washington Tuesday, September 11th will never be forgotten by those who experienced them firsthand or by the millions of people around the world who actually saw them unfold.
I heard the sound of a jet. I assumed it was like a Navy jet or something like that, just flying by.
And we heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere.
Then I heard a large explosion. I thought it was a sonic boom. And when I heard the explosion, I looked up, and what I saw red, and I saw debris start to fall down.
As soon as it got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
There was an enormous fireball. There was fire, debris falling to the ground, and then just a whole kind of mushroom of smoke that sort of just billowed up. And I just stood there in absolute disbelief.
There was a lot of people hurt. They were lying on the floors, coming down the stairs. A lot of people had asthma attacks while they were coming down. It was bad.
Everybody was screaming. Everybody was running. The cops were trying to maintain the calm. And in that haste, people were stampeding. People started screaming that there was another plane coming. I didn't see the plane, but I turned around and the second building just exploded.
And we see a second commercial jet flying extremely low actually collide into the south tower of the building. At that point, we decided just to get out of there. People were just going crazy at that point, evacuating.
I saw people jumping off the building. Many people just jumping.
And people were just climbing, they were just falling down. I saw about 6 people falling down from the building from the binoculars. I saw a lady with a black suit, she fell down, and a boy with a white shirt, he fell down, and it was horrible.
If you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh my God.
Everybody was on top of each other trying to come down, and then somebody finally calmed the crowd down to get them to come down the stairs in an orderly fashion and get them out of the building.
We saw the south tower collapse to the ground, decimated, and then later it was very amazing to see the north tower standing there by itself after years and years and years of seeing them together. And then all of a sudden the north tower just collapsed upon itself and just fell to the ground. It was a cloud of dust that covered all of downtown Manhattan.
These New York policemen and firemen, God bless them, they kept us calm. They tried so hard to keep us moving north, and it was just absolute horror. It was horror.
Now those are the words from the day America came under attack. Let's take a look at some of the pictures of the day, of the damage that has been done as a demarcation line is crossed, in the words of some, a line that separates past from future in the way that the U.S. is likely to deal with terrorism, and the realization, above all, that it is not isolated, that it is not safe because it is sheltered between two oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific. Many people that you heard their voices there never believed they would see these kinds of scenes as a result of a deliberate act of violence. But that is indeed what was witnessed in New York City, in Washington on this day. People believing that the security that had been in place would prevent these kinds of scenes. The utter destruction of two of the landmark buildings in New York City at the very heart of the financial district, symbols of, as some would say, of capitalism, of America's financial strength. But they were laid low this day by two hijacked jetliners that were plowed into the side at a horrible cost in human life. The news continues now on CNN.
Cameras bear witness as one symbol of America's financial might burns, only to watch in horror as hijackers send a second deadly message to the United States.
And then, only half an hour later, another target, another city, this time the Pentagon, the military seat of the world's only remaining superpower.
And there was more to come. Plane number 4 goes down in rural Pennsylvania. Dozens of people killed. A nation, an entire world is stunned.
Hello, I'm Jim Clancy.
And I'm Colleen McEdwards at CNN Center. First, we want to bring you the latest right now on Tuesday's terrorist attacks in the United States. In New York City, it is 2 a.m. right now. Many lie dead where the World Trade Center lies in ruins. Some people trapped alive have been placing cell phone calls, we are told, quite possibly from the basement of that World Trade Center building. The combined death toll for New York, Washington, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania will be very high, we're told. President Bush saying earlier, thousands of people have been killed. In New York, search and rescue efforts have continued right through the night. Thus far, at least 2,000 victims treated for injuries. It was little more than 17 hours ago now that terrorists hijacked 4 commercial jets, crashing one of the airliners into the North Tower of New York's World Trade Center, a financial mecca there for decades. Then only minutes later, slamming a second plane into the Trade Center South Tower. Obviously an extremely well-coordinated attack. Another jet into a section of Washington's Pentagon building, the military nerve center of the United States, causing a terrible fire there. And finally, the 4th aircraft into Pennsylvania's rural Somerset County. Those 3 attacks leaving behind a nightmare of horrendous proportion here.
The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
And in addition to the carnage, the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington effectively shut down both cities, suspended domestic flights at all U.S. airports. Those flights to be suspended, we're told, until tomorrow, at least around noontime. Jim?
Well, between 100 and 800 people are believed to have lost their lives when another suicide jetliner, if you want to call that, slammed into the Pentagon. 64 people were killed aboard the hijacked Boeing 757 as it plowed into the headquarters of the U.S. Defense Department. 24,000 people work at the Pentagon. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was in his office at the very time of the impact. He briefly was helping out with the rescue operation. CNN national correspondent Bob Franklin will be joining us with more from the Pentagon in just a matter of a few minutes. All right, as we continue to cover the situation, we know that the 100 and 800 people were in the Pentagon. We know also that there were a number of people on board another aircraft that went down. We want to take a look at some of the events as they happened throughout the day, a tick-tock, if you will, of the events as they unfolded. Astonishing, many Americans, astonishing people all around the world as they watched the explosions, as they heard the events unfolding. Bill Himmer giving us now a look back at the day the U.S. President. All right, we're going to go, I am told now, we're going to go to New York. Garrick Utley is standing by there with some thoughts from the middle of the night in the city that never sleeps. Garrick?
Jim, the figures we've been able to report that have been more or less given to us by city officials here in terms of casualties really only concern city employees, firemen and policemen and women. 80 or more policemen and women believed to be missing and probably lost tragically. 300 and perhaps more than 300 members of the New York City Fire Department lost. 300 entire units, the elite rescue teams, number 1, rescue team number 2, rescue team number 4, were in the towers. They're disappeared, they're lost. Tonight, we see some of the first video coming out. The giant searchlights have been brought in, run on generators there in Lower Manhattan, around the area where the towers collapsed. Indeed, the 3rd building collapsed in that neighborhood too earlier this evening. Rescue efforts are underway, but it's going to be a long, long process. And of course, when we look at this, the scene tonight, what we remember and what shocks us and touches us is that here in New York, it was a day that started really so peacefully. It was such a beautiful morning. The air was clear over Manhattan, the sky a rich blue. The two twin towers stood tall, anchored in bedrock of granite, so secure, so unshakable. And then, we have seen smoke and destruction before, but we've never seen madness like this, or catastrophe like this.
The tower just came down.
It was a morning when words could only begin to express the horror.
It was like a blizzard, but a blizzard that wasn't cold, a blizzard that had no wind. It was just hot.
There was an enormous fireball. There was fire, debris falling to the ground, and then just a whole kind of mushroom of smoke that sort of just billowed up.
We knew that some of what happened this morning, that there could be another attack on the World Trade Center as there was 8 years ago, that terrorists might attack the Pentagon and hijack commercial flights. But how could we imagine that all this could happen? That much of the government would be shut down, the capital of the United States evacuated, and the White House, that the president of the most powerful nation in the world would take evasive action for his own security. Across this nation, from airports closed down to home to workplace, we watched and tried to comprehend what we were seeing. It took time after the shock of the terror to digest the dimension of the human tragedy. We tried to imagine what those caught in the soaring towers, in the doomed planes in the Pentagon went through. Before the end, we can only wonder what happens next. The president vows action.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
Retaliation, even revenge, may feel sweet one day, but right now there are only the remnants of terror, the pain of the tragedy, and the tears. And how do we handle those tears and the trauma tonight for the victims, their families in Washington and here in New York City? Frank Donahue is with the Disaster Relief Unit of the American Red Cross. You've been down there today. Tonight, there's the logistics. Housing people, how many?
Tonight we have about 13 shelters. The Greater New York Red Cross has 13 shelters open in Lower Manhattan.
These are for people in buildings in the endangered
that have been
area.
evacuated, Battery Park, etc., where apartments people cannot return to that area tonight at all. It's too dangerous.
And you're feeding about 10,000 meals down there?
Working with the Salvation Army, feeding about 10,000 police and firefighters and disaster workers on the scene tonight.
These are the immediate problems. We've seen the medical problems, the scenes in the hospital, emotional problems, psychological counseling. You get involved in that too.
Absolutely.
Who does it and what do they do?
We have trained, certified volunteers that are certified psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers that are trained by the Red Cross that we have tonight that are working in Lower Manhattan, that are working at our center on Amsterdam, and that are working actually at LAX, at Boston's Logan Airport, at every airport where people were affected by today's disaster.
And what are the patterns? What are the key things these counselors, these therapists really can do?
Immediate assistance to people, to be there when they hear incredible news that someone that they love very much may well be in that rubble that we see behind us, and to be there to provide solace, to kind of provide direction to them, to help them make it through the first couple hours.
This is psychological, emotional first aid,
absolutely,
if you will.
Absolutely.
What happens after tomorrow, or the day after, or next week with these people?
Red Cross's role is to be there, again, immediately on the scene, to provide that first aid, if you will. We'll begin to then refer people to their clergy, etc., and other kind of long-term help.
We see again the people in the wheelchair, the people on the gurneys today, and we can only think of those who are still under the rubble. You've been to Bosnia? Been earthquakes in Turkey?
Turkey 2 years ago, the earthquake, and it's the same kind of eerie feeling when I came through the Holland Tunnel today from Philadelphia. And I got down there and listened to that sort of dead silence that you see, and to see relief workers and hundreds of firefighters just waiting to be called in to respond. I saw it in so many places, and now to see it in America, it's pretty shocking.
Shortages. We've heard about blood. Need blood?
Absolutely. 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. Every American could give blood. We never want our country to have a blood shortage again. This is a sign to all of us. We should never have a blood shortage in this nation.
And in a crisis like this situation we're going through tonight and we'll go through tomorrow, what are the other shortages? Not enough doctors, not enough ambulances, what?
Not enough volunteers, people to continue to provide relief. This operation will go on for many, many weeks. The folks in Battery Park and those neighborhoods are going to continue to need assistance. And Red Cross will be there tonight in other parts of New York responding to the regular disasters that you see. And so volunteers, blood, financial resources, all of those things are what Red Cross needs, and so many organizations like the Red Cross need to continue to be there when people need us.
Have we ever had this kind of a disaster calamity in the United States?
This is monumental.
Even more than the natural ones? The great
Absolutely.
floods?
I mean, certainly the hurricanes, the floods, the things that we've seen in this country are devastating, and people are stunned, but this is overwhelming to think that this has been inflicted upon America by who knows who, but that in moments, what you saw in the beginning of the scene of how beautiful and serene New York was, and now look at this tonight.
And it'll be there tomorrow.
Absolutely.
For days to come. Frank Donahue of the Red Cross,
Thank you so
very
much, Garrett.
Back to you, Jim and Colleen.
All right, Garrett Cutley, thanks very much for that. Let's move now from New York to the seat of U.S. military defense, the Pentagon. At the Pentagon, the hijacked airliner that hit that building at 9:38 a.m. ignited a huge fire there. Firefighters battled that blaze all day to try to bring it under control. Now rescuers are searching for up to 800 missing people there. CNN's Bob Franken joins us now from the Pentagon with the very latest. Bob?
Colleen, let me put that figure in perspective if I could just a little bit. That is an estimate, a real wide-ranging estimate from one local fire chief who said there could be between 100 and 800 dead. That was just his estimate. Pentagon sources are saying that's probably wildly high, but they have been insistent that they were not going to release any casualties until the people who you see in back of me, the ones who have been watching this blaze throughout the evening, are in fact going to go into the building. You can see aerials that show just the magnitude of the damage that was done here, aerials that were shot by a Washington station, WTTG. You should understand this is a massively huge building, over 17 miles of corridors. About half of them, by the way, will be closed tomorrow because of concerns of structural damage, although officials here say they are insistent. They want to open this building and at least have some of the workers in to make a statement to the world that the U.S. military establishment has taken a hit, but it is not down. And as a matter of fact, already there's some preliminary planning going on for retaliation once the person or the organization or the nation that is going to be deemed responsible is identified. And there was quite a bit of work done in this building today, quite a few public appearances, including one by the ranking Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, John Warner.
We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack.
As I mentioned, the firefighters and the rescue people in the back here are in a holding pattern right now, waiting for the rest of the flames to go out. The plan is at daybreak to start peeling away the section that was hit by the airplane and to go in and see just how really serious the damage was inside. Damage, of course, that we can see is pretty much catastrophic. Colleen?
Bob, do you have any more information about what was in that section of the damaged building? What kind of work went on there?
Well, it was fortunate in a way in that none of the vital offices are located in that section. You had some Army offices here, you had some Navy offices here, but the Military Command Center, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the various secretaries, including, of course, Secretary Rumsfeld, were in other parts of the building. But as I mentioned, about half of the building is going to be closed tomorrow because of a concern, not just in the direct area that was hit, but other areas there may have been structural damage which could make it fairly dangerous to be there. Colleen?
Understood. CNN's Bob Franken at the Pentagon. Thanks. Jim?
Colleen, we haven't talked as much about the fourth hijacked plane, United Airlines Flight 93. It crashed south of Pittsburgh in western Pennsylvania. Administration officials saying the presidential retreat at Camp David may have been the target. Now, David Mattingly joins us from the crash site with more on the investigation underway there. David?
Jim, Pennsylvania state troopers tonight have the crash site secured, treating it for the moment as a crime scene. Yesterday afternoon, the FBI clearly taking charge of the investigation. According to people in the area, the plane was flying at a very low altitude when there was a rush of engine noise. At that time, the plane then turned and plunged at a 45-degree angle, crashing into a field which is part of a strip mining operation near the town here of Shanksville. FBI confirms there were 38 passengers and 7 crewmen on board, no survivors. There are only small pieces of debris to be found at the scene. At the crash site, there is an impact crater. It appears as a blackened pit on the edge of a green grassy field. A key find will be the black box, the flight recorder. There are also reports the FBI is examining a 911 call originating from a passenger on the plane taken by a 911 operator at a neighboring county here in Pennsylvania. They hope, amongst so many other things, to find out why this hijacked plane failed to reach its target. And as you said earlier, government sources are now saying that senior administration officials told Congress they believe the plane was headed for either the White House, Camp David, or the Capitol building. Authorities here today asked anyone in the area who saw the plane in the air or going down to come forward and contribute to the investigation. As for what's going on right now, things are wrapped up for the evening and the investigation will get underway in the morning. Back to you in Atlanta.
All right, David, as we look at the crash scene there, it's a scene that people don't really understand. You've outlined, they don't really have anyone that eyewitnessed this. I had thought that earlier in the day there had been a report of someone describing what had happened as the plane came down.
Oh yes, there were eyewitnesses, but they're calling for anyone who may have seen the plane in the air to come forward. They have the initial accounts, as we have relayed to you, that the plane appeared to have a rush of engine noise and then veer off and then down, striking the ground at a 45-degree angle. There were policemen at the scene of the crash site saying that it appeared that the plane had come down and the debris had scattered into a wooded area nearby. And again, the pieces of debris are very small. We do have some good news for you tonight, though, with a Pennsylvania connection to this horrible attack. At 7:56 p.m., a man and 2 police officers trapped in the World Trade Center were unable to get through to 911 in New York and call for help. So the man called his sister in the Pittsburgh area, who then called her local 911. They were then able to direct police in New York to their location and to their successful rescue. And to quote one 911 official here, a very positive note to a sad and tragic day.
All right, David Mattingly reporting to us there from Pennsylvania, the latest on that investigation. Now, a man who was on board one of the flights that was doomed, that flight that we're talking about in Pennsylvania, called his mother as the aircraft was being hijacked. Mark Bingham had boarded United Airlines Flight 93 in Newark, New Jersey. He called his mother in the San Francisco Bay Area just before the plane crashed near Pittsburgh.
That I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. Giving me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying, I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane.
In his seat.
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there, as if someone was speaking to him, and he said, it's something to the effect of, it's true, and then the phone went dead.
All right, and one person on one of the flights, also a man, actually had the presence of mind to phone emergency personnel from his cell phone to report, to say, we are being hijacked. Let's take a look at a night shot right now, the Manhattan skyline as it looks at this moment. Live pictures now of the skyline. You can still see dust and smoke in that area amid the lights of New York, a city that, by all accounts, will never be the same again, not just in terms of its skyline, its landscape, but in terms of the sensibilities of the people who live in it and who live in this country. Financial markets around the world have been reacting to this morning. You can imagine how the attack has unnerved global financial markets that are already fearful of recession. Asia opening today with quite a downturn. Richard Quest is in London with more on that and all the international tenants who are at this World Trade Center as well. Richard, quite a few in that enormous building where some 50,000 people would go to work every day.
Absolutely. There were some 435 tenants from around 26 countries from across the globe. There were offices from just a small suite of offices anywhere in the building to large banks that had several floors with employees. Taking a look at some of the international companies that had offices and had a presence in World Trade Center 1 and 2. There was the British company Thomson Financial, which had offices in the World Trade Center. Morgan Stanley, the largest tenant, had over 22 floors in World Trade Center 1. The company put out a statement late yesterday saying all of the businesses are functioning and will continue to function, but obviously the prayers and sympathies are with their employees. Some 3,500 people worked for Morgan Stanley at World Trade Center. Cantor Index, and a company on both sides of the Atlantic, Cantor Fitzgerald, as it's known, had 5 floors. 800 employees at least were working or had a presence in the World Trade Center. The company putting out its statement saying that over 1,000 employees employed by the two companies in the World Trade Center. The chairman saying, in a difficult, confused situation, we're doing all we can to determine the whereabouts of our colleagues. Keefe Bruyette, a brokerage specializing in banking matters, also there. Empire Blue Cross and Blue Shield, that's the US major insurance corporation. The healthcare insurance was an international corporation that had a presence in the World Trade Center. And Credit Suisse First Boston, the Swiss multinational, one of the largest in the world, banking, investment banking, trading organizations. Not only does it have other offices within Manhattan, but had a large presence in the World Trade Center. And Oppenheimer Funds. These are just a short list, if you like, of some of the major names that had offices, some small suites, others large numbers of floors, like Morgan Stanley in the World Trade Center. Now, joining me on the line is Bob Hormats. Robert Hormats is Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs International. Their offices are on Broad Street by the New York Stock Exchange, but not that far from the World Trade Center. Bob, thanks for joining us. First of all, let's start with Goldman Sachs, your employees, and what you can tell us about the situation.
Well, we stayed open till about 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon yesterday. Fortunately, we're fairly far away, as you know, from the Trade Center, but our prayers and our thoughts are with our friends and colleagues in other banks and institutions. Wall Street is, as you know, a pretty close-knit unit, and they're competitors, but they're also companies we cooperate with on a day-to-day basis at the same time. So we're obviously very concerned about those people in other firms that are down on Wall Street, and we're in the World Trade Towers.
The size, the scale of what's taken place in terms of Wall Street, in terms of the economy, we can have no idea yet what's likely to be the effect.
No, that's right, and I think it'll take time to sink in. It's a community that, as I say, works together. We know one another. We work on a day-to-day basis with one another, and firms work on a whole lot of projects collectively and trade with one another. And there's all sorts of business going on a day-to-day basis, and it's part of an overall market. They're part of a market, but they're also friends and people we talk to on a day-to-day basis. So the psychological impact is going to be enormous, and the financial impact is going to be enormous. A lot of companies that have been active participants in the market will be hurt, damaged badly.
Let me just interrupt you. We're looking at new pictures now of the rubble from the scene of Lower Manhattan that have just come into CNN. These shots taken a short while ago. Bob, finally, briefly, the financial community has had words from the Federal Reserve, from the US Treasury Secretary. The key now has to be to create confidence, not only that there won't be a cash shortage or a so-called credit crunch, that basically this will not do long-standing damage to the economy.
Yes, I think there are two major things that need to be done. First of all, in the United States itself, the Federal Reserve has to take action to lower interest rates further and do so very aggressively, and I believe it will. And second, from a financial point of view, we have to now realize that some additional fiscal stimulus is going to be required. There'll be more defense spending, perhaps a tax cut. The idea of utilizing the Social Security surplus to retire bonds, the so-called lockbox, is finished. Right. There's going to be a lot more fiscal stimulus to boost the economy and boost confidence. And the developed countries, the G7 particularly, have to work together to restore confidence by showing that they're working together on this. It's not just one country. It's the overall financial world that needs to have confidence restored, and the G7 leaders need to do that together.
Bob Hormats of Goldman Sachs, Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs, many thanks indeed. Colleen, the pictures from Lower Manhattan, the latest of the rubble from the World Trade Center.
Yeah, and some astonishing pictures, Richard, as we look at these just in. We've seen windows blown out of police cars. We've actually seen cars on top of each other in that area in Lower Manhattan. These pictures just coming into us now of the search and rescue as it goes on tonight, right now as we speak. Jim?
And as you look at those scenes, there are a lot of people that want to see someone arrested, someone brought to justice or made to pay for what happened in the United States this day. But how in the world do you begin a criminal investigation into something like you've seen here? And who do you focus on as a suspect? Our David Inser takes a preliminary look at those issues.
U.S. officials say fugitive Saudi-accused terrorist Osama bin Laden's group is at the top of their list of suspects. There are good indications people with links to bin Laden may have been responsible for this attack, said one, including specific intelligence. In Afghanistan, however, where bin Laden is a guest of the Taliban government, the foreign minister told reporters, quote, "We have tried to assure the United States in any kind of way we can that Osama is not involved in these kinds of activities." One U.S. intelligence official responded angrily, calling that, quote, a lie.
I think we will soon be able to identify who the culprit is, but tonight is not the night.
Intelligence and law enforcement professionals say, though bin Laden is at the top of the list of suspects, involvement of agents of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein or of individuals associated with Palestinian groups or Hezbollah cannot be entirely ruled out yet, especially given the size and complexity of the operation.
We may find that this particular action involved actors from several different sources.
On Capitol Hill, some members said the Central Intelligence Agency needs to do a better job of infiltrating terrorist groups.
This obviously was a failure of great dimension. We had no specific warning of the United States being attacked, although people have alluded to that before. We've got to do better. We must do better.
At the Central Intelligence Agency, officials point out that no one hears of their successes, only their failures, though they concede bitterness at failing to obtain advance warning of the attacks on New York and Washington. They note CIA Director George Tenet has repeatedly warned the bin Laden group could strike the U.S. at any time. As for how to respond once culprits are found, terrorist experts were relieved to hear the White House say the bombing of Kabul was not U.S. retaliatory missiles, but apparently Afghan rebels.
This is not something that's going to be solved by a salvo of cruise missiles bouncing some rocks in Afghanistan if it turns out to be Osama bin Laden. This will be a war ultimately to bring all of those responsible to justice, whatever form that takes.
It's clear now, as it was on December 7th, 1941, the United States is at war. The question is with whom? In December of 41 we knew. Today we really don't.
They don't know now, But U.S. intelligence officials say they believe they soon will. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
Now, key to all of this is the fact that Osama bin Laden has been in Afghanistan. Afghan officials, the ruling Taliban there, have said unequivocally that they have been warned by Washington that they will be held responsible if it was determined that Osama bin Laden took actions, did terrorist acts against the United States or its interests. Now, joining us from Kabul for more on this story is Nick Robertson. He's joining us by video phone. Nick, what is the latest from there?
Well, Jim, certainly there is a lot of apprehension within senior Taliban ranks here in Afghanistan, not only in Kabul, but in their spiritual capital, Kandahar, about 300 miles south of here. We also know this morning in Kabul that the United Nations agencies here in Kabul are preparing, very likely to pull out from here. Local staff are being paid their salaries, and there will probably likely be a skeleton staff of UN officials left in the city and in other cities around the country. We also know that some of the smaller non-governmental organizations, aid groups here in the city, are also preparing to pull out. 10 German groups, we are told, will pull out, 4 of them today. Last night, of course, the Taliban moving very swiftly. Foreign Minister Wakil Ahmed Mutawakil talking to journalists saying that they were not responsible, Afghanistan was not responsible, that they condemned terrorism in all its forms, and they said that Osama bin Laden couldn't be responsible for what had happened. Mullah Omar, the spiritual leader of the country, issuing a statement very quickly as well, Jim, indicative of the apprehension that possibly Afghanistan could be a place where retribution might be sought. But certainly Mullah Omar's statement, Osama bin Laden, he said, could not be responsible. This type of terrorism, he said, was too great for one man, Jim.
Still, the feeling persists that there is going to be some kind of retribution by the United States, and we could see the reaction coming there from Taliban officials. How many of them in the government are what you might consider supporters of Osama bin Laden? That is, they agree with him, his philosophy.
Well, the Taliban have given sanctuary to Osama bin Laden, they say, for his war efforts in expelling the 1980s Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, a 10-year occupation. Osama bin Laden came here and fought with the Mujahideen. And for that reason, when Osama bin Laden came to the Taliban in 1996 looking for a safe haven, they felt honor-bound under Afghan culture, they say, to give him a place to stay. Certainly, Osama bin Laden is a figurehead, not only in Afghanistan, but in this part of the world. He is somebody that some young followers of Islam might look towards as a particular type of leader that they behold. Certainly, as the Taliban prosecute their war to gain the control of the last 5% of Afghanistan, a civil war in the north of the country here, having an ally like Osama bin Laden to help rally more troops to their cause. This is a war of attrition, the civil war here, Jim. Many troops die on the front line, frontal assaults, troops driving across open plains being mowed down. The Taliban do need a lot of troops here to fight this war. Osama bin Laden and his supporters would certainly be a good rallying point for Taliban in trying to recruit people to that army. And certainly we have seen this in some instances, Jim.
Nick, there have been reports that Osama bin Laden is calling Muslims from around the world to join his forces in Afghanistan to support the country, even export out of Afghanistan some of the same fundamentalist beliefs that he holds. Do you see evidence of that?
Well, Jim, 2 years ago we were traveling in the north of Afghanistan in territory held by the Northern Alliance, who are the last opposition holding out against the Taliban. There we were taken to a jail and shown prisoners they told us were from mostly from Pakistan, one gentleman from Britain, and several others, some from China, some from other countries. These people told us that they had come to learn how to fight in training camps in Afghanistan, and had then gone on to the front lines to fight in the war against the Northern Alliance, and that's why they were captured when the front lines changed. These people have told us, other supporters, other fighters, other terrorists, some people might call them, frontline fighters, the Taliban would call them, told us that they'd come to Afghanistan to get training in fighting techniques, in techniques of using explosives, in techniques of using weapons, rocket launchers, machine guns, etc. They've then taken those skills to the front line for the Taliban, but they said they were also quite capable of taking those skills and exporting them back to their own countries of origin. Certainly the predominance of the people in that jail we found were mostly from Pakistan, and it has been well documented that the Taliban are able to draw ethnically from the Pashtun population in Pakistan a considerable degree of support, and there is a wealth of evidence that would point to the fact that there are many young people that would come from Pakistan to assist the Taliban in their fight in Afghanistan.
All right, our thanks there to Nick Robertson, one of the few correspondents in Afghanistan that is at the moment one of the focal points of attention. Colleen?
All right, Jim, we do want to show you some more fresh pictures that are just coming into CNN now. This is tape, but it's quite fresh from the area in Lower Manhattan around the World Trade Center. Our crew's out there busy tonight giving us a look at the search and rescue efforts which go on. You can see really the utter devastation there, just twisted pieces of metal and rubble. Take a look at that panning up shot. Let's just listen to this for a while. You can see still plenty of steam and smoke in that area. Let's have a listen here. Most of that damage on the ground, of course, caused when the two towers literally disintegrated. They burned and fell to the ground, one after the other, just spewing rubble all over the place. I want to also show you some tape that we just got in a couple of hours here. This is exclusive, a reverse angle of the second plane hitting the tower. Let's look.
That's just a frightening shot.
Officials saying it's the fire that caused the buildings to disintegrate relatively quickly. You can imagine both very large planes carrying a lot of fuel, literally pumping that fuel right into those two towers.
These planes fully loaded with fuel. Yep. Every one of these planes was hijacked. All four of them was bound for a transcontinental flight, meaning they were fully loaded. Bombs, literally, petrol bombs. That were plowed there into the World Trade Center and then also, of course, into the Pentagon.
All right, and also late in the day yesterday, we also saw some naval movements, some movements of naval ships, and CNN's Jean Meserve is in Washington right now. She's got some new information about this. Jean?
That's right, Colleen. We talked earlier today about the movement of forces along the East Coast. Now we have information about the movement of naval assets on the West Coast. They are being moved to protect the West Coast and also Hawaii, according to Navy officials. Let me tell you what's being deployed. An aircraft carrier, 2 guided missile cruisers, 5 guided missile destroyers, 5 guided missile frigates, a rescue and salvage ship, and a fleet oiler. All of those vessels based on the West Coast. Once again, those being deployed along the West Coast and some further out, one presumes, to protect Hawaii. Earlier today, a couple of aircraft carriers left Norfolk, Virginia. They were deployed along with some other ships with the intention of protecting the East Coast. The aircraft carriers in particular, it was hoping could monitor and help control the airspace over both New York and Washington, D.C. And another note, the USS Enterprise, which had been relieved of duty in the Persian Gulf, has now been told it must stay there. So that's the latest on military assets and how they are being put in place early this morning. Also here in Washington, another item. We have seen that the entrances to 3 of Washington's major tourist attractions have been closed to vehicular traffic. The Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial, and the Lincoln Memorial have now all been blocked effectively to vehicles. Unclear whether they have also been blocked to pedestrian traffic, since at this hour of the morning there is none for us to monitor. This does not come as a surprise. There is a state of emergency here in the District of Columbia. Much of the city was cordoned off for portions of the day. Certainly around the U.S. Capitol today, blocks and blocks were closed. Vehicles had to divert for blocks to get around that building. So there are a few of the updates from the city itself. Across the river in Virginia at the Pentagon, rescue efforts do continue at this hour. You can see there a live picture of what's going on. Plans are for in the morning to peel away part of the facade of this building and go in and do a thorough search. Arlington County officials have told us that the toll at the Pentagon could go as high as 100 to 800, the range of people missing at the Pentagon. So that is the latest here from Washington. Now back to you in Atlanta.
All right, Jean Meserve, thank you very much. Condolences have been pouring in from around the world tonight. Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon has expressed his condolences to the American people. Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat has also condemned the attacks. For more now on the reaction in the Middle East, we are joined from Jerusalem by Gerald Kessel. Gerald?
Good morning, Colleen. And for Israelis, it's as they watch the horror unfolding in New York and Washington, the equation is horrifyingly simple. Not so much just an attack on America as Israelis perceive it, but somewhat akin to this headline that we have here in the leading Israeli newspaper, which talks of a world in shock, because the way the Israelis see it is that this is a question, a day of reckoning, a day to stand up and be counted on which side anyone is in the battle, as they say, against terrorism, for or against. And there are no neutrals, say Israeli leaders. This is a day in which it should be made plain that there's no place for terrorists to have a haven or to seek a sanctuary.
The fight against terror is an international struggle of the free world against the forces of darkness who seek to destroy our liberty and our way of life. I believe that together we can defeat these forces of evil. At this most difficult hour, all Israelis stand as one with the American people. Our hearts are with you, and we are ready to provide any assistance at any time. The government of Israel has declared a day of mourning tomorrow as we bow our heads and share in the sorrow of the American people.
Along with the day of mourning, Israelis have been asked to donate blood, and people have been going to medical relief centers to donate blood, which will be sent along with the emergency rescue squads. The Israelis have a couple of such squads who have specialized in handling incidents such as the collapse of buildings, like as they did when they sent a squad to Nairobi after the bombing of the U.S. embassy there. Israel also taking its own security precautions, the airspace closed to all foreign aircraft or other than those that have Israeli security clearance, the Israeli Air Force on high alert, and other efforts to make sure that security has been tightened. On the Palestinian side, the Palestinians, like leaders throughout the Arab world, have expressed condemnation and have expressed their solidarity with the American people and this in the hour of trial. Here's what Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat had to say to CNN last night.
لقد صدمت وصدم شعبنا الفلسطيني.
The Palestinian people and I were shocked.
وشعرنا بالألم العميق من جراء هذا الحدث الخطير.
We felt a deep pain as a result of this extremely dangerous act.
الذي أصاب عددا من المؤسسات الأمريكية
which hurt many American institutions.
وأوقع العديد من الضحايا الأبرياء من أبناء الشعب الأمريكي الصديق.
And caused many casualties among the friendly American people.
الضحايا الأبرياء.
Innocent American victims.
إننا ندين هذا العمل الإجرامي الأليم.
We condemn this criminal, painful act.
ونعرب عن تعاطفنا مع أسر الشهداء الضحايا.
We express our sympathy to the families of the victims.
ولقد أرسلت رسالة لفخامة الرئيس بوش.
I have sent President Bush a message of condolences.
معبرا عن مشاعري ومشاعر الشعب الفلسطيني الأليمة بهذا الحدث المروع.
In which I have expressed my and the Palestinian people's sad feelings in regard of this horrible act.
ووضعت فيها إمكانياتنا المتواضعة تحت تصرفه في هذه المحنة الصعبة.
I also conveyed to His Excellency our readiness to put all of our humble capabilities at his disposal at this time of sorrow.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
And the Palestinian leader also denounced certain scenes that were on display in the streets here in East Jerusalem. A small number of people who were showing their support for that action, those terror actions in the United States. Also in the town of Nablus on the West Bank. Here they were in Jerusalem. There were only a small crowd, but there was a crowd of several thousand in the town of Nablus, where cries of God is great and support for the terror actions against the United States, the distribution by people of candy, a traditional show of a sentiment of support and of delight. That very much a reflection of the anti-U.S. sentiment that has been spreading throughout the Middle East because of the United States' perceived support of Israel in the ongoing year-long now bloody confrontation. And indeed that confrontation has been deepening overnight with some intense fighting around the town of Jenin in the northern part of the West Bank. A number of Palestinians reported killed in that intense fighting.
All right, Gerald Kessel updating us from Jerusalem. Thanks, Jim.
Well, along with the condolences that are pouring in, there are also questions being asked, and one of those questions is how were the hijackers able to board the plane in the first place? We get more on that and the situation with airport security from Charles Feldman.
When TWA Flight 800 exploded after taking off from Kennedy Airport in 1996, U.S. transportation officials were already at work revising domestic aviation security. New screening measures at airports were put into effect. Passengers were required to show picture IDs. All this, even though TWA 800 turned out not to be an act of terrorism. So, how could 4 airliners be hijacked on the very same day? The fact is, terrorism experts say, there is no realistic way to stop terrorists bent on a suicide mission. Terrorism expert Brian Jenkins.
Years ago, I was asked by a congressman, Mr. Jenkins, if I gave you all of the resources that you wanted and all the authority that you needed, could you guarantee that there would not be another hijacking? My answer was, yes, sir, I can. We ground all of the airplanes.
Making matters worse, when various government agencies and news organizations test airport security around the nation, it often comes up short. Published reports from 1999 show that Boston's Logan Airport, from which 2 of the hijacked planes originated, had at least 136 security violations over a 2-year period, this when federal aviation agents tested security there. And just this July, the Transportation Department announced it was seeking almost $100,000 in penalties against American Airlines for having lax security on at least 6 flights checked by special agents. American, which had 2 of its planes hijacked in the attacks, says the proposed fine covered alleged procedural failures involving checked baggage and not failures at security checkpoints. So what happened to all the heightened security?
It's not that the measures are at fault. It is that over a period of time, absent a major threat, there is always the temptation to do business as usual and to forget for a moment that this threat is real, remains real.
But at least for the near future, business will certainly not be as usual.
There will be higher levels of surveillance, more stringent searches. Airport curbside luggage check-in will no longer be allowed. There will be more security officers and random identification checks.
But we are a nation that likes to move fast. We are impatient with long lines and security checkpoints that slow our travel down. So, if history is any lesson, security over time will again get lax. Terrorists can count on it. Charles Feldman, CNN, Los Angeles.
Now, it probably is not difficult to gauge the mood of the American people at a time like this. Gallup pollsters did that Tuesday afternoon, though, making telephone calls that no one ever imagined would be necessary. Joining us now from Princeton, New Jersey is pollster Frank Newport with more on that. Frank?
Indeed, Jim, this was our poll together with a scientific sample, the immediate reactions of the American public taken Tuesday night, the 11th of September. We've heard the term on a lot of this coverage, war. We ask Americans, do you consider this an act of war or not? Evidence is pretty clear, as you can see here. 86%, almost 9 out of 10 Americans agree that it is an act of war. However, when it comes to military response, we do get a sense of restraint from the American public. We offered 3 possible alternatives for retaliation: immediate strikes against known terrorist operations, even if we don't know exactly who did it. The middle alternative was strike, but only after evidence of exactly who did it, even if that takes months, and no military action at all. Obviously, Americans want military action, but look at this. Significant majority of Americans say wait until it's known exactly who did it, then military action. The reaction emotionally, we've seen in a lot of the coverage, is very, very strong. In fact, we find here that 87%, almost 90% of Americans, including a lot of older Americans who lived through Pearl Harbor, tell us this is the most tragic news event that they have witnessed in their life. Worry about themselves or their family being involved in terrorist activities, that's up. We've tracked that measure, unfortunately, going back to Oklahoma City. It was 42% then in the mid-90s. It had fallen. Just last night, you can see 58% of Americans say they're at least somewhat worried about the possibility of a terrorist attack. Finally, confidence in President Bush to handle the situation is high, very and somewhat confident. We've got almost 8 out of 10 Americans expressing confidence that he will handle the situation. Jim, that's an update on the immediate reaction of the American public. Back to you.
All right, Frank, thank you for that report. Colleen.
All right, Jim, thanks. Well, relief agencies say that they are rushing blood supplies both to New York and Washington, and they say Americans are rolling up their sleeves, quite literally nationwide, to make sure that there is enough blood to treat the wounded. Thelma Gutierrez reports now from Los Angeles.
At the American Red Cross in the heart of Los Angeles, a long line formed outside the door. Dozens waited to come in and donate blood.
I lived in New York about 12 years, so I really wish that I were there to help more directly. So this is the little I can do.
Inside was a scene staff members say they had never witnessed before. Donors, hundreds of them, lined the corridors, sitting on the floor and any place else they could find space, waiting for their names to be called.
I have never seen this type of turnout. I've been here for 5 years. This turnout is just, it's amazing. It's amazing how when a tragedy like this happens, people are just moved to do something, anything they can to show that they care.
15 Red Cross technicians drew blood while volunteers kept the lines moving. They were overwhelmed by the response. One Red Cross center estimates 250 units of blood was collected on Tuesday, an unprecedented amount in one day. The problem remains in how to transport the supply. According to a spokeswoman, the blood must first be tested. The Red Cross is negotiating with the military to deliver the supply to the East Coast. The wait to give blood at one Southern California center was up to 5 hours, but the staff said no one complained. Thelma Gutierrez, CNN, Los Angeles.
Well, we're going to continue with our coverage of this day of disaster, the attack on America, and we're going to be joined by John Mann and Relitza Vasilova here to take over for us, Colleen.
That's right. They're moving in, we're moving out. I'm Colleen McEdwards.
And I'm Jim Clancy. As we go, we want to recap here some of the latest pictures that we have in. This is from Lower Manhattan, the scene of the devastation today in what is undoubtedly going to be the worst terror attack in the history of the United States. A terror attack that may change everything, that Americans themselves overwhelmingly see as nothing short of an act of war.
Terror hits the United States financial capital out of the clear blue sky.
And then it strikes again, directly into the Pentagon. The attacks are unimaginable, the perpetrators unknown, and the casualties are unthinkable. But the U.S. president insists the American spirit has survived.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America.
Now panic in the streets turns into a frantic search for survivors as rescue crews pick apart piles and piles of rubble. Hello, I'm Jonathan Mann.
And I'm Relitza Vasilova. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tuesday's terrorist attacks in the United States. Massive search and rescue operations are underway in New York and Washington, the sites of devastating and experts say coordinated attacks that shook the United States on Tuesday. I want to show you the latest pictures now from Lower Manhattan. Parts of the once bustling financial district have been reduced to rubble. Officials haven't even hazarded a guess as to how many bodies may be buried there. Estimates run into the thousands. But there's also hope for survivors. There are reports that cell phone calls are coming from beneath the debris. Already several injured people have been pulled from the collapsed buildings.
Now let's take a look at the latest video of the attacks on the World Trade Center. You'll see a hijacked airliner slamming into the South Tower Tuesday morning. Now the same scene slowed down. It was the second jetliner crash. A different plane had struck the North Tower minutes earlier. The towers collapsed shortly afterward, and later so did a 47-story building in the World Trade Center complex.
U.S. President George W. Bush learned of the attack while he was visiting an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida. His plan to talk about education changed immediately. Mr. Bush was whisked away and flown around the country, stopping at military installations in Louisiana and Nebraska before finally returning to the White House at dusk. Once there, he addressed the nation and the world.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
At the U.S. Defense Department, the feared toll is shocking. Authorities say 100, perhaps 800 people are missing. A tally from area hospitals shows at least 73 people were wounded when the hijacked jet slammed into the Pentagon, causing part of it to collapse. 64 people were aboard the flight and all are presumed dead. Part of the building is still burning at this hour. Firefighters are not expected to be able to extinguish all of the flames until daylight. Government sources tell CNN that the hijacked airliner that crashed in western Pennsylvania was headed for another government target, possibly the White House, the Capitol, or the Camp David presidential retreat. It's unclear how the flight was diverted from its target. The sources say members of Congress were told that authorities are confident the evidence so far points to Osama bin Laden.
We want to take a moment now to give you another look at some exclusive video from the scene of the attacks in New York City. Here you just saw the American Airlines Flight 11 as it slammed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. These pictures show the second plane, United Airlines Flight 175, crashing into the other tower 18 minutes later. Meticulously planned, very well coordinated attacks. Rescue crews are working through the night in New York City, combing through the rubble of the collapsed buildings. CNN's Garrick Utley joins us now live with more on that. Garrick.
Really, it's shortly after 3 o'clock in the morning here. We hope in a few hours with daylight, officials may start to be able to give us on this new day some more specific ideas to what casualties will rise to here in New York City. The Mayor Giuliani, said they're going to be in the thousands. They're going to be horrendous, more than we can possibly imagine. But as of right now, just witnessing some of these pictures we were seeing a moment ago, those planes crashing into the Twin Towers, of course the thing that's foremost in our minds, the trauma really, the shock, is the human cost, the casualties. But there's also something else that has been lost. The buildings themselves. What are these buildings? It may sound very materialistic, but look at some of them here and what they mean to our lives. They are more than just steel or stone. They represent what the nation is. They become and have become iconic landmarks that do mark the land, that do define us. That bridges and roads are the arteries. We are so vulnerable because we depend on them. The Empire State Building has been a symbol for decades in New York and around the world. And of course, the two towers that were there until early yesterday morning. And now we see what brought them down. The first jet 8:45 on Tuesday morning. And then what followed? The terror followed by the unbelievable. The collapse of the towers, more than 100 stories going down like the proverbial cliche deck of cards. But why did these buildings collapse? Buildings that went up only 30 years ago, that should last for a century or more. It wasn't the explosion, the force of the two planes, structural engineers tell us. It was the heat. The flames there burned too long and too hot, rising above 1,500 degrees. It began to melt the steel. And the floors in the towers were connected to the steel skin on the outside. And as that steel literally melted, that floor gave way, fell on the next, and down they came. That was the structural failure. They were not built to withstand more than 1,500 degrees of heat caused by two planes fully laden with gasoline flying into them on this day here in New York. And now we just look downtown at where they were, the former towers standing there, those landmarks known around the world, nothing but a plume of dust and the searchlights for rescue workers there this evening. But again, this is really the story of people, those trapped there and on the airplane and in the Pentagon. And Maria Hinojosa of CNN's New York Bureau looked at what happened today from the perspective of the street.
At ground zero, running in the streets is the only form of escape. But on those same streets, the chaos and vibrations couldn't be avoided. Further north, New Yorkers gathered at Times Square. In humble silence and disbelief, everyone looking up to the big screen. Downtown, the mass exodus began.
I saw everybody crying in the streets, saying their prayers and crying. I saw different races, nationalities, and creeds that usually have differences with one another come together and bond and love and respect.
Along Fifth Avenue, people flooded to the streets to watch together.
Oh my God, it's inside the first building.
The faces of New Yorkers, solemn, quiet, praying. A father trying to give security to the innocent ones. The tiniest of faces, protected. Streets filled with anger and shock.
I have never witnessed nothing like this in my entire life. Human beings, parents, daughters and sons jumping out of the window at least from 80-something floors. None of you want to witness that. I'm traumatized for life.
The street where now everyone shares the pain out in the open without shame. The street where office chairs have become eerie stretchers outside a hospital.
We've had multiple types of injuries, from severe burns to blunt injuries and multiple fractures.
The street where a depleted mayor summons some strength.
New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it, and the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism. You just don't be afraid.
But Times Square is empty, the streets are silent, and a city mourns. Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
And this evening, down in Lower Manhattan, this has been the scene, the rubble, the wreckage.
as rescue workers continue with their search. But there's been so much dust, there is so much rubble there, that even the police and the rescue workers who come in with trained dogs trying to sniff out human life say the dogs have lost the scent because of the smoke and the dust. We do know, according to officials in New York City, that at least 300 members of the New York Fire Department are missing. Entire units, entire battalions have been lost in the rubble. 80 or more New York City policemen and women are also missing and believed lost. And those pictures speak for themselves. More than 100 stories, suddenly nothing. And just moments before these towers collapsed, some of the families and the loved ones of those who had gotten into their offices early on this morning, on that Tuesday morning, had talked with them by telephone. We've had reports from a number of sources that those on the upper floors, up on the 100th floor, people working for a stockbroker, knew what was happening beneath them when the plane crashed into the building, knew they could not get down through the fire escape. And more than one, we are told, called his wife to say goodbye. This rescue worker, his body language says it all. And so does this. And so does this. And now, New York City, Manhattan, has a new landmark. And there is silence there in Lower Manhattan. John and Relitza, back to you now.
Garrick, is there any hope that beneath that rubble and destruction someone could have survived?
Hope, yes, of course. We've had some reports from the mayor and other city officials that they have been getting some cell phone calls from victims in the rubble. It's not clear exactly where they are. Of course, we remember the two towers went down more than 100 stories each, but also a third skyscraper, not nearly as tall, less than half that height, also collapsed earlier this evening. And it's thought that perhaps in that building or even in some other buildings that have been blocked by rubble, there are people still alive. But how many, no one can say. You looked at that devastation there, and each of us, I think, can come to our own conclusions.
And
the live picture of where the World Trade Center once stood.
And we still don't know how many have died.
And we will not know until tomorrow at the very earliest, and even then it's only going to be estimates. It was remarked earlier this evening that you're not going to be able to go in and take out that debris for days or even weeks to come. The best way, the only way really to get an estimate is to know how many people were working in each company, in each office, on each floor, run a census and see who can respond, who got out and who's missing, and add up those numbers. And as the mayor of New York City, Mayor Giuliani, said earlier this evening, it's going to be horrendous.
Garrick, thank you. The attacks have given U.S. President Bush the biggest test of his still young presidency. Let's bring in CNN's Gene Meserve in Washington now for more on the story from the U.S. Capitol. Gene.
We're late to some of the latest comments from U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, who says there were no specific warnings of the multiple attacks. We'll undoubtedly learn more Wednesday morning when he briefs reporters. Powell was on a trip to Peru and Colombia. He cut it short and returned to Washington and made a vow that the people responsible for the attacks would be caught.
They can destroy buildings, they can kill people, and we will be saddened by this tragedy, but they will never be allowed to kill the spirit of democracy. They cannot destroy our society. They cannot destroy our belief in the democratic way. You can be sure that America will deal with this tragedy in a way that brings those responsible to justice. You can be sure that as terrible a day as this is for us, we will get through it because we are a strong nation, a nation that believes in itself.
Powell's State Department was evacuated today, but it was the Pentagon that took a direct hit when an American Airlines 757 slammed into it. 24,000 people normally work at the Pentagon, and with 100 to 800 people reported missing, officials are grim about what the death toll will be.
There cannot be any survivors. It just would be beyond comprehension. There are a number of people that they've not identified by name, but identified as being dead, and there are a number of casualties. But the FBI has secured the site, and the information takes time to come. People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Secretary Rumsfeld says the Pentagon is still functioning despite the harsh blow that it took today. The Pentagon, of course, across the river from us in Washington, D.C. CNN's Bob Franken is there. Bob, what's going on at this hour?
Well, at this hour, there's sort of a waiting pattern, waiting for daybreak, when if things go the way they want them to, the fire will have subsided enough inside that they'll be able to peel back this crushed-in area and start going through the rubble, looking to see if there are any survivors, looking to see exactly how many casualties they have. All of that, as I said, is what they hope to do at daybreak. Also, the Pentagon is going to be open for business tomorrow. That is to say, about half of it. We've been told that a full half of it will shut down. Of course, it was not a full half that actually sustained the damage from that airplane. You can see in back of me, it was well short of that. But there is a concern about the structural damage over a massive part of the Pentagon. The Pentagon actually has about 17 miles of corridor, so there's about half of it which is really suspect in terms of safety. So all of that, of course, is coming tomorrow. We're going to be finding out the first signs about just how serious this was in human terms. It was, of course, something that happened how many hours ago now? About 18 hours ago, when a plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon that you see in back of me. This is the west side of the Pentagon. Most of the critical offices, those where the secretaries and deputy secretaries are, where the military command center is, those were not hit by this plane, and of course it did not penetrate into the inner circle of the Pentagon, which would have been even more catastrophic. Now, the Pentagon is also, of course, the seat of the military power in the United States, Gene, and plans are being made now for some military responses and also some protections. We'll get to those in just a moment. But Gene, what we have here then is a situation where the Pentagon is trying to calculate the damage, trying to calculate just how much damage has been done, both in physical terms and in human terms. Gene?
Bob, when you say half the building will be shut down today, I guess I should say, the hours have changed on me. How is this going to affect the military capability of the U.S.?
Well, they're going to be able to, in fact, handle everything. Of course, the Pentagon is such a huge operation, and many of the operations can be switched to the other part. The Pentagon is, in fact, already operating militarily. It has ordered that ships be sent out on both coasts. The Navy announced just a short while ago that it was sending an aircraft carrier, altogether 15 ships that would operate to protect the West Coast and Hawaii. The aircraft carrier is the USS Stennis. That follows action on the East Coast, where the Kennedy was sent out along with the George Washington support ships to patrol the East Coast, particularly the northern East Coast, north of Norfolk. That would include Washington and the New York area in particular. And of course, orders are going out in the Middle East. The USS Enterprise, which was supposed to be heading back, in fact, was stopped in the Arabian Gulf. It is going to stay there now pending military decisions. Gene?
Bob Pranken at the Pentagon, thanks so much. The U.S. Defense Department is operating a hotline for staff to ring in and report their status. All Army personnel who work at the Pentagon are asked to call 1-800-984-8523 or 703-428-0002. Families seeking information on Army personnel are also asked to call that number. The number for Navy and Marine Corps personnel is 1-877-633-6772. This as the military tries to account for all of its personnel. The U.S. Congress, when it reconvenes this morning, plans to pass a bipartisan resolution condemning the attacks. The Capitol building was evacuated as a precaution early Tuesday, shortly after the attacks. Flags there were flying at half-staff. Government sources say that senior administration officials told members of Congress that hijacked plane that crashed in Pennsylvania could have been heading for the Capitol, the White House, or Camp David. Of course, none of those hit. Today, members of the House and Senate sang God Bless America as they gathered on the Capitol steps. Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle said Congress will speak with one voice, as it sang with one voice, to condemn the attack, comfort the families, and bring those responsible to justice. The U.S. says it has not yet received any credible claim of responsibility for the attacks, but there is no shortage of suspects. Topping the list, exiled Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden. U.S. intelligence officials tell CNN that there are good indications that persons linked to Osama bin Laden may be responsible for these attacks. Taliban officials in Afghanistan, where bin Laden is based, say they doubt his involvement. Earlier, the editor of the influential Arab newspaper Al-Quds told us that bin Laden was capable of such an act.
The man is ruthless, and he believes that he should declare war against the United States. And this kind of appeal, this kind of call actually appealed to many young Muslims all over the world. And he recently managed to recruit a lot of those highly educated Arabs who were even educated in the United States itself and some Western countries. So I'm not surprised if he is surrounded with experts in different fields.
Bin Laden is already wanted in the U.S. in connection with the 1998 bombings of 2 American embassies in Africa, which killed more than 200 people. And CNN's terrorism analyst Peter Bergen reports that he did have pilots in his organization. U.S. Senator Orrin Hatch says there's some evidence that Osama bin Laden's organization might have been behind the attacks. He told CNN about it earlier, along with a word of warning to Afghanistan's Taliban rulers.
The Taliban have been harboring Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden has said that it is the duty of every Muslim to kill Americans. There's every indication that he has been behind some of the attacks against American installations, and we happen to know just today that we've got information that indicates that representatives who are affiliated with Osama bin Laden were actually saying over the airwaves that the private airwaves at that they had hit 2 targets.
And that summarizes events and developments here in the nation's capital. Now for more on international reaction, let's go back to John in Atlanta. John.
Gene Reserve, thanks very much. In fact, we have some news just in we want to share with you.
Just in this to CNN from CNN's terrorism analyst Peter Bergen. In 1993, Osama bin Laden's group purchased an airplane from a boneyard in Tucson, Arizona, and paid $210,000 for the retired jet. That's a military aircraft with a designation T-389, the equivalent of the civilian Sabre 40. The plane was subsequently flown from Dallas-Fort Worth to Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, via Canada, Iceland, Rome, and Cairo, according to the plane's pilot, Essam al-Ridi, a member of bin Laden's al-Qaeda organization. John.
International reaction to the attacks in the United States has been shock and sorrow and support. Leaders from across Europe are expressing their anger and their feelings for the United States, as well as their determination to stand firm against further acts of terrorism. For more on the European Union response, the EU International Affairs Chief Javier Solana joins us now on the line from Brussels. Let me ask you first, sir, about the kind of humanitarian or diplomatic or military support you think Europe is prepared to offer now?
All the humanitarian aid is being analyzed now, and we are in permanent contact with the American government to see how much we can give and what type of specific issues are necessary now to be solved. But we are prepared all the possibilities that not only the European Union as such, but the different countries of the European Union. At this very moment, I would like to say very, very clearly, all Europe is the United States. We are with our friends, we are with our allies, and we are very, very close to the suffering of the families. We want to say once again our solidarity with the American people, with the institutions, with the President of the United States, and you can be sure that the European Union citizens and the European Union institutions will be absolutely together, shoulder to shoulder.
Let me ask you, sir, the U.S. President is being urged to respond sooner rather than later and to respond in strength to these attacks. It's going to be, we imagine, a military response of some kind once decisions are reached. How concerned is Europe about that? How eager or supportive would it be?
We have a place where we have the possibility of showing that solidarity, which is NATO. NATO had a meeting last night already. It will have another meeting on the day, along the day, and we will be there together with our friends, American friends, to see what is the best manner to respond.
It has been suggested that George W. Bush should do what George Bush Sr. did, which is assemble a coalition before there is any military response to these attacks. Does the United States need international help in this matter, or can it act first and quickly and alone?
Well, this is a decision that the United States leaders have to take. But whatever is the decision, we are ready to cooperate with them in a fight, in a battle which is against terrorism, which is a battle against everybody.
Javier Solana, International Policy Chief of the European Union, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you very much.
As we have been reporting, U.S. officials regard extremists linked to Osama bin Laden as prime suspects in the attacks against Washington and New York. Well, Osama bin Laden is believed to be in Afghanistan, and early Wednesday there were explosions in Kabul, the Afghan capital. Soldiers from the ruling Taliban say the explosions seem to come from a low-flying helicopter firing rockets. The United States swiftly denied any involvement, and CNN's Nick Robertson in Kabul reported that a rebel group had claimed responsibility. A spokesman for the Taliban denies Afghanistan allowed bin Laden to strike from its territory.
We in Afghanistan do not allow Osama bin Laden to use Afghanistan's territory to launch attacks against any country around the world. We took away all communication devices from him, and he does not have any communication with anybody outside of Afghanistan. In any case, we will conduct our own investigation and find out what happened, and we denounce this terrorist attack, whoever is behind it.
The Taliban, as you just heard, have denounced the attack and say they will conduct their own investigation.
And bringing you now up to date on what we know so far, thousands of people are feared dead in the aftermath of coordinated terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, D.C. 2 airliners crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, causing them both to collapse. A third structure, Building 7, also collapsed later in the day. About 2,000 rescue workers are on the scene in New York. There is hope that there are some survivors in the rubble. New York's mayor says 2 have made cell phone calls to their relatives. Rescue personnel are also on the scene at the Pentagon, the target of hijackers on board a 3rd airliner. Officials say anywhere from 100 to 800 people are missing. Rescue workers in New York are struggling through the night to reach survivors of the attacks, knowing full well that they're going to find many, many people who never had a chance. A spokesman for the International Association of Fire Chiefs says at least 265 New York firefighters are feared dead, including the city's fire chief and many of its highest-ranking members. Hospitals throughout the New York City area standing by to admit those rescued from the rubble. At least 2,000 people were treated Tuesday, and hospital officials are expecting many more. St. Vincent's Hospital and Medical Center is one of the closest trauma centers to the World Trade Center. A hospital spokesman describes what it's been like there so far.
We still have 6 paramedic teams downtown. EMS is on full alert. They are continuing to dig. However, they do hit hot spots occasionally and everything stops. I understand they're also stopping to allow listening devices to try to listen to know where they need to dig next. We currently have had a total of 327 patients come through St. Vincent's here in Manhattan. Of that, 62 of those patients had been listed in critical condition at one time or another. Some of them have been transferred to burn units, some to our own intensive care units. 3 of our patients passed away, and in total we've had approximately 57 police officers and firefighters.
The attacks on New York City and Washington on Tuesday will probably never be forgotten by those who experienced them firsthand or by the millions around the world who've seen them unfold. CNN's Peter Viles takes a look now at the events as they happened.
Just before 9 a.m. Eastern, Americans awakened to shocking pictures from New York.
I just saw the entire top part of the World Trade Center explode.
Minutes earlier, at 8:45, a hijacked plane had slammed into one of the World Trade Center towers. 9:03 a.m., a sickening sight.
Oh my God!
A second plane crashes into the Trade Center.
See the damage to that about the middle of the building. Just incredible what we are witnessing here.
People on the ground look on in horror as workers in the Trade Center towers fall, or maybe even jump to their deaths. 9:30 a.m., the president in Florida.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
9:40, all American airports have been closed, but there are still planes in the sky. And minutes later, one of them crashes into the Pentagon.
Several Army officers I talked to reported hearing a big explosion, seeing shards of metal.
9:59, as the Pentagon burns, the South Tower of the World Trade Center buckles and collapses. 10:29, the second Trade Center tower collapses. An American landmark is in ruins.
Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car.
Thousands feared dead, lower Manhattan shrouded in smoke and debris. 10:48, police in western Pennsylvania confirmed that a 4th hijacked plane crashed a half hour earlier outside Pittsburgh.
Enormous loss of life there.
Noon, shock and disbelief. As the dead and wounded are taken to East Coast hospitals, officials in New York and Washington report a shortage of blood and appeal to Americans to donate their blood. Late afternoon, New Yorkers are evacuating lower Manhattan by the thousands. Parts of the city unrecognizable. A 3rd building at the Trade Center, this one 47 stories, collapses. At Bellevue Hospital, an official says, quote, "It is a catastrophe of unparalleled proportions." Peter Viles, CNN, New York.
We now want to show you the latest pictures that we have from the aftermath of the terror attack in New York. We are now going to roll some pictures for you. The latest nighttime scene. The rescue effort underway.
As we watch these pictures, we can share the emotion of many people on the scene who have been struck by both the enormity of the tragedy and the very small number of people who have emerged to be helped or accounted for.
Rescue workers sifting through the dust, debris, also dealing with their emotions of the horrific scene. Some have described like the eruption, like the aftermath of an eruption of a volcano. There's so much dust.
Those firefighters you're seeing at work now are carrying an insupportable load. Not only are they dealing with the aftermath of this terrible attack, but they know that hundreds of their colleagues, hundreds of firefighters who were first on the scene helping the people inside the Twin Towers are unaccounted for. Firefighters themselves, hundreds of them, are among those feared dead.
Slow down.
Also not clear how stable the structures are. A third structure, Building 7, collapsed later in the day, hours after the first two structures, the Twin Towers, collapsed.
The lack of clarity is the stunning thing. This is the 21st century, the information age, and this attack, much of it, happened on live television, and yet even now it's not clear who carried out the attack, how they managed it, or how many people have been wounded, how many people have been killed. The numbers that we have gotten are still so low, the scale of the tragedy in New York and Washington so great that authorities have been reluctant to speculate on what the final toll will be, and as we heard from CNN's Garrick Utley in New York just a short time ago, it may be weeks before all of those who are unaccounted for are pulled from the rubble of New York City. All of these pictures are very close up. In other images that we have seen of New York, what is so striking is that there is still smoke darkening the night sky, the smoke above lit by the lights that are lighting this scene, the emergency crew lights, 20 trucks or so of spotlights and searchlights that have been brought in to assist the work. We're all watching this, but many people have a much more direct attachment, a much more direct link to some of the people who may be in those buildings. The U.S. Justice Department has set up a hotline for families of those who may have been wounded or killed in these attacks. They're encouraged to call 1-800-331-0075. There'll be information about the victims, as well as the hope that they'll be able to provide authorities with information. The airlines have also made available telephone numbers for those concerned about family members. Relatives of American Airlines passengers seeking information can call 1-800-245-0999. United Airlines has friends or family members seeking information on their flights can call 1-800-932-8555. United also says it will post information on its website. That's www.united.com.
And joining us now for more perspective on Tuesday's events is terrorism expert Magnus Ranstorp of St. Andrews University in Scotland. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Ranstorp. First of all, how could this kind of an attack of this magnitude, so well organized and concerted, have happened?
Well, it's a very well synchronized attack, particularly in terms of the multiplicity of attacks simultaneously against so many targets. The problem is that principally that U.S. intelligence do not have human intelligence, the capability of infiltrating the Al-Qaeda network or the network of bin Laden's followers. So therefore there has been a generic threat continuously since 1996 when bin Laden declared a war in America. However, specifically it's been very difficult to guard against individuals who have been inserted on long strike operations like this.
Certainly you mentioned bin Laden's followers. There is so far no definitive proof that it was bin Laden or his followers, although the U.S. intelligence officers do say that they are focusing on this, but they're also not ruling out other possibilities. What are your thoughts on who could have carried this out?
Well, I also would caution against pointing just at bin Laden. It can be a combination of different things. Bin Laden is a multinational enterprise in terms of having operatives from a number of different countries. He has a financial enterprise all around the world stretching. The principal command and control leaders of bin Laden's Al-Qaeda group is, apart from Afghans, is Egyptians, Algerians, who are the core of many of these types of operations, particularly the Algerian groups who have been used in operations of this, not of this magnitude, but in terms of operations in Europe in the past.
And still, it is just mind-boggling at how that they could possibly carry out a strike on the Pentagon.
Well, United States has been preparing for a mass casualty event, principally focusing on nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. And of course, this issue or this incident of finding the softest, weakest link in the security chain has meant that the groups have been looking at very simple conventional means in terms of circumventing security measures. And in this case, airplanes have been the preferred method.
What are the measures that need to be taken in the aftermath of this?
Well, I mean, I think there will be wide-ranging consequences. Consequences in terms of how do we respond? Do we respond militarily without firm evidence? In terms of airport security, civil aviation security, there will be, I think, a large examination of where that is going. And also, of course, our principal focus at the moment has to be with the rescue operation. And secondarily, how do we respond using the wide variety of counterterrorism tools we have at our disposal, principal among which is, of course, intelligence, human intelligence as a front line in terms of our defense.
Mr. Rastrom, thank you very much for joining us. John.
18 hours after the attack on the World Trade Centers in New York, work continues as we've been watching in the rubble to try to find survivors. Garrick Utley has the latest from New York now. Garrick.
One of the things that happens, Jonathan, in a situation of tragedy such as this, of course, is the whole mobilization of city and state and federal and volunteer efforts, rescue efforts that descended in the lower part of Manhattan today. We've heard several times from Mayor Rudy Giuliani, but Governor Pataki of the state of New York was also on the scene today. We have some videotape of this. The governor, of course, the state capital is in Albany. But he was in lower Manhattan today. Actually, the governor also has an office in New York City in the World Trade Center, or it was in the World Trade Center. He was, of course, not there today when the planes struck the Twin Towers, but much of the governor's time is spent there in lower Manhattan. Today, of course, as all public officials need to do and want to do, he was out there seen and being seen, supervising the rescue efforts. The most important single contribution that the state of New York has made, the governor has made, is mobilizing a good portion of the National Guard. 3,000 members of the New York State National Guard are being mobilized. They will be in Manhattan tomorrow to assist the seriously overstressed and overworked New York City police force there. Security is one problem, of course. Just an extra 3,000 pair of hands is going to be very important as the rescue efforts pick up speed tomorrow. We're seeing some of the nighttime shots. The governor, as well as the mayor, were out there again this evening. You notice the ubiquitous face masks that everybody is wearing because of the dust. The smoke has dissipated by now from the explosions, but the dust, you see it there, dust everywhere, dust in the air. And it's been one of the greatest dangers for anybody, journalists, people who were in the explosion throughout this day. Again, some of the nighttime scenes. The floodlights have been brought in because the entire area around the World Trade Center in lower Manhattan has lost electric power. It means thousands of people who live in that area, most of whom are working in the financial district, have had to evacuate the apartments. They've gone into shelters run by the Red Cross and the city, thousands of them. It's not known how many nights they'll have to spend there, but one person, one specialist in the rescue effort said they're not going to be going home soon. Again, we're getting an example of the dimensions of the equipment, the heavy earth-moving and building-moving equipment that's been brought in. Governor Pataki, in one of the several visits to the disaster area today. Just one example of what has been happening, what continues to happening in lower Manhattan, even as we speak now, shortly before 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Back to you now, Jonathan.
Garrick Utley, thanks very much. Melita?
John, oil prices have surged in early Asian trading on concerns of the mounting tension in the Middle East after the deadly terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. Brent crude oil for spot delivery was fetching between $30 and $31 a barrel compared to $24 before the attack. We're joined now by the OPEC Secretary General Ari Rodriguez. He joins us on the phone from Vienna to talk about this. Mr. Rodriguez, thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
What is OPEC's response to what has been happening today?
Well, first of all, to the President Bush and all the relatives of the victims, tragedy, our condolence, our sympathy. Related with the oil prices, as I expressed yesterday, on behalf of the all member countries, that we will maintain objectives to guarantee the stability in the market. If necessary, we will take additional policies, measures in order to maintain that. This suddenly situation of the price yesterday in the futures markets depends only on the speculation activities, but not a shortage oil in the market.
Mr. Rodriguez, what specific measures is OPEC ready to take if oil prices continue to climb?
First of all, we have to analyze if the price depends in this situation on the supply, because of the speculation is a very bad factor that impacts the price, even when the market is balanced. In this time, the market is balanced. Prices are sufficient to guarantee to satisfy the demand in this moment.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Other markets have been responding to the attacks in New York and Washington. Richard Quest joins us now from London, where he's been watching the numbers. Richard?
Yes, Jonathan. Perhaps, obviously, because none of the New York markets, none of the US markets were trading at all on Tuesday. So the reaction from the financial world to the events came in Europe. We saw very sharp falls on both the London, the Frankfurt and the Paris market. Overnight in Asia, the Pacific markets also heavily down. The largest losses being seen in Hong Kong, where the market dropped some 10%. This morning in London, it's just coming up to around 8:45, and trading's been going on for around about 45 minutes to an hour. What we're seeing, we saw initial losses in all the major markets. That has now reversed, and I can tell you that the London FTSE, for example, the Frankfurt DAX is just up a tad. The CAC 40 in Paris is down. To put this into perspective, though, because it might seem extremely odd that European markets are actually up a small amount, very little is being done. People in the City of London, across the whole financial community of Europe, are coming to grips with what has happened. There is simply not much trading taking place, and everybody is really looking for some form of direction. That direction would normally, of course, come from the US market. We're waiting to hear what the European Central Bank President Wim Duisenberg is saying. We know, of course, that the Fed has already promised extra money, so-called liquidity, in the words of the financial world. We're waiting to see what Mr. Duisenberg, who's due to give a press conference any time now, is going to say on that.
Richard Quest. Thanks very much. Relita?
Away from the carnage in New York City and Washington, Americans were trying to make sense of the attacks. Some sat transfixed in front of their televisions, but others couldn't bear to watch. John Zarella has this report.
Not sure what might happen next, Marco Andriazzi decided to fill up his car, just in case.
I'm on empty, so I figured it was the best time to work on it, rather than waiting for a mess.
Jody Nicotera simply couldn't watch the horrific pictures any longer. She went grocery shopping.
We'd been watching the news all morning, and it was just good to get out of the house and try and take our minds off things for a while.
In the first hours after the terrorist attacks, banks and schools and universities closed. Courthouses were secured. A police station is barricaded with squad cars. In Dallas, a popular tourist area shut down.
This is a ghost town. This is a ghost town.
Americans seemed uncertain what they should do, but they all seemed to believe they needed to be doing something. In San Francisco, as in many corners of the nation, parents rushed to schools to pick up their children. Others knew giving blood could save lives in New York.
Just was watching it and felt like I needed to do something, and this felt like the only thing I could do.
With phone traffic overloading circuits in New York. A ham radio operator in Miami did what he could to get anxious relatives answers about their loved ones.
Give Peter a call, J39JQ, and let him know his family's fine.
Talking seemed for many a catharsis.
The aftermath of the crash, the two World Trade Centers have now collapsed.
Both the towers are gone.
Not in 60 years had the world changed so dramatically, so quickly. John Zarella, CNN, Miami.
So what was it like to witness the attack on the World Trade Center? Some remarkable amateur video now from Dr. Mark Heath, who went to see if he could help victims of the first attack and wound up being caught in the second.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help, because I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Can I get a toot? I'm just in a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you. This is the car I hid behind. It saved my life. Oh, wait, maybe it was this one. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
Oxygen. Don't have oxygen.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, that guy needs some oxygen if someone can share it with him.
10-4.
Thanks. They told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area. See if I can help, so that's what I'm doing. They won't let me go any closer. No one can go in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on. So far, I've just seen some people who needed oxygen from the dust. And it was one trauma. Gonna go wash my eyes out. Yeah, that almost made it worse. Looking north on the West Side Highway. You guys going in?
Yeah.
Come with you. You know, you might not want to get too much closer, because the more buildings could come down, then we're not going to help anybody.
All right.
I think we should. Yeah.
Where's the incident come out?
Let's just. Yeah. Okay. Let's just wait right here. Let's just station up right here, okay?
All right, Doc.
Why don't we set up? Can you hang IVs from this pole here?
Okay.
Okay.
Surgical gloves there, buddy.
We just heard another explosion. They're handing out gloves and masks. The consensus is it's too unsafe to go in there. Just gonna wait here until they bring some people out. I was hooked up with some firemen with some first aid stuff.
What do we got?
You know what?
Anything?
Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
Against all units that are available. We have a new command post on Murray Street and West Street. Any units available, reported with the roll up to
Any suggestions? Should we set up here for medical work?
Again, that amateur video from Dr. Mark Heath, an amazing act of bravery trying to help.
And another glimpse of what has been an extraordinarily public tragedy unfolding in front of television cameras and, as a result, in front of the whole world.
And it's been 19 hours now since the first plane hit the World Trade Center building. Let's take a look at the scene now, 19 hours later.
Mark, turn around.
What you're looking at is a nightmare that is going to continue well beyond dawn. You can see the emergency crews at work and the mess of what was one of the great financial centers of the world, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. 110 stories in 2 buildings brought down, a 47-story building in the same complex brought down as well. And that's what remains, dirt and rubble, and somewhere in it, an uncounted number of people, alive and dead. There are in some places 2 feet of soot and paper. In other places, a mound of rubble, and firefighters are on the scene, emergency workers are on the scene, trying to find out who, if anyone, is still in there.
Including some firefighters, more than 300 who are unaccounted for and feared dead. Several dozen police officers also who all rushed to the scene to try and help.
President Bush spoke to the nation some time ago. He said thousands of people may be dead. We do not know. The author of the attacks still unknown. The means that they took control of the 2 planes that crashed into the Twin Towers still unknown. But there are details of this story emerging from the United States, from elsewhere around the world. We'll have full details at the top of the hour.
Besides those that are feared dead, possibly in the thousands, in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center buildings, there have been 266 passengers on the 4 hijacked planes. And as we mentioned, the more than 300 New York firefighters still missing. 50. Acts of terrorism that are almost beyond comprehension. Hijackers seized control of 4 planes, including 2 that crashed into the World Trade Center.
The Pentagon shares a similar fate as the U.S. vows to hunt down and punish those responsible.
We have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people, acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country.
Thousands may have perished. The search is on for the living. From CNN Center, I'm Jonathan Mann.
And I'm Relita Vasilova. September 11th, 2001 began like most other Tuesdays in the United States. Millions of Americans awoke, many heading off to work, others perhaps to the airport. But normalcy ended at 8:48 a.m. Eastern Time when this happened. An airliner crashed into the North Tower, New York's World Trade Center. It had been diverted by hijackers. They'd also commandeered 3 other jets, 1 minute after the first, slamming into the Trade Center's South Tower. That was the end of a prominent part of the city's skyline for the past 3 decades. It was also the end of thousands of lives. The next hijacked plane fell from the sky as well, this time devastating a section of the Pentagon, the hub of military operations in the United States. An unknown number killed there. Finally, the 4th aircraft crashed into Pennsylvania's rural Somerset County. As in the case of the other 3 planes, all aboard were killed.
It is being called America's newest day of infamy, a horrible tragedy, a horrendous turning point in history. Our colleague Garrick Utley joins us now from New York. Garrick?
John, there comes a point in a tragedy like this where the initial shock that numbs the body and the mind gives way to the body somehow dealing with it, minds functioning once again and getting to work. And that's what's happening behind us, our position here in Lower Manhattan. The rescue work continues. It is a 24-hour a day and night operation. These are some of the latest images from the Trade Center area. We see the heavy equipment that's been moved in, fire hoses still being played on the building, although the fire, as far as we know, is largely out. There's still considerable amounts of dust in the air, and they will continue because of the work itself, which is going on there. Now, we know that when the 2 towers, each more than 100 floors high, collapse, there are thousands of lives, no doubt, lost inside. But to try to give a sense of who was in there, what this rescue operation is going after, here are some of the companies, the tenants in the World Trade Center. Major companies like Morgan Stanley, financial giants, it had 22 floors at the World Trade Center. New York State Blue Shield, Blue Cross had 10 floors. Credit Suisse, First Boston, and one of the major international institutions had a large operation there. Sun Microsystems had at least 2 floors in one of the Trade Center towers. And the Oppenheimer Funds Incorporated was on 4 floors. Hundreds and thousands of employees of these firms trapped there and believed, almost all of them, most certainly lost. The rescue efforts there are continuing, and there are still the stories coming in, the individual stories of those who were in the building and escaped with their lives. And what we want to present to you right now is some of these eyewitness accounts as they occurred this day and recorded by our CNN camera teams and reporters. Here they are.
I was walking to work about 8:45, going south down Manhattan Island. Looked like a 737 jet. Went straight into the north side of the World Trade Center. Went in, looked like slow motion, and it looked like something out of a movie.
Well, we were watching CNN actually, and they were telling us, you know, that World Trade Center 1 got hit. People were screaming, calm down, nothing is happening here. But at that moment, at exactly that moment, the plane hit us.
Holy shit! When that second plane hit, a huge fireball in the sky, an explosion that kind of knocked you back. Then you look up in the blue sky and you see all this debris coming and flying. Everybody's running like a riot.
Get out! Get out! The tower collapsed, and it was just a big onrush of ash and smoke and people running. It was horrible.
It was complete dark, there is no light. So thank God somebody with little light came up because we could not even see what's happening. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
When the explosion went off and everything went black and my lungs filled up with the debris, I just thought, you know, okay, I might die here.
I was about 5 blocks away. What we did see were people jumping out of the building in suits. It was unbelievable.
I came down here with about 25 police officers. We went inside. We were effecting an evacuation on the 2nd floor. We were helping people out of the building while we still weren't sure exactly what happened. Then we heard stuff coming down. The next thing I know, it was complete darkness. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. The building had come down. And how I got out, I don't know. I'm very blessed. Myself, my CO, and one other officer shouldn't be here, but we got out.
Some of the eyewitness accounts today, and this is a live scene of 8th Avenue in Manhattan, looking down to lower Manhattan, and as you can see, it is empty. You can't drive down there. Nobody is driving, even in the parts of Midtown Manhattan, which are still open to traffic. The city has been dead tonight. Of course, it's a little after 4 a.m., but usually at this time, there's plenty of activity and life in these concrete canyons of Midtown New York City, but not on this evening. People are home, people are sleeping. And one of the things that really shows how a city like this, a city of more than 7 million people, has been affected is a very simple thing. By 4:10 a.m. in the morning Eastern Time, we'd be having the first editions of the morning newspapers, the New York Times, the Daily News, and the New York Post. We don't have them yet. Why? The reporters and editorial offices are just a few blocks from here. The Daily News is just right over here, 1 block away. But their printing presses several years ago were moved outside of Manhattan, where real estate is cheaper. They're across the Hudson River over there in New Jersey. Some of them are over in Queens in that direction. The tunnels are closed. The bridges are closed. Obviously, they'll get the papers into town at some point. But as of right now, on this Wednesday morning, there are no newspapers in New York, as New Yorkers will soon be waking up. Back to you now in Atlanta.
Thank you, Garrick. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani says the dimension of his city's tragedy will be very large in terms of casualties, the death toll more than likely in the thousands. But he says search and rescue officials will keep going, keep hoping, and keep praying.
The rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
Joining us now with the latest on the search and rescue efforts in New York is Michael Okwul. Michael, what can you tell us?
Hi, Relitza. Just moments ago, we saw 3 victims transported and brought here into St. Vincent's Hospital. It is unclear, I should say, whether any of those victims sustained injuries having anything to do with the World Trade Center attack. For the most part, it has been very quiet here. We haven't seen any action outside of those 3 victims brought in here moments ago and in more than about 2 to 3 hours now. For the most part, what we've seen here is a handful of medical personnel. We've seen gurneys, and just next to them we have office furniture essentially covered in sheets, all there and set up presumably to transport some of what they hope will be many of the survivors who may still be possibly trapped near the twisted litter and metal and rubble of Lower Manhattan, which is just 5 minutes due south of here. St. Vincent's Hospital, as you may know at this point, has become the main triage and trauma center here in New York. Some moments ago, at about 10:30 actually last night, hospital officials told us that 327 patients were admitted here, 50 to 55 of whom were at that time in critical condition. And of course, they have pronounced 3 people dead here on the scene. Earlier today, my colleague Greg Clarkin spoke to one of the doctors here at St. Vincent's.
Well, there's a whole host of injuries, anything you'd see in any other kind of major trauma. Obviously a lot of broken bones, cuts and bruises, but a lot of blunt trauma, chest trauma, head trauma, things like that. Well, I mean, the longer people are buried, I think the more severe the injury, and there's going to be a lot of smoke and gas inhalation, and people are going to be dealing with that in the next 12 to 24 hours, I believe.
Now, earlier this evening, Governor George Pataki of New York visited the hospital. He said that he visited with many of the victims who were brought here, as well as to the doctors who were trying to perform feats of heroism. He said that their stories were unusual. And on this night in New York, it's very difficult to imagine describing it as anything other than that. Back to you guys.
Michael, thanks very much. All day Tuesday, firefighters struggled to bring a massive blaze under control at the Pentagon after a hijacked plane hit the building at 9:38 a.m. local time. Overnight, the search has been underway for the dead and missing, and last information we have is that the fire itself is still burning. Bob Franken has the latest. Bob?
Well, John, actually smoldering is more like it. They're hoping that they can have it enough under control that at about daybreak they can peel away the wall, the part that was hit by the plane, and start to go through the rubble, looking to see who's inside, looking for casualties, looking for the human cost of this tragedy, which of course hit New York but has also hit the Pentagon, the sign of military strength in the United States. As you can see, people have been around the building now for so many hours. It was about 9:40 yesterday morning that this happened, and all day and all night and throughout the night they have been climbing around the building, dealing with the fire inside, allowing it to burn out, spending so much time. Now, at the very same time, there was still work going on there. There are plans to, in fact, put ships out to sea on both coasts to protect the west coast, where an entire flotilla of ships is going out, including the aircraft carrier Stennis. On the east coast, the Kennedy and other ships have gone out along to protect the east coast of the United States. And in the area of the Middle East, there are ships that are, in fact, were scheduled to come back to the United States, but they're being kept there. The Enterprise in particular, the aircraft carrier and its retinue of ships. So at the same time, the United States is still trying to recover from the shock, particularly the shock here to its military establishment, the center of its military activity, the Pentagon. Military plans are very slowly developing when it comes time for retaliation. John?
Bob Franken, thanks very much. A fourth hijacked plane crashed in a rural area of Pennsylvania. The United Airlines Boeing 757 was headed from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco with 45 people on board when it went down. Intelligence sources say they believe the intended destination was another government target, possibly Camp David, the presidential retreat. There was some speculation that the plane was shot down, but the military denies it. Local emergency officials say a man who identified himself as a passenger on the flight called by cell phone just 10 minutes before the plane crashed. That was how authorities learned the plane had been hijacked.
In a 5-minute address to the nation, a grim-faced President George W. Bush said the United States would make no distinction between terrorists and those who harbor them. The president said thousands of lives were claimed by the, quote, evil, despicable act of terror, end of quote. He branded the attacks, quote, mass murder, and said those responsible would be hunted down.
These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
American forces overseas have been put on high alert. The U.S. European Command in Germany says it is taking steps to ensure the security of the troops and their families. For more, we're joined by our correspondent Tom Bogdanovich at the U.S. base in Ramstein, Germany. Tom.
Good morning. Well, let me first tell you about what's going on at the German equivalent of the World Trade Center. That was evacuated this morning after a bomb threat. 4,000 people work in that very tall tower. But I understand that that has been calmed down. Everybody is back at work. So that's the German Messeturm. The motor show, which is taking place in Frankfurt here, that is going on as normal, although all parties and that sort of thing have been cancelled. It's a very subdued show. I'm standing right outside the Frankfurt airbase, the Rhein-Main airbase. This is at maximum security alert. We saw that the soldiers were checking for the Air Force were checking every single car going in there. Engines were being examined, mirrors were being used, dogs were being used. Where we're standing now is the nearest that we're allowed to go to the base at present. We're not allowed to stand in front of the front gate. This base is not actually an active base. There are no planes here. It was due to be closed down in 1995, but it was kept going because of the Kosovo crisis. This airbase is actually right next to the Frankfurt airport, so it can take very large planes. There's a runway here and it can take large cargo planes. If there were to be any operations in Europe, then this base would definitely be used because it can take those planes. So this base could be active again. In terms of what the German government is doing, we've just been hearing from Chancellor Gerhard Schröder. He's expressed his solidarity with America. He's described the act as a declaration of war against civilization, and he's announced that there'll be a 5-minute silence at 10 o'clock on Thursday, and all workers and executives will participate in that. There's a memorial service today with all faiths. That's at St. Hedwig's Cathedral in Berlin. Back to you in Atlanta.
Tom, thank you. John?
The editor of an Arabic language newspaper published in London says he received a warning 3 weeks ago. He believes the warning came from Islamic fundamentalists close to suspected terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden. The warning was of a huge and unprecedented attack, but it offered no specifics. The editor says there are several groups capable of such an operation.
It could be a work of consortium of many organizations, Islamic organizations, which they declared war against the United States. You know, the anti-American feeling is very high now in the Middle East and the Muslim world because what's happening on the occupied territories, and many people accuse the United States of actually helping the Israeli and protecting them. So the groups like Bin Laden and other Islamic fundamentalists, actually, they would like to come out and say, look, you know, we are targeting the United States. The United States is supporting the Muslim and Arab enemies, which is the Israeli, and we are taking revenge of what's happening. So we learned from sources that, you know, they are really at work to hit the American target, but nobody expected that this target will be in New York itself or in the Pentagon. So the place of the attacks was surprising to everybody.
Afghanistan's ruling Taliban are harboring bin Laden. Only hours after the attack, several explosions rocked the perimeter of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. The United States said it had nothing to do with the Afghan explosions. The Taliban opposition first denied and then claimed responsibility for them. CNN correspondent Nick Robertson is in Kabul to help us sort it out. Nick, what's going on there?
Well, Jonathan, a few hours after those explosions, we were in touch with the Northern Alliance, that is a group of fighters and political leaders controlling the last 5% of Afghanistan the Taliban have yet to gain control of. They told us that they were responsible for those attacks, and shortly after that confirmation, Taliban officials, ministerial officials, also told us that the city had been attacked by the Northern Alliance. They said they were attacked by helicopters firing missiles. Certainly we could see the missiles flying across the city. Certainly we could see an ammunition dump on fire, and also hear aircraft in the air. Taliban officials also tell us today that 2 aircraft and workshop facilities at Kabul airport were damaged. 2 Antonov aircraft, one the national airline Ariana and one a military aircraft were damaged on the airfield. But certainly from here in Afghanistan, what happened last night in Kabul was part of an ongoing civil war, spurred on by the fact that a key leader in the north was the subject of an assassination attempt over the weekend. Very unclear if he's still alive. This morning in Kabul, United Nations aid workers have been preparing to leave. They're being reduced to a skeleton staff here. And workers from other international charity organizations, non-governmental charity organizations, have been preparing to leave. Of 10 German groups in the city, we understand that 4 are leaving today, and certainly some of them we've already seen today driving out of their compounds and leaving the city. Taliban, of course, Jonathan, very swift to move in this situation and say that bin Laden was not responsible and that Afghanistan condemns terrorism. A certain amount of apprehension here in the leadership circles about what could happen in the coming days and weeks. And the Taliban very swift to put their stamp of what happened, the responsibility here, very clearly that they are not responsible, they say. Equally, they say they believe bin Laden not responsible as well, Jonathan.
Nick, many people in the United States are calling this an act of war, though they're not naming the enemy who presumably carried it out. Does Afghanistan, does the leadership there feel like it's being drawn into a war? Are they preparing for one?
Well, when asked about that last night, Taliban Foreign Minister Wakil Ahmed Mutawakil was clear. He said that Afghanistan had not been directly accused yet, and he said that it was not necessary for Afghanistan to take any precautions such as to go on a heightened state of security alert, secure airfields and other such areas. He said that wasn't necessary at this time. Afghanistan and bin Laden, he said, had not been accused openly. However, they are very concerned about the situation right now, Jonathan.
Nick Robertson in Kabul, thanks very much. Elita?
John, for more analysis now, we're joined by Magnus Ranstorp, who's the Deputy Director of the Center for the Study of Terrorism and Political Violence at St. Andrews University. Mr. Ranstorp, thank you very much for joining us. Your thoughts on who could have carried out these attacks?
Well, it's perhaps too early to say right now who would be responsible for the attacks. It could be a combination of a consortium of groups. It could be possibly state involvement. But I think most of the money, most of the attention is focused on bin Laden. Perhaps not him personally, but many of his lieutenants and his network of followers that are distributed all around the world. His organization is truly a multinational enterprise with not only followers from many different nationalities, but also have financial infrastructure all around the world. And there has been a massive intelligence-led effort ever since 1996, when he declared an open war against America, to try to track down not only him and his followers, but also his financial assets.
Where did intelligence fail in this case?
The organization, given the fact that they have fought the Soviet, or members of the organization have fought the Soviet Union for over a decade, they are well skilled in guerrilla techniques and in terrorism techniques. They understand how the West gathers intelligence. They have therefore avoided signals intelligence in terms of using satellite phones and so forth that figured previously in some of the information we have about bin Laden himself. The United States and other intelligence agencies have a great difficulty, given the decentralized nature of the organization, in being able to infiltrate it. Many of the followers we are unaware of in terms of their nationality, and therefore most governments, most intelligence agencies do not have lists of these operatives. However, there are certain nationalities that have figured at the top end of the core of bin Laden's and Al-Qaeda as an organization. Those being principally Egyptian, but also Algerian, particularly following Al-Qaeda's ability to infiltrate the armed Islamic group in Algeria in 1997-98 and set up an infrastructure in Europe.
You're certainly pointing out to the complexities of the post-Cold War era, where it is very difficult to pinpoint terrorist attacks.
Yes, it's very difficult because you you have individuals, groups that can overcome asymmetry of power using very conventional, yet as we have witnessed yesterday, through very conventional means, simple means, cause catastrophic mass casualty events.
Mr. Ranstorp.
And we are
yes, finish your thought.
And we have been facing a new kind of terrorism, a faceless enemy that does not claim any credit anymore, that is interested in retribution, that is interested in mobilizing forces against the dominance of the West and the United States in particular. And in particular, vis-a-vis bin Laden, over the issue of continued U.S. presence in the Gulf. He have advocated and mobilized and tried to use the issue of Jerusalem as a cause to get more popularity. And of course, the Iraqi population suffering under the sanctions.
Mr. Ranstrup, thank you very much for speaking with us. John.
U.S. financial markets, including the New York Stock Exchange and the Nasdaq, will remain closed Wednesday. In Asia, markets fell decisively right from the open. Richard Quest has the latest now on Asia and European trading as well. Richard?
Yes, indeed, Jonathan. The markets in Asia pretty much followed the trend that had been seen in Europe. Of course, there was no trading in the United States on Tuesday, so it was really left to Europe and to Asia to give the financial world's reaction to what was being seen. There were very sharp reduction in values. Tokyo was off some 6%. In Hong Kong, the Hang Seng Index down 8%. At the moment, we're seeing something of a turnaround. We'll get to that in a second. Across the financial world, central bankers have been trying to talk confidence into the market. The Bank of Japan, the European Central Bank, the US Fed, they've all said that they stand ready to add cash, to add so-called liquidity to the market. That can be in the provision of cash to ATMs for people withdrawing money out of panic, or to companies who are suddenly finding themselves in a credit crunch. OPEC has said it also stands by to provide greater supplies of oil in the event that prices should exceed supply. That would be, of course, very bad for the world economy, and there had been fears that the rise in price which you saw in the last 24 hours would continue. It doesn't seem to be at the moment. Overall, all financial agencies, all central banks are aiming to build confidence in the world business system, as Bob Hormats, the vice chairman of Goldman Sachs, explained.
G7 particularly have to work together to restore confidence by showing that they're working together on this. It's not just one country, it's the overall financial world that needs to have confidence restored, and the G7 leaders need to do that together.
And to that end, they will take whatever measures they deem necessary, cutting interest rates, providing money to the markets. The European markets are open. We'll now catch up with what's been happening. Liz George is at the London Stock Exchange with an update. Liz George.
Richard, thanks very much indeed. It's extremely sombre here in the city. In fact, there's an eerie quietness. Normally on a morning at this particular time in the morning, you see the streets very packed, commuters coming into work. Today, the streets are extremely quiet. There's hardly any traffic around, just a few people walking into work. And one of the most extraordinary things, of course, as well, is that there's not even any aircraft noise. Now, the city is normally in the flight path, and of course, there are no aircraft coming across either. So there's an awful lot of quietness. A very, very somber feeling here. The links between the financial markets here in London and the financial markets in New York are extremely strong. And traders, investors, people in the city really thinking very hard about their colleagues, their co-workers, their friends in New York that perhaps are missing, that they haven't heard from. So there really is a great deal of quietness, and that's pervading onto the trading floors as well. Extremely somber, very light trading. People really waiting to see what's going to happen. Trading rooms extremely empty today. I was talking to one analyst earlier on, Jeremy Batson of NatWest Stockbrokers, about the mood yesterday when this news actually broke across the trading floors, and he was saying there was a huge feeling of panic, just a gut reaction, a massive amount of selling going on. But he was saying that as people begin to take time to think about it, then the markets are going to come back slightly, and that's what we've seen them doing today as people just digest this mood. So the markets at the moment are rising slightly, but they've been wavering all over the place. Now let's go to Maggie Lake in our New York bureau.
Liz, hi there. As you can imagine, everyone here is still reeling from the news today. We won't find out how markets react. All financial markets are closed in the United States. For many companies, their first concern, especially for those in New York and the lower part of Manhattan, are making sure that all their employees are accounted for. We've seen some companies running banners on the news stations across the bottom asking their employees to call numbers to make sure that they get a final head count. You know, personal safety is going to be the first concern here. There are a lot of worries about what this will do to consumer confidence. We were already having many fears about whether the U.S. economy was facing recession. This type of unprecedented action here in the United States, we're just not clear what kind of impact this will have on consumer confidence at a very fragile time. We'll have to wait some days before that is evident. We will not have stocks trading in the U.S. tomorrow. We also understand that Instinet is not trading U.S. stocks in Europe until we're able to come out of this. One of the big focuses when we are up and running again, of course, will be the insurers, as is often the case here with so much damage and loss of life. There are two areas really of insurance that are going to be covered, which is liability and property. And some of the last time, you know, it's eerie. We have been through this before at the World Trade Center. Many of the people coming out saying this is round two for them, and hopefully the last time out, insurers paid $510 million in damages in the wake of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. They're a big focus. I know that they're suffering losses abroad in both Asia and Europe in terms of insurers. Some of the companies last time that were affected: American International, Hartford Services, Cigna, which sold its U.S. property insurance to the Bermuda insurer ACE, and Lloyd's of London. Of course, we do not know if they are the companies that will again be facing liabilities on this side. We have had a statement from Chubb already, but we are going to have to wait until we can sift through them. You know, as I said, a lot of these companies at least have some satellite offices, even if they're not these insurance companies. Others that are involved in life have satellite companies down there. We understand that Paul O'Neill, the Treasury Secretary, is making his way back to the U.S. Obviously, as Richard mentioned, the Fed has come out and said they will provide the liquidity needed to keep the markets moving. So still a sense of shock here, but hopefully things will slowly get back to business. I also should mention that a lot of employers will keep their people home tomorrow and not bring them into Manhattan. So we're going to slowly grind forward here. Liz? Actually, I think we're going to Jonathan Mann, perhaps. Jonathan?
Maggie Lake, thanks very much. There is enormous uncertainty now. The money is one thing, but the center of everyone's concern, of course, the people. It could be weeks before the fate of all those who are in or near the World Trade Center is known. Michael Holmes has more.
Move it! Come on!
Even in the chaos of the aftermath, it was clear the casualty list would be obscenely long.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know. You don't want to know the things that we are stepping over. It was horrific, absolutely horrific.
Survivors, the walking wounded, and those who were just passing by the World Trade Center, ghost-like, covered in dust and ash and disbelief.
If you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh my God.
Everybody was on top of each other trying to come down, and then somebody finally calmed the crowd down to get them to come down the stairs in an orderly fashion and get them out of the building.
The dust was everywhere, blanketing entire city blocks, an eerie war zone scene, stunned survivors being guided to buses or simply walking silently away from the scene. Emergency workers did their job.
Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay? Okay.
Witnesses spoke of how eerily calm the survivors, even the injured, appeared to be. People ran, but there was little hysteria. The buildings housed thousands of workers. Thousands more visited each day. It will be days, maybe weeks, before the number of dead is known. It could be in the thousands. It all depends on how many of those 10,000 workers managed to evacuate before the buildings collapsed. The injured are easier to count, and they too number in the thousands. There are 170 hospitals in the New York area, and all were on maximum alert, many swamped with casualties. Injuries ranging from shock and asthma attacks brought on by that dust, through to broken bones and severe head injuries. And then there were the burns. Hundreds of people burned from head to toe, said one doctor. Here, another on what he saw.
There was one, a burn patient. I mean, it's very difficult to see burn patients. They're charred. They're charred. Their skin is coming off. They're in tremendous pain, and you know, it's tremendous suffering.
Officials were worried about blood supplies, but as soon as that became known, hundreds of New Yorkers lined up to donate. as did Americans across the country, jamming donation centres. Disaster relief agencies working with the military to transport thousands of pints of blood to New York City and to Washington, where survivors of the Pentagon attack were also in need. Among the dead and injured in New York, hundreds of firefighters, rescue workers, police officers, people who'd gone to the scene after the first plane crashed into the Twin Towers to help the injured and evacuate the survivors. They were inside when the buildings collapsed, and at last count, more than half of the 400 firefighters who went to the scene never reported back. Michael Holmes, CNN.
Assuming they got any sleep overnight, Americans will be waking up this day to headlines that will probably still seem very unreal. In some ways, this might be seen as the day the 21st century really began for the American people. Back now to New York, and once again, our Garrick Utley.
Well, really, it's talking or speaking of headlines, we've just got the first edition of one New York newspaper. It's the New York Post. As you can see here, act of war is on the front page. Get it right there. World Trade Center bombed, and there's a picture, a still photo of that one plane heading into one of the World Trade Center towers. We're still waiting for the New York Daily News and the New York Times. They're having trouble getting their papers in, as the Post did, from across the rivers where the printing plants are located, because the bridges and the tunnels have been closed. Today we see many of these images, and yet things that were not captured on videotape can also be very telling and very important. For example, early this evening I experienced two or three things. The skies were quiet over Manhattan after the explosions occurred, because air traffic, of course, had been grounded. Until about 7 o'clock this evening, and suddenly I was outside and I heard a noise, a strange noise. It was a U.S. Air Force fighter plane flying over Manhattan. One fighter, rather high, streaking across this city. Never heard that before here. A few minutes later, trying to get transportation. There are no taxis in town, very few buses or subways running. At the edge of Central Park, where tourists love to come, there is one of those horse-drawn carriages, the hansom cabs. Just one, a horse, the carriage, and its rider, its driver, looking for fares, alone in an empty street at Central Park South. But there were no customers out on the streets this evening. Finally, you find a bus, get on a New York City bus, and guess what? No charge. Everybody rides free these days and these nights in Manhattan. Those are some of the little things that aren't recorded on videotape, and here now are some of the pictures we've really been seeing over these past several hours. Let's go to them once again. We saw this extraordinary sight, the Exodus. We really can't call it anything more than that. People leaving Manhattan this afternoon. Maybe you've seen these scenes before. In lower Manhattan, the Brooklyn Bridge, famous to so many people. Just look at that. And look how orderly everyone is. Concern, anxiety, certainly, but order. No panic here. Amazing in view of what had just happened a few minutes before, after the planes struck the building. It comes down. Only 30, 31 years old, the World Trade Center towers, and down they came. Down they came after the fire in the towers reached 1,500 or 1,600 degrees or even more. That melted the steel. As it melted the steel, shell or frame, the floors collapsed, each on the other, and down they came into rubble. And amid this, the chaos, understandable chaos, confusion, fear, fleeing, the pure, basic human instinct of self-preservation. And yet, even in these scenes, again and again, the reports of how many individuals helped each other, helped pull them along, their friends, their colleagues. And tonight, the rescue efforts continue. Heavy machinery as well as floodlights, runoff portable generators have been brought in. There are up to 10,000 rescue workers in Manhattan, working day and night. Still no estimates as to what the casualties will be in the World Trade Center bombings, but the work continues. It has only begun. Which also raises another question, a question that New Yorkers will be asking as they get up this morning, and perhaps people across the nation will be asking too. Was this it? Is it now over? As horrendous as it was, Was the taking down of the two towers here, the bombing of the Pentagon, the bombing of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania, is that the end of this terrorist attack by whomever organized it? Or could there be more attacks? We don't know. We don't want to raise any undue concern. But the fact that New York City security officials and federal officials, security officials, are saying keep the bridges and the tunnels closed tomorrow, keep the airports closed, keep the planes grounded, means they are obviously very concerned that there may still be another attack out there, some terrorist out there. Earlier this evening, bomb squads could be seen racing through the city, checking out every suspicious vehicle. They don't know, the security people, we don't know. And of course, we'll never know until it happens again if it does. Ralitza?
Garrick, certainly that there is a massive loss of a sense of security that Americans will have after this event.
Certainly, there's no question about this. This is, as has been said many times today, the single most traumatic direct attack on American territory and lives since December 7th, 1941. And this too will be a day that will last for many, many years in infamy. And yet, I think Americans are not totally surprised by this. Shocked, yes. Surprised, no. We understand the world today. We understand the dangers. We see what happens in the Middle East. We understand the terrorists in Afghanistan and elsewhere in this world. We see it via satellite all the time. We see it in the news. And so this scene is a reminder that, yes, it could happen again. It is, as somebody also observed looking at these documents, these memos, these expense accounts, the letters that floated down from the World Trade Center towers. Whatever the high-tech age has brought us, we are not yet a paperless society.
Garrick.
So much invested in those papers and those lives and in those jobs. Yes, Ralitza.
Garrick, thank you very much.
Back to you.
Many nations around the world are more familiar with terrorism than the United States had been, but still the reaction elsewhere has been enormous shock. CNN's Christian Amanpour joins us from London. Christian?
Jonathan, indeed, the day after, the sense of shock and naked fear is growing, not diminishing. Here, the normally staid British newspapers, the broadsheets, are using headlines like Doomsday America. The cerebral Financial Times has got a massive front page which says assault on America. And even the Figaro in France saying the new war. The sense here is that this is an act of unparalleled barbarism. It is not just the biggest single act of terrorism on US soil, but according to everybody I've asked, this is the single biggest recorded act of terrorism in our memory. We can't think of anywhere that something like this has happened, as far as we can see, way back even in 50 years. The British Cabinet is meeting in emergency security session today. The Prime Minister has gathered his Home Secretary, otherwise known as the Interior Minister, his Foreign and Defence Secretaries. They have issued statements, certainly last night, the British Prime Minister saying that all democracies and all the world must now unite, not only to defeat, but to eradicate this act of barbarism and these kinds of movements that create this kind of upheaval and disaster and calamity. The French President Jacques Chirac called this an attack on freedom itself. The German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder called it an attack on the entire civilized world. Presidents across Europe, from Russia to Italy to France to Germany, are all saying that the world, the democracies, must stand firm, not only offering moral support and sympathy to the United States, but a new resolve to combat this kind of naked aggression, they're saying. In the Arab world, all the moderate Arab leaders, most of whom are allies of the United States, have condemned this. Even Libya, which has its history of antagonism with the United States, has condemned this attack and has sent sympathy to the United States. The only country not doing so is Iraq, which, as we know, is in current state of ongoing war with the United States and, in fact, the United Kingdom. Here in Britain, there has been heightened security, not only at the airports where I flew in today, where there are policemen with submachine guns at the entrances to the airport. There are no planes allowed to fly over central London, but also in other areas of government buildings, there is a heightened state of alert, as there are in many other capitals. It is increasingly jittery. We've heard stories and reports of hoaxes hoaxes, fake bomb alerts, people being told they had to evacuate a building in Frankfurt only to discover that this in fact was not a real attack. And indeed Downing Street, the Prime Minister's residence here in Britain, was evacuated of all the journalists shortly before their national security meeting, and no reason was given for that. But a state of shock settling in here and around the world, Jonathan.
Christian Amanpour, thanks very much. Relita?
Now for more in the mood in Paris, we're joined by Jim Bitterman. Jim.
Yes, Relita, good morning. The news here has been dominated, of course, by the attack this morning. One of France's leading commentators said that we are entering a new world here this morning, a world which will be dominated between the conflict, will be dominated by the conflict between radical Islam and the West. And he said that September 11th will mark a pivotal date between the before and after that conflict. Afterwards, of course, there was swift reaction on the streets here in Paris.
Within hours of the attack in New York, the American embassy in Paris was closed and evacuated. The employees told to go home. It remains closed this morning, and there's no sign of when it might open again. At American institutions around town, there is much tighter security this morning. Most remain open. But American flags have been withdrawn from outside the buildings in case anyone should want to try another attack. At the American Cathedral, a service is scheduled for later on today.
Sont une épouvantable tragédie.
President Jacques Chirac went on television last night to call the American attacks a terrible tragedy. And he ordered a top security alert, which will mobilize thousands of French troops and put them on the streets of Paris. But so far this morning, there is little sign of any military activity, and it's not clear that there has been any specific threat to the country. Nonetheless, French on the street this morning were nervous about what happened in New York and feeling very vulnerable even here.
Oh, we don't feel in security nowhere now.
You don't feel secure anywhere?
Nobody is safe in his own country, and this is awful, I think.
There's a special meeting of France's anti-terrorism committee going on right now. Once again, the Interior Minister has emphasized that there is no specific threat against France. One leading newspaper here, as many have, compared the attack in New York to Pearl Harbor, but it took it one step further, saying that, like the attack on Pearl Harbor, perhaps the attack on New York will bring the United States out of its isolationism. Relitza?
Jim, what kind of offers for help to the U.S. are being contemplated?
The French have offered to do anything they can to help in this situation. I think they have sent some special teams to help look for victims in the rubble. But basically, there's not a whole lot they can do from here. They have canceled, by the way, I should have probably mentioned, they've canceled all further Air France flights today to the United States, just as a precautionary measure. So we're seeing that kind of global shutdown of the airlines that we saw yesterday afternoon. It looks like it's going to take place at least through part of the day today. Relitza?
Jim, thank you. John?
Beyond France, the European Union as a whole is trying to make its voice and concern known. Diana Muriel joins us now with the latest from a meeting of EU foreign ministers in Brussels. Diana?
That's right, John. In fact, there's a series of emergency meetings taking place here in Brussels. Right now, the European Commission is holding an emergency session. We'll be hearing more from them in a press conference in approximately an hour and a quarter, where Romano Prodi, the head of the European Commission, is likely to make some remarks, as well as Chris Patton, who's the Commissioner for External Relations. As you said, the European Union foreign ministers will also be holding a meeting this afternoon here in Brussels, and we'll be hearing more from them later. And NATO, which has cancelled a meeting in Budapest, the chiefs of NATO returning to Brussels. They'll be holding their own meeting later, and again a press conference. In fact, the Permanent Security Council of NATO is currently in its second meeting of the day in coordination with the US authorities coordinating security measures here in Europe. At the same time, the response here in Brussels is one of absolute shock. In fact, the Belgian authorities have provided a team of 5 medical officers who are specialists in burns from the burns unit of the major hospital here in Brussels. We understand that they will be sent to America in response to American requests for assistance, as well as 5 police officers from the federal police here who are specialists in identifying corpses. The airport in Brussels is at a state of high security. There is a lot of disruption to flights around the region. Of course, there are no flights to the US, to Canada, or indeed to Israel today. But the security measures will continue until further notice. We understand that no flights will be going to the US until approximately midday Washington time. But of course, that has to be confirmed. Back to you, John.
Diana Muriel, thanks very much.
And it has been an unbelievable and tragic 21 hours here in the United States today. Here are now some of the most enduring images that were caught on camera.
This just in, you are looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The plane was coming in. I noticed it a second before it hit the building. It looked like it was moving slowly, and it lined itself up to hit the building directly.
The doorman goes to me, wow, I never seen a plane flying so low. And we looked out at it, all of a sudden, boom, it seemed like it wasn't even real.
I'd say the whole takes about, looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out. And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Hold on just a moment. We got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
I'll tell you what's going on.
It just went ba-boom. It was like a bomb went off. And it was like holy hell coming down them stairs. And then when we finally got to the bottom, they were coming out on a mezzanine level there, and another explosion came right from it. Just everything went flying right in front of me. Everything just went boom.
There's a huge crowd, I'd say about hundreds of people on the streets that come from south to north. I've been really thousands of people that have been running from inside these buildings. You know, it's a very heavily trafficked area in downtown, the World Trade Center. Many of them were inside the building when they felt the explosion. And they say there was just pandemonium. There was no warning, no alarms, no anything. Everyone just raced from their desks.
There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
They started slowly evacuating the White House about 30 minutes ago, and then in the last 5 minutes, people have come running out of the White House and the old Executive Office building.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
Well, arriving at the Pentagon a short time ago, there was a huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon. The plume of smoke is enormous. It's a couple of 100 yards across. At its base, it is billowing into the sky.
There is a lot of confusion here at the Pentagon. It appears that something hit the Pentagon on the outside of the 5th corridor, on the Army corridor. Several Army officers I talked to reported hearing a big explosion, seeing shards of metal coming past their window. The Pentagon has been evacuated. Emergency services personnel were rushing to reports of several people trapped in the building. Most of the building's 24,000 people are outside of the building or in the center courtyard.
The White House is reporting that the Capitol building has been evacuated and the Treasury Department has been evacuated. Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, is exceptionally tense and clearly taking steps as if it is virtually under siege here.
There has just been a huge explosion. We can see a billowing smoke rising, and I'll tell you that I can't see that second tower, but there was a cascade of sparks and fire, and now it looks almost like a mushroom cloud explosion, this huge billowing smoke in the second tower.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind the car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help, because I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Yeah. Can I get a toot? I'm just getting a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you. This is the car I hid behind. It saved my life. Wait, maybe it was this one. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
Don't have oxygen.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, that guy needs some oxygen if someone can share it with him.
10-4.
Thanks. They told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area, see if I can help, so that's what I'm doing. They won't let me go any closer. No one can go in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on. So far, I just seen some people who needed oxygen from the dust. And that was one trauma. Gonna go wash my eyes out. Did we just heard another explosion? They're handing out gloves and masks. The consensus is it's too unsafe to go in there.
What are we going to
You know what?
Anything?
Why don't we just set this up as a little mobile hospital unit right here, okay?
Okay.
49 battalion gets all units that are available. We're having a new command post on Murray Street and West Street. Any units available, report it when you're all up to this.
We have a report now that a large plane crashed this morning north of the Somerset County Airport, which is in western Pennsylvania, not too terribly far from Pittsburgh, about 80 miles or so.
I don't think there are enough words in the English language, or there are enough appropriate words to describe the range of emotions that I think Pennsylvanians share with their neighbors in Virginia, New York, and the rest of America after literally witnessing the most brutal act of terrorism, perhaps in mankind, at least in recent history.
This is CNN.
The day after a massive and unprecedented terrorist attack on America, a nation mourns.
A major recovery effort is underway in Lower Manhattan right now, a search for thousands of innocent victims and hundreds of their rescuers who were lost in the destruction.
And good morning, I'm Vince Cellini along with Carol Lynn, and Lower Manhattan this morning lying in a mountain of rubble fewer than 24 hours after the world's worst ever terrorist attack.
That's right, Vince. Efforts are underway at this hour right now to find what is feared to be thousands of victims. Now here are some of the latest pictures, and as you can see, heavy equipment is now on the scene for helping.
Among the victims, more than 300 firefighters are missing, feared dead. They were among the first crews to enter the World Trade Center area after the initial plane crashes.
We also have new pictures of those terrible moments when two passenger jets became missiles aimed at the Twin Towers. More than 20 hours later, it is still seemingly unbelievable that this even happened. CNN's Garrick Utley is live in New York for the latest on the rescue operation. Garrick, do we yet know how many people survived, how many people died?
We can't even begin to speculate on that, Carol. The mayor, other government officials have said they're not even to try to guess, although the figure will obviously be in the thousands. It's now just after 5 a.m. as you well know, here on the East Coast of the United States, here in New York City. And this is the time that this metropolis usually starts to come to work, get up and get at it in the New York way, but not this morning. Nobody's really coming into town. The streets, even at this hour, are still empty. The only sounds we hear is the occasional siren of an ambulance or a police car racing around Manhattan Island. The rescue work, as we saw just a moment ago, is continuing. It has been going on all night down at the World Trade Center site. The generators or the floodlights were brought in. The fire department is still there. Rescue workers are starting to move the rubble, the giant earth-moving machine. But of course, this is going to go on for days and days. And what is really hard for many, I think, of us to understand or comprehend, that what seems to have been a trauma that has gone on for an eternity has really been with us for, what, 20 hours now. And it started under such different circumstances.
It was such a beautiful morning. The air was clear over Manhattan, the sky a rich blue. The two twin towers stood tall, anchored in bedrock of granite, so secure, so unshakable. And then, we have seen smoke and destruction before, but we've never seen madness like this, or catastrophe like this. It was a morning when words could only begin to express the horror.
It was like a blizzard, but a blizzard that wasn't cold, a blizzard that had no wind. It was just hot.
There was an enormous fireball. There was fire, debris falling to the ground, and then just a whole kind of mushroom of smoke that sort of just billowed up.
We knew that some of what happened this morning could happen, that there could be another attack on the World Trade Center as there was 8 years ago, that terrorists might attack the Pentagon and hijack commercial flights. But how could we imagine that all this could happen? That much of the government would be shut down, the capital of the United States evacuated, and the White House, that the president of the most powerful nation in the world would take evasive action for his own security. Across this nation, from airports closed down to home to workplace, we watched and tried to comprehend what we were seeing. It took time after the shock of the terror to digest the dimension of the human tragedy. We tried to imagine what those caught in the soaring towers, in the doomed planes in the Pentagon went through before the end. We can only wonder what happens next. The president vows action.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
Retaliation, even revenge, may feel sweet one day, but right now there are only the remnants of terror, the pain of the tragedy, and the tears.
And now there is the morning after and the days to come, and the morning newspaper, another one, has reached Manhattan Island, New York's Daily News, the largest circulating tabloid in the United States, the oldest one too. The headline is simply, "It's War," in red letters, pictures throughout the newspaper, as throughout the other journals coming out in this city and across the country this day. Really telling us nothing new, except that it's war. The question, of course, Carol, is if we know where the battleground is. It was right down here in Lower Manhattan. It was in the Pentagon today, or yesterday. The search there continues. The question is, where is the enemy? And that's what we will be asking for days and weeks to come.
Certainly.
Carol?
And how do we find the enemy? Thank you very much, Garrick Utley, reporting from New York. We will get to that matter in just a moment, but right now we want to talk about the recovery operation. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani says hospitals have so far treated 1,100 people. Catholic Cardinal Edward Egan arrived at St. Vincent's Hospital to administer last rites to a dozen victims. CNN's Michael Oku is monitoring the situation at St. Vincent's, and he joins us now live. Michael.
Carol, in a couple hours, most New Yorkers will awaken a city with a gaping hole in its skyline. But there is absolutely no lack of compassion or empathy in many of the people at this scene on this night. Walking along, I should say that many of the pedestrians here at St. Vincent's Hospital, which of course has become the main triage center here in New York, have greeted each other with knowing nods, which, as you can imagine, is not common practice here in New York. It's been a very strangely silent night. Just north of here, a couple blocks on 14th Street, the police department has set up barricades, and that's limiting the traffic just south of 14th Street to residents, police vehicles, and occasionally emergency medical vehicles whose sirens occasionally punctuate and break the eerie silence. Now, about 40 minutes ago, we saw 3 victims, and in fact, in the last 1 minute, we saw a 4th victim who we identified as a police officer. They were rushed into the hospital, but it is unclear whether any of those victims sustained injuries associated with the World Trade Center attack. Hospital officials here at St. Vincent's said that they have admitted 327 patients associated with the attack, 50 to 55 of whom were in critical condition as of 10:30 last night, Eastern Time. Many of those victims sustained severe burns, many of those burns to the face. Officials say that they will have another briefing at about 6:30 this morning, and we will be here, of course, live for that. Back to you, Carol.
All right, thank you very much. Michael Oku, outside of St. Vincent's Hospital this morning. It could be weeks before we know the absolute total number of people who were injured and killed. And of course, the hunt for suspects does go on. Last night, President Bush, in an Oval Office address, promised to hunt down those responsible, denounced this failed attempt, as he called it, to scare the United States. But what are the administration's options? Former State Department spokesman and former Assistant Secretary to the State Department, James Rubin, joins us now from our London bureau. Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning to you.
Well, certainly Americans will be waking up this morning asking, how could this possibly happen? And we have learned that just last month, security officials had warned about Osama bin Laden's threat to American installations overseas. Just last Friday, the State Department issued travel warnings to Americans. So how is it that the American intelligence community failed to detect that something like this could happen?
Well, I suspect that is the $64,000 question that's going to be examined day after day by the committees of Congress, by the intelligence community itself, and by the administration. Clearly, what we've seen is an attack not just on the United States, but on the nerve center of the civilized world, which is what the World Trade Center is. And I think in terms of the administration's options that you mentioned earlier, I think first and foremost, they're going to have to nail down if this really was Osama bin Laden. It certainly has all the fingerprints of an Osama bin Laden or his followers' attack. It follows closely on ideas that were discussed in previous attacks, namely to take over jetliners and crash them into American facilities. It follows on their attempt to destroy the World Trade Center before. So it has all the fingerprints of Osama bin Laden. I think the important point that President Bush stressed last night is that we are not going to allow governments to come up with ridiculous arguments, such as the Afghanistan government, that somehow Osama bin Laden, who's masterminding these attacks, is a guest of their country and therefore can't be turned over. We're now at war. The lower part of Manhattan is a war zone. The United States has never been attacked like this before. It looks, unfortunately, like it may be on the scale of Pearl Harbor in terms of the deaths of Americans by surprise. And Americans are going to respond to that war. And the key question is whether the President of the United States is going to be able to gather the civilized countries of the world, all of them, one by one, putting the question to them, are you on the side of the civilized peoples, the peoples who believe in not just freedom but in safety and security, or are you going to be on the side of these evil terrorists? And that diplomatic campaign has already begun, and it's going to be an enormous challenge because there's no way to combat this kind of terrorism and prevent it from happening again without the support of large numbers of countries in the world.
Which raises another question, Jamie. How far should the United States go in going after sympathetic governments who might be supporting Osama bin Laden? Of course, you know that it's thought that he's being harbored by the Taliban in Afghanistan. So even with a united front, what options do the administration have in going after the Taliban?
Well, I don't think there's any question that the Taliban are harboring Osama bin Laden. They've been doing so for some years now. I don't think there's any question that there are other individuals around the world who have been part and parcel of his fundraising apparatus and who have given aid and comfort to this enemy of the United States. In terms of military options, economic options, diplomatic options, at this point I think it would be premature for me to say, except to say that when people talk about military action, it should not be thought about as retribution. It should be thought about as preemption. This organization has acted before, time after time, against the World Trade Center, against the embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, against the USS Cole. If indeed they acted yesterday, as it looks like they did, they are going to act again. And the use of military force is not for some retribution or revenge, if it comes to that. It's to deter and preempt them from acting another time and killing even more people than we've seen in the last 24 hours.
So Jamie, take us into the process then. Take us into behind the scenes at the National Security Operation and at the State Department. what discussions are being had today, who is sitting at the table, and what decisions are likely needed to be made in the next 24 to 48 hours?
Well, I think on the domestic side, obviously, the emergency system is going to be put in place to try to help the city of New York and the state of New York deal with its tragedy in Lower Manhattan, and obviously the tragedy at the Pentagon and in Pennsylvania. On the foreign policy side, the national security side, I think the first order of business is to determine if there are any other potential capabilities for these terrorists to take over aircraft again, and I think by stopping the flights and changing the security apparatus by which pilots operate will be prime on the agenda. On the diplomatic side, I think what will be happening is that the Secretary of State or his representative now, because I gather he's flying back from Peru, will be asked to canvass the world's governments to try to ascertain the level of support we're getting from all of the key countries. We need a coalition against terrorism, and that coalition has to be more than just our NATO allies who are committed by treaty to defend the United States if it comes under attack, but also countries like Russia and moderate Arab states and other countries, perhaps even the Chinese, to commit with us in this battle against terrorism, so that if the Osama bin Laden organization is proved to be responsible, that those countries support us in whatever measures we need to take, not to act in revenge, but to act to prevent them from doing it again to another civilized country, because this is just the beginning of what they see as a permanent campaign against the United States and the civilized world. So I think all of those steps are being taken. And finally, there is a reassurance that has to take place, and I think President Bush has done a good job so far, but he and his administration need to do an even better job today, tomorrow, and in the weeks to come to reassure not only the American people that all these steps are being taken, but to reassure the financial markets, to make clear that the United States nerve center of commerce in Wall Street may have been attacked, but our nerves are made of steel, and we're going to go forward and continue our daily business in the business of America, because that's what these terrorists are trying to prevent. And he needs to convince every American citizen that they need to get up in the morning and do all the things they used to do, and do them perhaps with more care and more caution, but to not let the terrorists win by changing our freedoms or changing our habits.
James Rubin, former State Department spokesman from London. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Washington, D.C. was in the crosshairs of terrorism. Senior White House correspondent John King and national correspondent Bob Franken on the scene for us this morning in the nation's capital. First, let's go to John King. John.
Well, Vince, in the hours ahead, look for the administration to move aggressively on several fronts. First, an effort by the White House to make the case the federal government is doing all it can for the rescue and the relief operation. As part of that, there will even be a symbolic blood drive on the White House grounds this morning. Also, Secretary of State Colin Powell will be out making the round of morning news shows, also delivering remarks here in Washington, promising a thorough investigation and promising, as Jamie Rubin was just speaking about, to reach out to governments around the world to build a new coalition against international terrorism. Now, the president will awake this morning and be briefed once again by his national security team. He will also have a bipartisan meeting with the congressional leadership at the White House and deliver some public remarks after that statement. That, an effort by the White House to show continuity and resolve that the government is at work, even as the investigation and the rescue and relief efforts unfold. Now, Mr. Bush last night delivered a nationally televised address to the nation, certainly a defining moment for this president on a defining day for the country. Mr. Bush, speaking to the American people from the Oval Office, said the nation was gripped by what he called a quiet, unyielding anger.
The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation.
Now, Mr. Bush also said as the investigation continues, the United States would make, quote, no distinction between the terrorists and those who harbor them. The administration publicly saying the investigation continues privately, though we are told, at a national security briefing at the White House last night, as well as in private briefings to key members of Congress. Senior administration officials are saying that they are confident the evidence collected so far points to the suspected Saudi terrorist Osama bin Laden and associates and organizations affiliated with him. The administration promising to take retaliation when its investigation is completed. One official I spoke to last night after this meeting said they were going to take their time. This official saying they wanted to make sure they sorted this out before acting. Again, look for more words from the president later this morning after he receives an update on the latest on the investigation, as well as the relief and rescue operations underway at the Pentagon and in New York City. Vince?
Well, John, in reading some of the information you've transmitted to us overnight, United Flight 93, which crashed in Pennsylvania, may have had a more specific target. I wonder if you can elaborate on that.
Still some speculation involved in this, but we are told that law enforcement officials and other administration officials in their briefings to key members of Congress said that based on the information they have so far, they believe that that plane was turning south, heading toward Washington. Three possible targets. One, the presidential retreat of Camp David outside of Washington in Maryland. More likely, though, according to our sources, the White House or the U.S. Capitol. They believe that plane was ultimately headed for Washington. No explanation yet as to why it crashed in Pennsylvania, but that is what we are told. Key members of Congress are being told as the investigation unfolds. At least so far, they believe that the target for that plane was here in Washington. Vince?
White House senior correspondent John King, thank you very much. We'll be checking in with you throughout these early morning hours and into daylight on Wednesday. Well, the Pentagon is the nation's military nerve center and an important symbol of U.S. strength. On Tuesday, September 11, 2001, it was a target. Officials now say as many as 800 employees died in the attack on the Pentagon. CNN national correspondent Bob Franken is here with the latest. Bob?
Well, this morning, when regular business hours occur, there's going to be an attempt at a small victory. That is to say that the Defense Secretary has ordered that parts of the building that can be open for business will be open for business. That is a small victory over the big loss of yesterday when a plane crashed into it. You can see it in the back of me. We're going to find out, or start to find out as the day unfolds, just how significant, how big that loss is. Once daybreak occurs, officials are going to check to see if the fire has receded enough that they can go into the building, start combing through the rubble, and finding out in human terms just how many casualties there were. That, of course, is going to be an extended process. The Pentagon has just steadfastly refused to give away any information about the number of people who they expect might have been killed. They're talking about figures that might go into the hundreds, although the Pentagon says that some estimates that have gone as high as 800 may be far too high, but they're going to find the grim task of doing that. They're going to start that this morning. Business is still going on at the Pentagon. There is still military planning going on. There are some efforts, in fact, to make sure that the United States remains protected on both coasts. Flotillas of military ships, including aircraft carriers, have been sent to sea on both the east and west coast and along the coast of Hawaii to protect against any contingency. Nothing is expected in particular, but of course, this tragic day was not expected yesterday. Vince?
Bob, before we let you go, President Bush talked about how important it was to have business go on as usual. You touched on this. And how important is it to show some semblance of order, things taking place as they should at the Pentagon?
Well, it's going to be difficult to do that. It's quite interesting. Only about half of this building is really considered safe enough to conduct business, although, of course, it was not half that was really wiped out by the airplane that crashed into it. You can see in back of me there were 3 of the corridors that were hit. There is actually 17 miles of corridors in the Pentagon, and about half of that is going to be considered structurally unsafe, at least not proven to be safe, but that other half is going to be open for business. That is the half that will include so many of the vital functions here, the Military Command Center, the offices of the top-ranking people, the secretaries and deputy secretaries. Business will be going on there, and of course, it's business in time of crisis.
Thank you very much. CNN national correspondent Bob Franken.
Well, Vince, amid the chaos in New York and Washington, there was another hijacking and plane crash, and this time it was in Pennsylvania. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed in a field near Pittsburgh. There were 45 people on board, and no one survived.
What we're doing is maintaining the scene. We have 150 troopers, both mounted on horseback and on foot, in 2 separate perimeters, keeping the scene as pristine as possible. Protect it for the further investigation and to make sure that no one is injured through a biohazard or wants to get into the crime scene.
And just a few minutes ago, John King reported that government sources are telling CNN United Flight 93 was likely headed for a government target, possibly the White House, the Capitol, or even Camp David.
Well, so many people have outpourings of emotion. We'd like to hear from you, and to do that, you can contact us by email at this address, daybreak@cnn.com. Please include your name and where you are writing from, and this might be an opportunity for you to express your views on this terrible, terrible turn of events.
Also, as a service to our viewers, Vince, some of you might want to grab a pen or pencil throughout the day. We're going to be broadcasting telephone numbers where you can call for information about passengers, flights, that sort of thing. So these numbers will run throughout the morning, so go ahead and prepare for that if you need to. Also, a handful of people who died in the plane crashes had one last chance to say goodbye to their loved ones. In fact, one man called his family in San Francisco from United Flight 93.
That I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. Giving me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying, I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the airphone of the airplane.
In his seat.
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there, as if someone was speaking to him, and he said, it's something to the effect of, it's true, and then the phone went dead.
Her son, Mark Bingham, was on the flight that crashed in that field near Pittsburgh. Now, John Ogonowski was the captain of American Airlines Flight 11, and his plane crashed into one of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center. His family spoke out yesterday.
I ask all of you for your prayers, for as I refer to him as Brother John. And I ask you to also pray for our whole country today in this tragedy that's impacting our whole country.
Mr. Ogonowski leaves a wife and 3 daughters. Vince?
4 planes hijacked and brought down in one day. It has many questioning the safety of the sky. Paul Baum is the editor of Aviation Security International, a former security chief at TWA, and he joins us from London this morning. Good morning, Mr. Baum.
Good morning to you.
Sir, this is the question that many Americans are asking right now. How could this happen? How could 4 commercial airliners be hijacked in the morning? And it's just beyond belief. How did it happen?
Absolutely, it is an absolute tragedy, the real nightmare scenario for the aviation security industry and of course for the American people and the world as a whole. The only thing that could have been worse would have been if it had been a chemical or biological attack on one of these cities. It would appear that the real failing has been on the intelligence side in preventing these incidents. In the past, intelligence has worked. You only have to go back to 1995 when American intelligence basically thwarted, in what was known as the Bojinga plot, the blowing up of 12 American airliners on one single day. That day, American intelligence worked. September the 11th, 2001, unfortunately, it all fell apart. And what the pictures that we've all been witnessing are those of really of a war scene. You could have been seeing those pictures of the Balkans or of the Middle East, and yet this was downtown Manhattan, downtown Washington. And that just sort of reminds me of...
Excuse me, Mr. Baum, you talked about the overall picture and intelligence, but what about the basics of airport security? And that is these people commandeering a plane. Would we be shocked at how easily that can be done and how easily it might have been done yesterday?
I'd love to say that I was shocked. Truth is, I wasn't. I was shocked by the outcome and the fact that probably at least 12 people could have decided to go to their deaths in such a tragic manner and bringing and killing so many other innocent people in the process. Yes, airport security procedures are going to have to be reviewed, especially domestically in the United States. I don't think it's a surprise that they targeted American Airlines and United Airlines, basically the two giants of the aviation industry. It used to be Pan Am and TWA. It's no surprise that they targeted flights that were going to the West Coast, to San Francisco and Los Angeles, so that on impact, those planes would have been carrying far more fuel than any other aircraft in the sky. So the impact would have been that much greater. But certainly domestic aviation security is going to have to be reviewed. But that said, it's not such an easy thing to do. In Europe, we have a situation where only the passengers can go to the gates. In the United States, as many of your viewers will be well aware, anybody meeting or greeting passengers can go through the security checkpoints and up to the gates, meaning that there's an increased stress on the screeners.
Mr. Baum, maybe as a security expert, you can tell us exactly what pilots and flight attendants are instructed to do in case of an emergency, in case of a hijacking. What are their immediate instructions, or procedurally?
Well, the procedures, unlike mechanical failures, are basically to evaluate the type of hijacker. There are 4 different types of hijackers. There are criminals, there are terrorists, there are asylum seekers, and there are the insane or the mentally disturbed. This may be a combination of different types, but you have to react to the type of hijacker you have. Now, if, as we're led to believe, that these were very violent people who simply got out of their seats and started slashing flight attendants, then there is only so much that one can do, and one would have expected them to have just sort of gone back to their natural survival instincts and done whatever they could possibly do to survive. What I do not believe was the case.
Go ahead, sir. Excuse me. Go ahead.
So I certainly don't believe that it was the pilots themselves, even at knife point or gunpoint, that would have intentionally flown their aircraft into the Twin Towers or into the Pentagon.
You mentioned this briefly, you touched on this, but what will this mean for the future, security-wise, for commercial airlines? What can you see maybe immediately and through the first few months after this situation?
Well, certainly, I mean, there's already been an increase to threat code Delta in the United States, so security is basically at its highest level of alert once the planes go back in the skies. But that said, so there won't be things like curbside check-in. There will be restricting access to the gate areas. But I think that it's possibly taken an incident like this to prove that domestic security has to be treated the same way as international security on international flights. In other words, that there needs to be positive passenger bag match, that if you check a bag in for a flight, that you travel on that flight, that only passengers go to the gate areas, and certainly that the identification checks that are carried out by the check-in agents are going to be much more stringent. That said, I don't think we need to focus solely on screening of passengers. This was a very well orchestrated attack. This involved insiders either in the airlines or in the airports. Certainly there are reports coming through this morning from Boston of people with contacts in the UAE with flight manuals were found in a car in Boston. These people knew what they were doing. They probably had very good contacts, and they didn't necessarily go through the passenger screening points.
All right, Philip Baum, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Vince, as dawn begins to break over the East Coast, we take you now live for what for many of you could be the first look here on this day after of this devastating terrorist attack. The gap in the sky where you are looking is where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center once stood. The New York skyline completely changed this morning as hundreds of firefighters are going through the rubble, trying to find if there are any survivors, trying to count the dead. We may not know for weeks how many people died in this attack on one of America's most significant financial power centers. And then on to Washington now, where we have this devastating scene of the Pentagon. There you see the collapsed area of the building where A passenger jet plowed through to the inner circle of the Pentagon. Once again, rescue operations there underway. As many as 800 or more Pentagon employees may have died in this attack. We are covering this throughout the day, but in the meantime, of course, Garrett Uckley on the scene in New York, reviewing the damage, counting the losses. Garrett?
And Carol, also at this moment, we want to take a few moments and think about some of the heroes in today's tragedy or yesterday's tragedy. Of course, we don't know how many they were and what was happening in that airplane that crashed in Pennsylvania or in the Pentagon offices or even here in Lower Manhattan, but we do know this. We do know that 80 or more members of the New York City Police Department, men and women, are missing and feared lost. We know that 300 or perhaps even more members of the New York City Fire Department are missing or lost. Who were they? They were people doing their jobs. They were the ones this morning or yesterday morning who were racing into those twin towers to save people, going up the stairwells while everybody else was racing out, and they raced into a trap. Here's a report from correspondent Deborah Farrick.
Many of the 300 firefighters missing and feared dead were believed to be inside the World Trade Center when it collapsed.
When I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Arriving first on scene, they ran into the burning towers, carrying hoses and trying to get people to safety.
The horror of it all is all the first alarm, second alarm, third alarm, fifth alarm companies. They're all in there. And there's a lot of companies are wiped out, from what I understand.
Fire engines were crushed, a strategic command center silenced, and several of the highest-ranking fire officials buried beneath tons of dust and steel.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
Those who got out in time went back, injuries and all, to search for their friends. Others off duty grabbed their gear and raced to help dig out any possible survivors.
My brother works in the 91st floor. My brother, and he's unaccounted for at this time. So I'm just, doing a lot of praying.
Praying amidst an unnatural silence.
That's probably what amazed me the most. There was no people to be seen. Even the dogs couldn't find people.
At firehouses in Manhattan, there were flowers and mourning as everyone waited, holding out hope.
They should have been here already. The rig is not back. They're not back. They should have been back.
More than 30 police officers also died. Choking back tears, several firefighters summed up the catastrophe.
These are your buddies.
We lost a lot of friends today. A lot of friends.
A loss that will be shared by all New Yorkers. Deborah Farrick, CNN, New York.
And now we have some of the names of the 4 most high-ranking members of the New York City Fire Department. We'd like to mention them to you because we're getting so few names of victims in yesterday's disaster. Peter Gonchi, the Fire Department Chief. William Feehan, First Deputy Commissioner of the Fire Department. Ray Downey, Chief of Special Operations Command. And the Reverend Michael Judge, the New York Fire Department Chaplain, missing and feared lost down in Lower Manhattan today. What more can we say? What are New Yorkers waking up to? Well, now they're waking up to their morning newspapers, and now the New York Times is there. That says it all. U.S. attacked, the picture, and the stories of what happened. Today's headline, a headline that will not be forgotten. And back to you now, Carolyn Vince in Atlanta.
Certainly not the pictures that we're seeing and continue to see. Deborah Farrick was reporting on what she called an unnatural silence in this city that never sleeps. What is the scene below you? What is the city like compared to how it would normally be at this very early morning hour?
Well, at this morning hour, it'd be pretty busy. 5:40, the workers will be pouring into town already, even before the sun has come up behind me here to the east. We have the streets, as you can see, which are empty. Some of them in Lower Manhattan are sealed off, but the streets around us at 34th Street, traffic is being allowed, or some traffic at least. However, when you look over to the east of us, just 2 blocks away, there's an Empire State Building that's shrouded in darkness right now. But we're told that the streets around the Empire State Building have been sealed off, as has the headquarters of the United Nations on the East River, which was evacuated on Tuesday. The fact is that these are obviously 2 prime targets, 2 big high-rises, 2 of the biggest buildings in New York City. The fear is that there may be more terrorists out there somewhere, perhaps with a car bomb, and so security will continue to be
totally tight during this day.
Sure, sure. So what are you hearing in terms of how people are going to deal with their day? Are people going to try to get into the city, try to go to work, try to go about their business?
No, I don't think they are. They've been told, first of all, stay away from town if you don't have essential, absolutely critical business here. The bridges are closed to vehicular traffic, except for the George Washington Bridge, which may have just one lane under very strict control. So are the tunnels. Airports, of course, are closed. Much of the rail traffic has been shut down. Schools, private, public, parochial schools will be closed. The stock exchanges will be closed. Times Square, Broadway will be closed. No traditional Wednesday matinee performances tomorrow. So life is going to be very, very slow, very, very difficult. And one added little indication of how life changes here and the concern over security, Carol, right below us down here at 33rd Street, about 15 stories below us here, is the Central Post Office of New York City. This is not only the Central Post Office in the city, it's zip code 10001. From flight taken by people in this 10001 zip code area. Well, the mail will go through, but on top of that post office is inscribed a famous saying about how no sleet or rain or storm or snow or whatever it's going to be will delay the letter carrier in carrying out his appointed rounds. Well, they'll be out tomorrow, but not totally, because tomorrow there will be no pickups from the Postal Service mailbox on the streets of New York City. The reason, obviously, the concern that some terrorist might put a bomb in a package and try to mail it off. They'll be closed and sealed.
Tomorrow already being today, as we look at the scene now, and it looks like the sky is beginning to glow with the possibility of the sun rising on this devastation. Garrick, also, I heard that some 3,000 National Guardsmen are going to be deployed throughout the city. Potentially, New Yorkers could be waking up to armed guards standing on their street corners.
Well, armed guards, the 3,000 mobilized by Governor Pataki have been moved in. They're there to supplement the police department, which is obviously stressed and overburdened. You can't maintain full force 24 hours a day. So yes, we expect to see them there. There has been, this must be emphasized, no indication of security or increase in crime or looting or anything like this. For all the chaos we've seen today or yesterday and the human misery which continues today, the fact is that people have been amazingly orderly and disciplined in their behavior. And I think people in this city, in this metropolis, are taking a great deal of pride in that. So the National Guardsmen and women will be here, but there's no real security problem of that nature in the streets of New York today.
Yeah, and certainly we expect to see that typical New York can-do spirit. I don't know about you, but yesterday, as I was watching these pictures on the monitor, I was going through a mental Rolodex as to who I knew in New York, where they were working, did I know anybody in the World Trade Center? If people have those questions, what should they do? Yesterday, the telephone companies and the authorities were saying, please lay off the telephone lines. We need to keep those clear. What are the instructions for people if they're still trying to get information? What should they do?
Well, there are a number of lines that have been set up, 800 lines and other lines, not just by the government and officials here, but also by individual companies. There are scores of companies that have enormous businesses in the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers. Some of these financial companies had 10, 20, even 22 or 25 floors filled with employees. They have set up their own hotlines, their own emergency lines to allow families and friends to call them. And that's about the only way we're really going to know or get an early estimate as to how many casualties there have been in this tragedy. It'll take weeks to get the remains out, the bodies out, but if a census can be done, and the fact that de facto nose counting of who is still around, who can be reached, and who isn't, then perhaps by the end of today we'll get a rough idea of how many missing there are among the civilians, non-city employees working in the Twin Towers, and the full scope and human cost of this tragedy in New York City will begin to be known.
Boy, we're just seeing some closer up pictures of the devastation down there by the World Trade Center. Firefighters going through some of that wreckage. It does look like a war zone, and I'm wondering, are people facing any sorts of shortages there, any food shortages, fuel shortages?
Well, I ran out earlier last night to get a quick sandwich, walked into a diner here on 34th Street and said, give me a cheeseburger. And he says, no hamburgers. I said, no hamburgers? He says, no hamburgers delivered today. All deliveries have stopped. I said, what do you have? And he had some soup and a salad, and that was it. But that's a minor incident. There are no signs of serious shortages. However, if the tunnels and bridges are kept close to general delivery by trucks of foods, then in a day or two, you could have shortages. However, I would imagine, nobody said this officially, that by the end of business of this day,
I think city officials will want to get traffic moving again, commerce moving again, and supplies coming into Manhattan, which after all is an island with only a few bridges across the East River and a couple of tunnels and a bridge across the Hudson here. This is an island, and the drawbridges have been drawn up.
Yeah, and I'm sure, as Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki were saying yesterday, they want calm on the streets, but I think they also want a show of faith in their administration and a show of faith in the firefighters and the police officers who are responding, the National Guardsmen and women who are going to be responding and on the street corners. New Yorkers seem to have risen to the occasion. I haven't heard much about looting or crime going on.
No, we said that, just mentioned that the fact is that there is no reports of looting of any sort, and certainly the opportunities were there in Lower Manhattan. Businesses were being closed, the merchants were racing away to save themselves, owners of shops just as everybody else was today. But we've had no indication of that, and again, people take great pride in that. I think what people are going to be doing here, as those across the nation and around the world watching these scenes right now, these big earth-moving machines are going to work down there in Lower Manhattan, is to really spend this Wednesday, as many as possible, at home. Yes, trying to find out what's happened to friends or relatives who might have been trapped in the trade towers, the two towers, and the third building which collapsed next door to it. And just pray and hope for the best. That's the spirit. That's not New York spirit alone. That's human spirit.
The human spirit, absolutely, under trying times. Thank you so much, Garrick Utley, reporting live from New York at our New York Bureau. Vince?
The day after the attack will no doubt be a long one in Washington, where U.S. leaders are deciding what the next step will be. And joining us now live again is CNN senior White House correspondent John King. And John, what do we expect President Bush, will do today?
Well, Vince, let me start first by saying just in the past few minutes we have seen the lights come on in the White House residence behind me. On a normal day, the president generally rises between 5 and 5:20 a.m. every day to begin his day. This, of course, anything but a normal day, but some activity already at the White House. We are told by senior administration officials the president will, once he reports to work at the Oval Office, receive an update on the latest on the investigation, as well as the rescue and recovery efforts underway, as well as the diplomatic efforts by the State Department and others to reach out to key allies and other governments around the world for their assessment of this great tragedy. And then the president, very determined, much like we just heard from Garrick Utley in New York, very determined, even as the investigation, even as the rescue operations go underway, to show some sense of continuity, some sense of the government at work. The president will bring major congressional leaders down to the White House later this morning. They will deliver public remarks trying to reassure the American people that as the investigation continues and as the government promises to find out who did this and bring those parties to justice, that the business of the government will go on.
John, when we are threatened, and certainly we've never seen anything like this, but does the White House assemble, for lack of a better term, a usual suspects list, and are we moving any closer to clues as to who might be responsible for this?
Well, certainly the White House has a usual suspect list that begins because of the sophistication of these attacks. 4 planes hijacked at the same time. Obviously, some of the people aboard those planes being able to pilot them. The White House saying all signs point to, and we know from briefings given by senior administration officials to key members of Congress, they are saying that they believe that they are collecting credible evidence pointing to associates and affiliates of Osama bin Laden. They also caution us that they want to continue this investigation. And as that plays out, there are always fears. One of the reasons the president did not come directly back to Washington yesterday, there were fears of a follow-up round of attacks. At one point, they had not accounted for all of the planes in the skies over the United States. They did not want the president flying back until they had done so. Remarkable security all day yesterday here in Washington around the president. Air Force One had fighter jets flying in very close proximity to it. And overnight here in Washington, there has been a great debate in recent years about the decision a few years back to close Pennsylvania Avenue to car traffic, whether that was an intrusion on the public's rights to move about here in Washington, to see the sights of the Capitol. Overnight here in the Capitol, Vince, blocks away from the White House, police, Secret Service, even U.S. military Humvee vehicles setting up a perimeter much farther around the White House than we are used to seeing. You can be certain in the days and weeks ahead, security on high alert here in Washington. We're also told throughout the country, especially at airports and train stations, and at U.S. embassies and military installations overseas as well.
Yeah, I don't think any question about that. As we look at this and we try to somehow make some semblance of sense of it all, intelligence questions are arising, and Secretary of State Colin Powell said there were, quote, no specific warnings. As the White House and officials try to backtrack a little bit, are they doing that now, trying to see if maybe something was missed, something they could have acted on?
They certainly will do that, and they certainly are doing that. Their primary focus, especially in what they say and what they do in public right now, is on the relief and recovery effort and on the investigation. But make no mistake about it, we heard it throughout the day yesterday from administration officials, as well as especially from key members of Congress, people asking, how could this have happened? How could 4 commercial airliners be hijacked? How could there be no evidence at all that such an attack was being planned? A great number of questions about the efficiency of U.S. intelligence services, a great deal of criticism from key members of Congress yesterday, a great number of promises from key members of Congress to look ahead once we get past the dire days ahead of us as we deal, there you see the picture of the Pentagon, as we deal with repair and recovery, assessing the toll of the casualties and getting on with the investigation. A great number of promises from key members of the Congress to look once again, perhaps all raising the question, are the CIA and other agencies that do this human intelligence, are they underfunded? Are they doing things wrong? How might this have been prevented? Could it have been prevented?
Boy, the questions just continue. Senior correspondent John King, thank you very much for the update. Carol.
Vince, as John King has been reporting, and as we spoke to James Rubin earlier today, what President Bush is looking for is support internationally for the fight against terrorism. So we move overseas now to CNN Chief International Correspondent Christiane Amanpour, who's in London. Christiane, you've been looking at the morning newspapers. What is the read today over there?
Well, Carol, the sense of shock here across this side of the Atlantic is profound, and it seems to be growing, not diminishing, as this unfolding catastrophe becomes more and more clear. In England, for instance, the normally hyperventilating tabloids are saying things like, is this the end of the world? Well, that you might expect from these kinds of tabloids, but the otherwise cerebral and normally cautious and careful broadsheets, the Financial Times has got a front page headline entirely devoted to this. They call it Assault on America. Another US British paper calls it Doomsday in America. And here in France, on a leading newspaper, The Figaro, it is saying the new war. All radio and television programs here in the United Kingdom and around Europe that I've heard and that we've been tapping into are almost entirely devoted to this catastrophe. Leaders from all the European countries have spoken publicly about their unlimited support for the United States, not just moral support for the United States and the victims of this catastrophe, but also they pledge themselves publicly to what they say will have to be a renewed effort by all democracies, a worldwide effort, they say, to try to defeat and eradicate this kind of terrorism. In England, certain specific measures have been taken. All commercial airlines are banned from flying over central London. There is heightened security at key areas and key buildings, particularly around the airport. British Airways, the national carrier, has cancelled flights to Pakistan, which neighbors Afghanistan, also to Tel Aviv. You know, Israel has closed down its airspace to any foreign carriers. Air France, the French national carrier, has also banned its flights from going to Tel Aviv, obviously because that airport is closed, but also to North America, while that situation resolves itself in terms of airport closures there. But an intense state of alert and security. All the European governments, most of them, say that they're holding top-level national security meetings today. In Britain, the Prime Minister has convened his top ministers of defense, his Foreign Secretary and his Home Secretary, to an emergency meeting at the Prime Minister's residence. Jack Straw, the Foreign Secretary, earlier today said that it was perhaps too early to point the specific finger. They said that while they do share intelligence with the United States, he would not reveal that kind of intelligence, although he says that it should not be underestimated the magnitude of what happened in the United States yesterday.
This is an event of such horrifying, unimaginable proportions that I believe it's one where the shock grows over time rather than diminishes, as the reality of it impacts upon all of us, and we come better to understand the appalling consequences obviously for the victims, for their families, for the community in New York, for the people of the United States, and for the world's democratic communities.
Now, while leaders and commentators and analysts are generally saying that a state of war has been declared against the United States and against what they call civilized humanity, they're saying that it is important, Jack Straw saying, to keep a cool head while at the same time realizing and eventually responding to the profound nature of what happened against the targets of democracy and the United States yesterday. Now, in the Arab world, most of the Arab countries who are allied with the United States, most of the moderate Arab countries, the leadership has come out vigorously condemning the attacks yesterday. There is slightly different mood on the streets of the Arab world, where in some capitals and in some parts of the Arab world, people are saying that this was an inevitable eventuality. They say that this is something perhaps that the United States should have expected, given what they say is the U.S. Close association with the State of Israel. And as you know, this 11-month intifada has been ratcheting up anti-American feelings amongst the Arab peoples over the last 11 months. Having said that, Libya, which has not had a history of close relations with the United States, Libya came out condemning what it called this terrorist attack. And today there is word from the OIC, the Organization of the Islamic Conference. 57 Islamic nations have come out condemning this attack, saying that it is against Islam. Carol?
Christiane, as you probably know by now, we expect that U.S. domestic flights will begin flying again around midday, although there will be extreme and heightened security at all of the nation's airports. What is the situation in Europe? Are flights going to be resuming, trains resuming, and how tight is security across the board?
Well, security is exceptionally tight, as you can imagine. There were scenes of not chaos, but controlled disruption yesterday at all the airports, with obviously hundreds of passengers trying to get to the United States and people waiting for visitors coming from the United States. And European airlines and air companies are having to deal with many, many stranded passengers as they await news from the United States as to when those airports will be open for operations sometime in the not too distant future, they hope. I was flying back from an assignment in Africa yesterday aboard Air France, the French national carrier, and there was an intense security and heightened sense of caution on the flight. The captain, in a rather extraordinary measure, came into the main cabin, took the microphone and asked everybody to be alert, to look around them, to observe whether they noticed anything alarming, different, abnormal, to report anything that they saw that was potentially cause for concern. It was very chilling, it was very tense, it was very stressful. Having said that, Air France takes these kind of security precautions in various tense areas, for instance the west coast of Africa, and they have private security agents on board who fly on their flights, and not only that, check passengers coming onto the flight. Even once they've been through all the airport security, at the bottom of the plane, at the foot of the steps, they're checked once again, both a body search and a baggage search.
Certainly.
Carol?
Yeah, not unheard of even in normal times. Thank you very much. Christiane Amanpour reporting live from London. Vince?
Well, you can add the date of September 11, 2001 to those seared into the national consciousness. Pearl Harbor, John Kennedy's assassination, the Oklahoma City bombing, and now this one. 9th month, 11th day, 911, a national emergency. CNN's Ann McDermott tells us how some residents of Southern California reacted to this tragedy.
Everyone watched the TV. Some cried.
It's horrible. Yeah, it was very horrible.
Some raged.
I think we should retaliate and bomb the hell out of them.
And these Los Angeles firefighters watched with particular intensity because so many of their brothers and sisters in New York were dead. Maybe 100 firefighters die in a year across the nation. The figure in this one city, this one day, will be much, much higher.
Anything they need, we're there for them.
The pictures were just so insane that all these University of Southern California students could do was stare. But the younger ones had questions, lots of questions.
But when I first saw them in the news, I sort of wondered how protected we really are in America.
They'll be able to catch all the people involved?
Their teacher, for once, had no answers.
How? Why? These are the questions.
And here's one more.
Do you think anything like this would ever happen again?
Will it happen again? Psychologists say that's what can make people so crazy at first.
It's not that we're afraid of the unknown. In the face of the unknown, we fill it in. We think there are monsters out there, and we actually end up frightening ourselves more.
Did the president's speech help?
I thought his point that, that they can knock the buildings down, but they cannot knock down our resolve. I thought that was a very good point he made.
Many of these people in an LA area gym admitted they were frightened and came here only for something to do.
I'm looking at the streets and it looks like Beirut, and I can't believe it's my backyard.
The smoke continues to billow out of the Trade Center building 6 hours.
I think we're definitely going to go to war.
This Korean War vet sure hopes not, but he knows the feeling.
I see what it says right there. America under attack. People didn't have to die.
But they did die, and America's in mourning. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
They're a live picture now as the sun gets ready to break over the skies of New York. The skyline itself radically changed from yesterday. A gaping hole in that skyline as the twin towers of the World Trade Center no longer standing.
Yeah, the morning after this horrible tragedy, perhaps thousands dead, and you see the sky over Manhattan starting to lighten up now as sunrise is almost upon us in New York City.
And even as we speak, hundreds of firefighters and police officers and rescue workers are digging through the rubble of what is left of the World Trade Center, trying to find survivors. We may not know for days or even weeks how many people died in that tragedy, but an estimated 50,000 people work at the World Trade Center. Some 150,000 visit there every single day, people unaccounted for, including 300 firefighters who were part of the initial rescue operation.
And good morning from the CNN Center in Atlanta. I'm Vince Cellini.
And I'm Carol Lynn. I'm glad you're joining us here. We have the very latest now on this terrorist attack on America. It's hard to believe, but just about 21 hours ago, a hijacked American Airlines Boeing 767 crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center in New York. The plane was hijacked shortly after taking off from Boston. And then minutes later, while Americans watched on televisions across the nation, a second hijacked airliner hit the Trade Center's other tower.
And not too long after these planes hit the World Trade Center, another hijacked airliner slamming into the Pentagon. This morning, emergency personnel hoping to begin searching the debris.
And then, Vince, in rural Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, this scene, yet another hijacked plane crashes. In all, 266 passengers and crew died in these plane hijackings, and authorities say the planes were taken over by small groups of men. In at least 2 cases, they used knives to commandeer the aircraft. A final account of the day of terror remains unwritten. The total number of those killed is not yet known. And now, live pictures of the streets of Manhattan there, just a glimpse of the devastation illuminated by some of the lights set up for the rescue operation. You saw in the lower right-hand corner there a helicopter scanning the scene, and you can't see though, but hundreds of rescue workers there digging through, trying to save lives, if anyone has even survived.
Yeah, working tirelessly through the night. You can see now what awaits Manhattan this morning, the day after the horror. Garrett Gutley has been with us in New York and here again to talk about that as it is almost sunrise there in New York City. Garrett?
The light's certainly there, Vince, on the horizon just beyond New York Harbor there, the bay in lower Manhattan where the tragedy occurred. And this new day, this Wednesday in September, what kind of a day is it going to be? Well, if you look at the weather forecast in the upper right-hand corner, it's going to be another beautiful day as far as the weather is concerned, just like yesterday. Sunny, a few clouds in the sky, high of 77 degrees. But that's only the weather corner. Here is the front page. Once again, let's go through the papers and just show you what has happened here. The New York Times, U.S. attack. You can't put it any more boldly than that. An 8-column headline right across the entire paper. The New York Daily News, the leading tabloid in circulation in this city, it's war, as direct as it can be. Same with the New York Post, an act of war. Sorry, get the hand out of there. with a picture still of the plane going into the tower, and the Wall Street Journal. And of course, this tragedy occurred right in the heart of the financial district of New York, the financial center of the world economy, if you will. Does terrorists destroy World Trade Center, hit Pentagon, and raid with hijacked jets? Everybody wondering what the implications are going to be of this, of course, politically, perhaps militarily one day. And yet the immediate concern, as we saw just a moment ago, is the continuing rescue effort down there in lower Manhattan. All night long, because this is indeed a 24-hour operation, the rescue efforts have been going on. Members of the fire department, disaster relief teams from the Red Cross and other organizations, the Salvation Army has been providing food down there. 10,000 meals being prepared for the rescue effort overnight and during the day that's coming. In addition to that, shelters have been set up around these rescue efforts for the hundreds, even a few thousand people who live in the area who have lost all electric power in their homes and had to be taken into shelters. Indeed, some of their homes are in jeopardy due to structural damage from the terrorist attacks. Throughout the day, there will be the rescue teams here will be reinforced by more help. 3,000 members of the New York State National Guard will be moving into the city to take up positions to serve in any way that they possibly can to support and back up the fire department, the police, and the disaster teams there. And again, just look at it. Can you guess how long this is going to take to go through all of that? More than 100 stories twice over in the two towers crumpled down there. We know about the human loss of life. We don't know how many. We can only guess. The mayor says it'll be horrendous, in the thousands most likely. And the material damage, what's been lost there, not just buildings, but all the information, the knowledge, the computers crushed in there, memos, agendas, personal letters, correspondence, mementos, knickknacks. It's all buried there in one heap in lower Manhattan right now.
Garrick, earlier today you mentioned some of the names of the firefighters lost, over 300 of the New York firefighters missing or feared dead here. And only now, and throughout the night, periodically, we were putting faces and names to this horrible situation. And really, that's kind of when it begins to sink in as well, yes?
It's going to sink in with the names. In a way, it's been amazing. We haven't had more names yet coming out from these various disasters that have occurred. They will be coming out this day, and that's when we will begin to put the names and the faces together. How many people are there here, as there are in Washington or in Virginia, worrying about friends or loved ones in those targets that were hit? I know my wife, friends were calling friends today to find out if they were safe. I got a call back from one of my wife's friends. She said, please tell her that she called me, she left a message in the machine, I am all right. In fact, he said, I was fortunate, I was sick this morning, I didn't go to work in the World Trade Center. I'm at home, I've just been too shaken to call her back earlier. I think these are the kinds of calls and messages, hopefully that'll be repeated many times as people are reassured that their friends. Yes, indeed.
And New York City, as we mentioned, is really a city with backbone. You know, people get back to it, take on challenges, certainly none like we see here, but a city that I'm sure will brace itself, bow its neck, and just push forward.
It will push forward. And listen, Mayor Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, is a big booster and a cheerleader for New York. He talks about this being the capital of the world, and it is a unique metropolis. He talks about the can-do, tough spirit of New Yorkers. But let's face facts. The heroism here, the bravery here, which is an unlimited measure, is it any greater than that shown among those people in the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania or those in the Pentagon offices? We're talking not about New York City here. We're talking about the human spirit, and we're seeing it right here in these pictures downtown. We saw what happened yesterday and what will continue to happen in these early morning hours of this Wednesday. People pulling together, and there they are.
Garrick, of course, you've been at this as a journalist for a long, long time, and I wonder, even still, as you see some of the new video coming down, you see some of this and the wreckage, just how it hits home with you, and if you could possibly filter that through yourself for us and some of the viewers.
Yes, one thing does strike me. We talk about it's war, and people there in lower Manhattan or at the Pentagon saying it's like a war scene. Veterans saying, I haven't seen anything like this since World War II or Korea. True, in terms of the tragedy. it's not that kind of a war. This is not World War II. Things were happening in Europe and in Iwo Jima, which were in many ways far worse than this in terms of loss of life and destruction. We grope to make these comparisons. And what happened today was really so unique. It was terrorism, which usually is seen as something being very brutal, yes, but very raw, unsophisticated, crude, if you will. And I think one of the things that shocks we Americans and those around the world watching this is that this was brutal, this was grotesque, and yet it wasn't crude. It was highly sophisticated. It took a great deal of planning. This is something new, and this is what shakes us.
Yes, it was calculated and diabolical, and Garrick Utley, we appreciate your presence there and your information this morning. Thank you. Carol?
Vince, we take you now live to Washington, D.C., where it's hard to believe, but that is the Pentagon still on fire more than 21 hours after an airplane plowed through to its inner ring. CNN's Bob Franken is on the scene. Bob, what can you tell us about what's happening?
It's not really a huge surprise to the officials who've been watching this. They're in meetings right now trying to decide when they can go into the building and start assessing the loss, particularly in human terms. But they've been waiting for the fire to go out, and as you can see, it has not. There have been embers, smoldering embers by just, how many tons inside this building. And every once in a while, one of them erupts like you've been seeing right now. And you're seeing it. You can see it on the left side of your screen. It has flamed up again. It's quite a little distance away from where the plane actually crashed into the Pentagon yesterday. But before they can really go in there, they're going to have to be assured that there is no danger of fire erupting again. And of course, they're going to have to take a real good look-see with the light of day to see when they can start going through the rubble, when they can begin the grim task of finding out just how many casualties there are inside. There have been estimates into the several hundred, but Pentagon officials have adamantly refused to give any result. They just don't know at this particular point. Right now, it's still in the hands, as you can see, of the firefighters who are trying to put things out. It was about 9:40, I believe, yesterday morning when the plane crashed into the Pentagon, a plane that was flying from Dulles, was on its way elsewhere, but then was diverted and came into that. We've been told that one passenger on the plane, someone I knew well and so many viewers of CNN knew well, Barbara Olson, was able to get hold of her husband, Ted Olson, the Solicitor General, and tell him that the terrorists had thrown the pilot out of the cockpit and had taken over the plane, and that it ultimately crashed into the Pentagon as it had crashed. Planes had crashed into the Twin Towers in New York that we've seen so much of in the fine reporting by Gary Utley. But here we have a situation which still is not really ready, it looks, for the officials to go in and start assessing the damage. We are told that, nevertheless, the Defense Secretary intends to open this building up this morning for business as much as he can. Of course, a bit of symbolism there. They want to show the rest of the world that the military establishment in the United States can continue to operate. But the reality is that it's only going to be about half open. They've decided that about half of this building, 17 miles of corridors in the entire building, about half of them cannot be declared safe enough structurally for people to go in and work. But about half of it is going to be open. Sure, we're going to have briefings during the day. You can be sure that there will be planning going on in this building for retaliation once officials can decide where the retaliation is aimed.
All right, thank you very much,
Thanks, Bob
Franken.
Franken.
And now we want to bring you some live video here of Manhattan and where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center once stood. And you can see that dawn is breaking in New York City, and those New Yorkers, tough as they are, will come face to face with the devastation that was Tuesday. For some, we saw it on videotape here and around the world, but for the New Yorkers, it is all too real.
And Vince, take a look at this shot. This really gives you perspective and some context of the damage. And this next shot, I hope we can bring it up. It is, there it is, a wide shot of the damage and devastation. We are talking about two twin towers, more than 100 stories high. Potentially as many as 100,000 people could have been caught in that wreckage. You can still see the fire burning in the distance in the, close to the upper left-hand corner there. This is being called the most devastating terrorist assault on U.S. soil in American history.
And people there hoping, as we are, hoping against hope that somehow, some way, miraculously, there's still some people that may have survived this.
That's right. Hundreds of people still unaccounted for, including some 300 firefighters who were there in the initial rescue operation when the first plane crashed into the North Tower. There you can see
amazing, the city skyline and how
smoke still rising.
how it's been altered. And it just really hits home. It's incredible.
So evident, a true symbol of financial power gone now from the horizon of New York City. And we wish those rescue workers well today. They've got a big job ahead of them and a very delicate operation should there be survivors amidst tons
just
of
working,
rubble.
working tirelessly throughout late evening and the night. Now we want to go to Michael Oku at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan, and he has an update for us there.
It's been eerily quiet here in Lower Manhattan, just in front of St. Vincent's Hospital, which, as you know by now, has become the major trauma and triage center here in New York. Just to my right, you can see that there are satellite trucks and police officers and personnel of all kinds on 14th Street, just north of here, a couple blocks north. Police have set up barricades, which you cannot see necessarily from this shot, but they have set up barricades, which essentially has limited traffic just south of 14th Street here in Lower Manhattan to a trickle of police vehicles, emergency medical vehicles, which sometimes punctuate the silent night air here, the silence here that has resonated throughout the evening. Moments ago, about an hour or so ago, we have seen now 4 victims who have been brought to this hospital. The last person we saw seemed to be a police officer, but it is not confirmed, and we do not know whether any of these victims sustained any injury that came as a result of the attack on the World Trade Center yesterday. I'm joined here by Tom Collier, who is with the University of Miami Medical Center. And Tom has been working as a volunteer, can tell us about some of the outpouring of emotional support that you've seen.
Well, the community in New York has been unbelievable, as always. Not only the national chains of food like Duane Reade and Starbucks and that kind of thing, but the local residents, people coming in and helping out any way they can, not only in products and foods, but also in time. All night long we've had every shift covered. We're getting food to the officers and to the nurses, to the doctors. We have set up 9 coffee stations throughout the hospital just so they don't leave the area and stay with the patients, which is where they really need to be.
Can you see whether it's actually making a difference?
It's making a difference, and it's, our whole thought is if we just get 2 hands free inside by doing what we're doing, then we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and that's what we're trying to do.
Tom, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The hospital officials here say that they will have a press briefing at 6:30, just a little while from now, and of course we will keep you posted on that. I'm Michael Oku reporting live from Lower Manhattan.
Thank you, Michael. We want to go back to Garrick Utley, who's at the New York Bureau with a view of the skyline. Garrick, we've been hearing stories about things being reported on New York radio, something about people calling for help on their cell phones from the World Trade Center?
We've had those reports through the evening, indeed from city officials, that they have received some cell phone calls from those trapped in the rubble. Now, we're not quite clear whether it's in the rubble of the Twin Towers that came down or buildings around it where people are trapped because of debris, and also because a 3rd building at number 7, the World Trade Center, also collapsed yesterday, late afternoon. So we're not sure where those calls are coming from, but yes, some messages have gotten through, and to the extent that the rescue effort can pinpoint where they are, they're certainly going to be going after them today.
Garrett, do you know whether they're saying how seriously they're hurt or how much danger they still feel they're in?
No, we've not heard anything since the news conference last night held by the Mayor Giuliani, and other city officials. They mentioned some of these phone calls. They're being very tight-lipped. Officials everywhere do not want to give out any information that can raise hopes too much or dash them too much. They're just waiting for events to unfold. I'm sure, though, that during the course of this day we'll be getting more information about that.
Sure. Garrick, do they think that these are credible calls?
Well, how do we know for certain? Certainly a prankster could do it. That would be the worst, the bleakest, the darkest, dirtiest joke, if you will, if anybody tried to pull that stunt. But they believe they are credible. That's what they say. They're acting on that information. How many they are, we simply don't know. We do know, of course, earlier yesterday, even before those towers collapsed in rubble here, many people employed and working in their offices in the Twin Towers were calling friends and families, describing what was happening. And we were also told that by one of our colleagues at CNN that he had learned that one man called his wife and he knew that he was trapped right at the top and he wasn't going to get out.
Well, we will continue to hear these stories. Garrick, right behind you in your shot, we can see that it is just about daybreak there.
The sun is coming up to the east, and we want to take a look at at downtown here, as you see the lower part of Manhattan and that gaping, what can we call it, void, a hole where the Twin Towers used to be. There's still a lot of dust, some smoke, but that's a mixture of dust and smoke that's in the air there, and it's probably going to continue for some time because the rescue effort itself will keep kicking up the dust.
Speaking of that, and we have some pictures of the rescue effort that's continuing right now, that would be a difficult area to access even for regular traffic, would it not, let alone trying to do some of this massive recovery that's taking place now with the heavy machinery.
When we look, you're absolutely right. When we look at downtown or lower Manhattan, we see these modern, sleek skyscrapers. It's Wall Street, the financial district, but actually anybody who's visited realizes this is original New York City. This is where the first settlers landed. This is where George Washington was inaugurated as our first president, just a couple of blocks from those Twin Towers some 200 years ago. This is a part of town with not a grid system of streets, but tiny little streets and lanes along which they've built these giant buildings filled with hundreds and thousands of workers. So in the best of circumstances, it's a perpetual traffic jam down there. Now, of course, even with traffic and pedestrians cleared away and the people having fled, you've got to move in this giant equipment. And look at the cars that are down there. Look at the debris you've got. How do you maneuver in this space? Right there we're seeing a shot. That's along one of the broader avenues running north-south. But around the World Trade Center, that's just a catacomb, just a maze of tiny roads and streets.
Garrick, in taking a look at this shot, we get a sense also of the New York Police Department's rescue crews trying to move through that area. Are you hearing whether the rescue crews themselves are hearing the voices of people who are still alive, still trapped under there? And are they giving you a sense of how long it's going to take to get anybody out?
Well, several questions. First, no. No estimate yet as to how long it's going to take. It's going to be days and weeks. That is absolutely certain. Question number two, any survivors? Yes. The Port Authority, that's the regional government institution that runs the World Trade Centers, or ran them, runs the airports, the bridges. It reported that 3 or 4 of its security officials had been pulled out of the rubble. Presumably they're on the fringes. They heard voices. They were able to recover those men who were wounded or injured, but they're said to be, they're going to be all right. We heard an earlier report last night that the special teams that were brought in, special handlers with dogs trained to look and smell out and sniff out humans, dead or alive, were going through the rubble, and very quickly the dogs indicated they had no scent. They couldn't get any scent. They were disoriented. Why? Because of all the dust in the air. The dust was interfering with the dogs, even with their sensitive sense of smell, to do their job. Perhaps today it'll get slightly better, we don't know, but that's another obstacle that stands in the way of the rescue effort.
All right, Garrick Utley, thank you for being our guide through this madness that is now Manhattan. We'll be checking in with you periodically. Carol?
The toughest hour still ahead, Vince. Right now, let's go to Kelly Wallace. She's standing by at the White House. Kelly, question on many Americans' minds. What sort of action is President Bush going to take, able to take? What are some of his options in responding to this crisis?
Well, definitely, as you heard President Bush say last night, Carol, he will say that the U.S. government is going to do everything it possibly can to find those responsible for these terrorist attacks. Mr. Bush also saying, though, that they will draw no distinction between those responsible for the attacks and those who harbor them. Now, as for a sight setter here at the White House, you might expect, and that is the case, flags at half-staff all around the White House complex for what is likely to be a very somber day here. President Bush, as you know, quite the early riser, usually up by 5:30 a.m. This day expected to be no different. He will begin his day getting an up-to-date briefing from his national security team on the latest concerning the investigation, as well as the search and rescue efforts. He's also invited a group, bipartisan congressional leaders, over to the White House, and at that time Mr. Bush will come before the cameras again. His message will be that the U.S. government is doing everything it can to assist in the disaster areas in New York, Pennsylvania, and then of course at the Pentagon here in Washington, D.C. He will also say that the work of the government goes on, and again that the U.S. will do everything possible to find those responsible. Last night the president went before the American people, a very grim-faced U.S. President George W. Bush, in what must have been obviously a very difficult moment for the president. He said that those responsible for what he called acts of mass murder were hoping to frighten the nation into, his words, chaos and retreat. But Mr. Bush said they have failed.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world. And no one will keep that light from shining.
Now, U.S. officials publicly and privately right now refuse to say exactly who they believe might be responsible for these attacks, but we do know that senior administration officials briefed members of Congress last night. Sources telling my colleague CNN's John King that those senior officials saying they are confident that the evidence is pointing to affiliates of accused terrorist Osama bin Laden. Also, those senior officials saying that they are going to take their time to make sure they find out exactly who is responsible and then, of course, hold them accountable. Carol?
Kelly, you have seen both sides of the coin on this story. You're obviously in Washington now, but you were in New York yesterday. What was that like?
Absolutely. Images that none of us will really ever forget. I was actually about 15 blocks from the World Trade Center complex when the first plane hit one of the towers and then went out on the streets. I think the images that really come to mind are people sort of leaving the downtown area in a very orderly manner, but calling on their cell phones, look of disbelief as people watching not one but two towers come down. And also, I talked to so many firefighters. It was an unbelievable situation, Carol. You couldn't use cell phones really. You could barely get a call out, and so as I was holding my cell phone trying to get calls out, firefighters would come up and say, "Can I use your phone?" We said we couldn't get a call out, but we would take their names and numbers and then call their relatives or their loved ones. Obviously, they were very concerned to let their loved ones know that they were okay, but clearly firefighters were concerned about their colleagues. So many people saying that they had gone in, those firefighters had gone into those towers as the people were coming out, and many people that we talked to very concerned about the firefighters who, of course, went into those buildings, and of course what happened once those buildings came down.
That's
Carol?
right, still 300 firefighters unaccounted for. How did you get out of the area?
That was another difficult thing because, as you know, airports were closed, Amtrak was down for most of the day, bridges and tunnels going into Manhattan were down, but by late in the afternoon, around 4, 5, 6, Amtrak started running, at least around 5 o'clock, started running trains out of Washington, so there was some opportunity to get out. A lot of commuters who needed to get away. Obviously, there were ferries taking people from downtown Manhattan over to New Jersey. Again, it was sort of a very orderly thing. People were moving from the downtown area, getting away from the scenes of destruction, and obviously very patient. A lot of crowds at Amtrak at Pennsylvania Station in Manhattan, but I can tell you too, Carol, how this hit so many people on the train from New York to Washington. There was one woman who had a friend of a friend who was on one of those planes that obviously went down. A man in front of me had a friend of a friend who was in an office above where one of those planes hit. So you can see how many lives these tragedies have affected.
And Kelly, what a strange situation for you to be in. I mean, you're a trained journalist, you're taught to be dispassionate, you're told time and again that you're not to be a part of the story, and yet here you were in a situation where you were almost part of the rescue operation and trying to give technical support and trying to flee as well with the crowds.
Yeah, I mean, Carol, as you know, it is impossible not to be affected by the scenes of firefighters sort of sitting on a curb, their heads in their hands, wondering, you know, about their colleagues. So it's hard to be affected. What was great is that we could be of some assistance. I mean, how happy some of these firefighters were to know that we just talked to their wife, or my boyfriend's mother was able to get through, and that they knew that their loved ones could then call all the relatives so that at least they had some comfort. But of course, you know, there's so many people who just questioning whether or not their loved ones are still alive, and it's just impossible. You just do the best you can, try to help, and get the story out. That was a major frustrating thing, Carol, though you couldn't get a cell phone to really work, so it was very difficult to call CNN New York or in Atlanta to convey what we were seeing, but that information was getting out throughout the day.
Right. Well, your instincts served you well, and I'm glad you're back safe home and now hard at work. Thank you very much. Kelly Wallace, reporting live from the White House. Vince?
We want to remind you we are just minutes away from a press conference that will be taking place at St. Vincent's Hospital in New York City. We'll get that as soon as they begin. But right now, with all due respect to the victims of this horrible tragedy, we want to see how the ramifications will affect now business in this country and worldwide. We go to David Haffenreffer, who's in New York, and he has that story. Good morning, David.
Good morning to you, Vince. As you might imagine, Lower Manhattan, the heart of the financial community. All financial markets obviously closed in the U.S. today. Even trading of U.S. stocks in London through the electronic trading firm Instinet have been halted. Let's take a
David, we have to interrupt you now, David. This is the press conference at St. Vincent's Hospital. We're taking that live.
FAL, Associate Director of the Trauma Center here at St. Vincent Catholic Medical Center. Let me first briefly update you on our numbers and what has happened during the night, and then Dr. Westphal can give you some information on our paramedics, our ambulances, what they've been doing, and what's been happening in the Trauma Center. Since 9:04 a.m. yesterday morning, St. Vincent Catholic Medical Center has received 361 individuals through our emergency room trauma center. 90 of those individuals have been admitted to St. Vincent's Manhattan. 4 of those individuals have died. 58 of the individuals who have come to St. Vincent are paramedics, firefighters, or police officers. We have 6 other hospitals in our system in Manhattan, Staten Island, Brooklyn, and Queens. Those hospitals received 42 additional patients, including 20 who were brought by barge over to St. Vincent, Staten Island. One of those individuals died at St. Vincent, Staten Island. Our paramedics were at the scene throughout the day yesterday. As you saw and continue to see, we are ready for what we hope will be additional survivors today. We are the closest trauma center, and thus if there are any miraculous recoveries from the wreckage, they will most likely be brought here. I'm going to ask Dr. Westphal to talk to you a bit about our paramedics and the work that they did, our ambulances, and the work that's happened in the trauma center, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Mark. Dr. Westphal, Associate Director of the Department of Emergency Medicine. Mr. Ackerman has mentioned the number of patients that we've had, the conditions, and the 4 deaths in Manhattan here. Our paramedics have had about 7 crews since 8 a.m. yesterday morning that have assisted Fidney EMS in obviously this massive undertaking of responding to critical trauma emergencies downtown. All of our crews have been able to participate and treat patients and move patients, and fortunately have not been injured or been critically injured themselves. We have in the emergency department right now all through the night a triple staff of nurses, physicians, physician assistants, and technical staff. The administrative senior management has been up, almost all of them throughout the night, and we've been prepared and are awaiting victims from the site as well. We are, as I think Mayor Giuliani has said over and over, we are very hopeful, we are prepared, and we are expecting to work very hard to resuscitate victims as they're brought here and brought to other hospitals. I know that through the night I've been told by OEM and Fidney that other major hospitals in Manhattan have been similar to ourselves, and we've really decompressed the emergency department, so we're prepared for major injuries, major trauma, as we have had throughout the day.
I'd like to note a couple of important things. We want to first thank all New Yorkers and people from literally throughout the world who came to the hospital yesterday to volunteer their services. Doctors, nurses, just people off the street. We had over 800 people in line at one point in time to give blood. The mayor's office was kind enough to provide buses so we could bring them to other sites to donate that blood. Today, we are still in need of blood. All of New York is in need of blood donations. You should go to the New York Blood Center or the Red Cross, and we will provide those addresses to you. We can't stress enough that thanks to all of the volunteers, our neighborhood residents here in Greenwich Village. Behind my left, there are still tables set up where neighborhood residents are making sandwiches, bringing food. It's truly unbelievable, the outpouring of New Yorkers and the help that they have been. If anyone wants to give blood, we will provide that information to you. We've also received an inordinate amount of clothing through the night. We are very grateful for that, but we are really not in any need of any more of that right now. So we would just like to thank folks for that. It is very important to note that the trauma of this, from a psychological perspective, is going to be hitting New Yorkers more and more today. We particularly encourage parents to talk with their children. I went home for a few hours last night, and I have to tell you, at 2 o'clock in the morning, my teenage children and younger needed to talk. And it's very important that we encourage all parents to do that. In an effort to help with that, we have 3 mental health hotlines that are manned 24 hours a day. We will provide you with those numbers as well. There are many mental health crisis lines. We encourage all New Yorkers to take advantage of this. We have all suffered a terrible trauma in this city. We need to understand it and our feelings and to talk about it. So we encourage New Yorkers to take advantage of these. We have facilities in Westchester, Manhattan, and Staten Island that are manned 24 hours a day for this. We could take questions. There were no additional survivors brought here during the night. We did receive a number of firefighters, police officers, and paramedics, again, mostly with the corneal abrasions and literally lacerations on their hands. I don't know exactly what time it was, but during the night, we did receive the firefighters and paramedics. Yeah, I'll let Dr. Westfall speak to that.
Yes. Well, I don't know about amputation, but to provide additional medical care, we did. We had about 2 crews of about a dozen doctors that went down to there to assist with treating patients. We also had a group, I believe, of about 4 physicians that went up to the Javits Center very late in the night to treat additional patients that were brought there, as they had requested help. I cannot speak for that. I'm not aware.
Sir, how would you characterize your efforts to try to get people from Ground Zero? Are you frustrated by the sort of the debris you see there at this point? Are you able to get them out of there with the kinds of swiftness?
Speaking for our paramedics that have been there all during the day, along with Fidney's paramedics and all other hospitals' paramedics, and if I could just echo what Mr. Ackerman said, I can't believe the number of hundreds of vehicles and ambulances that have responded from the tri-state area and all the metropolitan areas. I've seen Jersey, Connecticut, I've seen Westchester ambulances have all come. The thing I'd mention with the effort, I think from the very beginning, they have been working in the areas around the Trade Center and have not been inhibited. Obviously, for periods of time, our paramedics, I think all paramedics, were kept away from the buildings as they had a judgment that they were going to be coming down. So that was inhibited, but all through the night, they were assisting firefighters and other crews that were trying to extricate patients and then make judgments as to where they would bring them for care that was appropriate.
Do you expect to see a different kind of injury today as opposed to the sort of injuries you saw yesterday and last night?
Well, I think we would expect to see the victims that we would get today would probably have a number of problems besides the trauma and the injuries that they'd have, which would probably be more severe. We expect to see dehydrations and other complications of that haven't been underneath for probably almost 24 hours right now.
You talked about trauma. How's your own staff, particularly since others coming? You talked about trauma. How are they doing?
Well, our staff, from the standpoint of our trauma team here, ourselves.
Psychological trauma.
Yeah.
How is your staff holding up, particularly since survivors?
Right. Our administrative staff, nurses and physicians have been assisted all throughout the 24 hours by our Department of Psychiatry, by our pastoral care, by our priests and sisters that have been down there, not just for the patients, but for our staff entirely. And we've had a couple of individuals that have needed time to sit down and talk with them and to cry with them, and that's happened throughout the day.
I think it's just important to note too that a number of our nurses and physicians are married to firefighters and police officers, and they worked throughout the day yesterday and the night not knowing where their loved ones were. We're very grateful that all of our paramedics that were at the scene and physicians and nurses are okay. We did lose an ambulance. One of our ambulances was crushed in the debris, but our hearts certainly go out to our colleagues in the fire department and in the police department and all of the other victims. Just one at a time, please. One more and then we'll go.
About anybody else who might be coming in?
We have not gotten any information about new victims coming to us. Sure. We have in our system, entire system, 2,600 beds throughout the city. Yesterday we were able to transfer some of our patients to other sites, discharge patients appropriately, and then we opened up as many beds as possible here. We still have bed availability here. Sure.
Yeah, of the patients who came in, again, over 361, right, we had, again, as was mentioned, we had 5 patients expire, 2 who came in what we call traumatic arrest from the injury, needing CPR coming in the door. Those patients both expired in the emergency department. A firefighter came in with major injuries and chest pain and went to the operating room and expired there. And then we had another individual come in during the night, during the morning hours with severe burns, who ended up expiring upstairs in our surgical ICU. 5th person was, as Mr. Ackerman mentioned, was brought to Staten Island, St. Vincent's, and expired there. I can tell you we had 50 major traumas and major injuries, and I can tell you, unfortunately, I happened to be here in '93 when we had the other World Trade Center disaster. I can tell you then, throughout the city, there were 10 deaths from that disaster, and here we had the first victim. That time we had 1 death the entire time, and you folks will know better than I the hundreds and perhaps thousands of people that may die from this.
So that is the word from
Good.
St. Vincent's Hospital to this point, and we are looking again at these live pictures from ground zero, basically, and I wonder if we can possibly find some of these workers, whether they're firefighters or otherwise. Maybe we could pan down there just to give people some idea of the scale of this tremendous debris that's been left behind. There you go. And just the massive undertaking that this will be.
Right, massive in the sense that St. Vincent's is saying that they received more than 400 patients at not only their hospital but their associated hospitals. 5 people out of that has passed away. 5 people have passed away, but what they clearly are doing is bracing for many, many more people. They have more than 2,500 beds available. They're not full yet, and they're saying that this is an internal family crisis for them, that many of their nurses and paramedics are married to firefighters. Some 300 firefighters are still unaccounted for. So while they're trying to treat hundreds of people who have been victimized by this terrorist attack, they also are worrying about their own and waiting to hear word about their husbands and wives who may be trapped in that rubble as we look at it there.
Well, they have gone to triple staff there, and again, seeking blood. They want blood donors to help in that New York City area.
And they talked about a huge outpouring. They had 800 people standing in line yesterday offering to donate blood, and they're saying that they have information there at St. Vincent's for people to go to the New York Blood Center or to go to the Red Cross. They do need more blood donations. They do not need any more clothing donations, but I think it's just a sense of New Yorkers wanting to try to help and contribute during this time of crisis.
And that was duly noted.
Duly noted
at the press conference. Let's go back now. David Haffenreffer is with us from New York, and he's going to bring us up to speed on the effect for the financial world. David.
Indeed, Vince. Thank you. All the financial markets, as you might imagine, closed in the U.S. today. Even trading of U.S. stocks that trade over the electronic trading firm Instinet have been halted. European markets are open for business at this early hour. Early in the session, many of the major indices were at three-year lows. They moved back into positive territory at one point, but have, for the most part, turned negative once again. Here's a look at the latest figures at this point. In London, the FT 100 index is basically unchanged at this point. We've got the etc. DAX index in Frankfurt down by 28 points. In Paris, the CAC 40 lower by 71 points, a decline of 1.6%. The Zurich Swiss market index now lower by 1.1%. A look at how the dollar is trading against the other major global currencies. And the Bank of England has, says the U.S. Federal Reserve has now urged central banks to limit dollar trading to help cut back on the turmoil in the financial markets. We should note that the dollar fell about 2% versus the euro yesterday after the incident in downtown Manhattan. At this point, we've got the euro weaker, down about a third of a cent there at 90 cents and change. We've got the pound trading at 1.46 and the dollar trading a bit higher versus the Japanese yen, 119.58 Japanese yen. Asian markets are now closed for the day, but here is how they ended the session overnight. We had the Nikkei 225 index in Tokyo lower by about 6%. Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong lower by 8%. All these declines sparking some concerns about a possible recession here in the United States. In fact, Sonia Gibbs, the chief equity strategist at Nomura Securities in London, telling us this morning that consumer confidence is expected to be hurt in the United States because of all these terrorist attacks, and that could take a big chunk out of the U.S. gross domestic product figures through the end of the year. Vince and Carol, back to you.
Thank you, David. We keep hearing that word recession, and certainly we'll be in touch with you throughout the days ahead. Carol?
Reverberations on Wall Street and markets around the world, as well as people on both sides of the Middle East conflict. They are watching the U.S. very closely today. Both Israeli and Palestinian officials are denouncing yesterday's atrocity, but not all are sympathetic with American victims. More now from CNN's Jerusalem Bureau Chief Mike Hanna.
Intense security around the U.S. Embassy in Israel, and residents in a region that suffered incessant violence watch closely the unfolding tragedy in the United States. As news of the attacks spread, in East Jerusalem and Nablus, some took to the streets in celebration. Isolated groups of Palestinians who view the U.S. as an enemy because of its perceived support for Israel. But radical Palestinian groups denied any involvement in the planning or execution of the tragic events, and Palestinian leaders condemned the attacks in the strongest of terms, offering the deepest commiserations to the American people.
It is very difficult for me personally, for anyone, to speak about what had happened. It is not only against the Americans. It is not only against the American people or against the American government. It is against the whole international human being.
Condemnation and commiseration too from the Israeli government.
At this most difficult hour, all Israelis stand as one with the American people. Our hearts are with you, and we are ready to provide any assistance at any time.
Several hours after the attacks, Israel announced it was closing its airspace to all international flights, apart from its own El Al airline. In addition, Israel has closed all land crossings into neighboring countries. This not in response to any specific threats, say security sources, but a general tightening of already intense security. Mike Hanna, CNN, Jerusalem.
A diverse reaction out of the Middle East. Right now we go to Ms. Hanan Ashrawi. She is a Palestinian spokesperson. Good morning, Ms. Ashrawi. I'd just like to get your reaction to what is now being characterized as the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil.
It certainly is. I think it's the worst terrorist attack in the history of humanity, and it's a blow to humanity as a whole. It's a crime that is of just absolute immorality and evil. And may I take this opportunity to extend on behalf of the Palestinian people and the Arabs as a whole our deep sense of grief, our I don't know how to say it, our condolences to the American people and our identification with their pain and with their sorrow. This is entirely unconscionable. This is something that has struck deep in the hearts and minds of every human being, every person who recognizes the need for a moral imperative and for a human identification. And to the victims, their families, their friends, to the American people as a whole, we stand with you and by you, and we feel your pain.
An axe struck deep indeed, as every American feels this morning, and yet right now I'm going to show our domestic audience here, our audience actually worldwide, these pictures out of Ramallah yesterday. As you say these words, how do you account for these Palestinians who are dancing in the streets, celebrating this attack against the United States?
I think this is entirely misleading. I know before people understood the implications or what was happening, they didn't understand. Some people reacted, and they're a minority. Children, people who didn't understand. Once people understood the magnitude and understood what actually did happen, I know from the people I saw, I spoke to, from the leadership, from President Arafat on down, to civil society, to people in the street, to the leadership of the Intifada, they all expressed horror, they all expressed condemnation, they all expressed grief. But you cannot sort of choose a minority and a moment in which people didn't understand in order to malign the majority or to color the Palestinian people in a to label them in a way which is entirely unfair and unjust. People felt maybe this was a political thing, they didn't know that this was an act of terrorism. And once people understood, they were unanimous in their condemnation, in their sorrow, and in their shock. I've heard this personally myself. I've talked to many people, and I really would appreciate it if you wouldn't choose the initial response and the minority response in order to generalize. This has been exploited enough to malign the Palestinians and to put us as though we are condoning this act, even though we as victims ourselves, we feel nothing but sympathy to the American victims and to humanity as a whole. We feel that we have a common bond. We are being shelled and killed daily. We are living in a state of siege. Last night 11 Palestinians were shot and killed, shelled to bits and pieces. Over 100 are wounded. Ambulances cannot get to them. So even from the depth of our own sorrow and victimization, we reach out in genuine identification to the American people, and we say we feel your pain, we feel your sorrow, and we will do everything possible, if can, to join you in attempting to combat such an evil that is an evil against everything that is human and moral, against everybody who's struggling for freedom, for dignity, for human rights.
Ms. Ashrawi, it is very possible that more American lives have been lost in this terrorist attack, in this tragedy, than even the countless number of Arab lives, even in the last 5 years. How is this tragedy likely to change the dynamic on the ground in the Middle East now?
I think this tragedy, even though we don't measure human lives quantitatively, every single life is important, is unique, and is irreplaceable. But I think this tragedy has changed the course of human history. I think the full implications will not be understood immediately. It has to be, the situation has to be studied, depending also on the perpetrators that must be found and must be held accountable and must be punished. I believe that it will have implications for global perceptions and definitions of who's an enemy and who's a friend. Such an invisible enemy that can strike anywhere, and with such professionalism, with such deliberation, having so many resources and capabilities. This is astounding. It is absolutely horrific, and it changes the dynamic of human relations, and of course enmities and friendships and alliances beyond national boundaries. This has to be a collective human endeavor, and I think it should also give us an added impetus, particularly in the Middle East, to solve these problems, to solve our conflicts, to end an occupation, to try to create a situation where we can join forces against evil rather than constantly be parts of a perpetual cycle of victimization.
Ms. Ashrawi, that's
this
exactly.
has to give us greater energy and commitment.
Absolutely. That is exactly what the Bush administration will be asking for today around the world. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Hanan Ashrawi, spokesperson for the Palestinian Authority. Vince?
Well, it is 8 minutes before the hour of 7 a.m. Eastern Time in New York City, the morning after. We have more pictures to offer you as rescue workers continue to work furiously, hoping against hope to find survivors of Tuesday's terrible ordeal. We also understand that former President Bill Clinton is in Australia, and we are able now to give to you his reaction to yesterday's turn of events.
We are grieving with and supporting the families affected, and secondly, we're not going to let it beat us. We're going to rebuild, and we're going to go on, and we're not going to look the other way. And like I said, the country, I thought, was very well represented, our values, our ideals, and our interests by what the President said last night. I thought it was an excellent statement, and I think all of us should support it.
Have you spoken to the President?
Again, now President Bill Clinton responding to what happened, and we want to show you again, this is morning now in Manhattan, Ground Zero, former site of where the World Trade Center once stood, and again, the fire's burning, and rescue workers, firefighters, police, emergency people on hand, and sifting through that horrible carnage.
And reports this morning, Vince, that rescuers are hearing the voices of people who were trapped underneath the rubble. They have a sense that there are people alive, and reports on New York radio of people inside the rubble trapped and talking to rescuers, talking to family members on their cell phones as they wait and wonder if rescue will come in time. Fires are still burning in that rubble as we speak. You know, you talk about what the situation is on the ground, and you get a sense of people suffering and the tragedy and the panic yesterday. CNN's Deborah Fayrick takes a look at the victims, and in particular, the firefighters lost.
Many of the 300 firefighters missing and feared dead were believed to be inside the World Trade Center when it collapsed.
When I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Arriving first on scene, they ran into the burning towers, carrying hoses and trying to get people to safety.
The horror of it all is all the first alarm, second alarm, third alarm, fifth alarm companies. They're all in there. And there's a lot of companies are wiped out, from what I understand.
Fire engines were crushed, a strategic command center silenced, and several of the highest-ranking fire officials buried beneath tons of dust and steel.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
Those who got out in time went back, injuries and all, to search for their friends. Others off duty grabbed their gear and raced to help dig out any possible survivors.
My brother works in the 91st floor. My brother, and he's unaccounted for at this time. So I'm just, doing a lot of praying.
Praying amidst an unnatural silence.
That's probably what amazed me the most. There was no people to be seen. Even the dogs couldn't find people.
At firehouses in Manhattan, there were flowers and mourning as everyone waited, holding out hope.
They should have been here already. The rig is not back. They're not back. They should have been back.
More than 30 police officers also died. Choking back tears, several firefighters summed up the catastrophe.
These are your buddies.
We lost a lot of friends today. A lot of friends.
A loss that will be shared by all New Yorkers. Deborah Fayrick, CNN, New York.
Vince, we've got a wide shot which gives the context and the perspective of the damage of the World Trade Center, which no longer exists now. Those twin towers crushed. That is the rubble that you're seeing between apartment buildings and high-rises which remain in the surrounding area as the rescue efforts still go on.
You know, as we look at this, I can't help but think this is not somewhere else in the world. This is New York City, USA. And we are seeing this on our soil, on our turf. And it's still difficult to digest almost a day later.
As we watch the sun rise over this devastation, knowing that there are likely still people alive, as we've been hearing this morning. Rescue workers are saying that they do hear voices underneath that rubble as they try to get to people on time. They still have no idea how many people are trapped, how many people killed, but they are very sure that it is in the thousands. This is obviously the heart of the financial center of the world, and in Washington, the devastation to the central military operation in the United States, the Pentagon. If we can take that live picture, if we have it available, still fires, Vince, burning there this morning.
You can see some of the damage. If you can have that Pentagon live shot, you see some of the damage there as well, and there it is. As Firefighters still working, and as you mentioned, Carol, fire still burning there, and just a chunk of those of that ring, of the rings that surround the Pentagon, taken away. Carol.
5 stories there and several stories underneath, and this jet plane plowing into, as you said, the inner circle of the Pentagon, this military complex. And we will be obviously covering this throughout the day. 800 people, they think, died at the Pentagon alone, but still counting the devastation and the damage there. We leave you now this morning as our coverage continues, remembering the victims of this tragic terrorist attack.
This is CNN.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paula Zahn in New York City this morning. And Miles O'Brien will be joining us from Atlanta a little bit later on. It is almost 22 hours after the unspeakable terrorist incident that has forever changed New York City. You're looking at pictures of some of the rubble, what is left of the 107 Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. New Yorkers just beginning to grasp the enormous devastation wrought in their city. Some 1,450 victims are now admitted to area hospitals. The mayor says that a horrendous number of lives have been lost here. Some city officials saying those numbers will go into the thousands. About the only encouraging news this morning are reports that some of the victims trapped in the rubble have established cell phone contact with their family members. And late last night, 2 New York City police were rescued from a surrounding area of, around this perimeter area this morning. We are also going to show you a picture of Washington right now, where we are told the Pentagon fire is now under control. Experts there estimating the death toll could go as high as 800. I wanted to share with you now some of the headlines Americans are waking up to this morning. The Daily News proclaiming it is war. The New York Post saying an act of war, World Trade Center destroyed, many dead. The New York Times, U.S. attacked, hijacked jets, destroy Twin Towers and hit Pentagon in day of terror. Joining right now is the Governor of New York, Governor Pataki. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Paul.
What can you tell us about the ongoing rescue efforts?
Well, the search and rescue operation is paramount. We have 18 teams down there right now trying to find people who might still be alive in the rubble. We have additional teams coming in from as far away as Puerto Rico, and everything that can be done to try to save as many lives as possible is still undergoing.
how much hope is there that you actually will find people alive in
Well,
this
there were
village?
people found alive late last night. 2 Port Authority police officers were found alive and rescued. And as you said, there are cell phone communications, so there is hope. And the devastation is enormous downtown, but there's always hope. And the teams are out there risking their lives, doing the job, trying to save other lives.
You mentioned this team that came into Puerto Rico. I understand 8 special teams that all have been flown into this area. Walk us through the challenge, though, of these rescue workers getting in there. Last night you had a great fear that there was still enough left of the bottom part of the tower that people could be hurt going in there and trying to do their
Well,
job.
Paul, it wasn't just the remaining part of the tower itself, but I was down there in a building. One of the high-rises right next door was still burning, and if you look down, you can see it's still burning. And there was a risk that that building could collapse. And yet, in that risk, we had firefighters, we had EMTs, we had police out there going through the rubble, risking their lives in the hopes that they could save some others. And it's just incredible and inspiring, really, to see the courage among those professionals who are down there trying to save lives. And you never give up hope, and we're going to continue to try to save as many lives as possible.
I think the news that has pierced New York the hardest is the fact that some 250 firefighters have lost their lives. They were among the initial 400 that went into this area. Can you share any more information with us about
Paul,
that this morning?
there are more than 200 firefighters unaccounted for. There are many who have been found dead, and it's just a tragedy because these are true heroes and brave New Yorkers who risked their lives and gave their lives to save others. And, when I was down there early this morning, you could see in the eyes of the firefighters who were down there in the rescue operation, you could see the pain, but you could also sense the courage and sense the professionalism as they went about the effort of digging through the rubble trying to save their colleagues. And this is an unspeakable tragedy, and it is an act of war. But even among the death and the destruction, you see the hope of people trying to save other lives, people trying to do their jobs professionally as Americans always do.
If you could, bring our audience up to date on what is happening in the city. We should make it clear the markets are closed,
Right.
all flights are suspended until at least noon today.
Right.
Everything south of 14th Street, all the businesses are closed.
Right.
What else should we know?
The city south of 14th Street is closed. We lost a power substation when one of the buildings collapsed last night, and we're in the process now of moving in emergency generators to try to provide help there. The schools are closed across the city. State offices are closed throughout Manhattan. The bridges and tunnels are still closed, and I spoke just a few minutes ago with the federal officials, and they're looking to see when we can reopen them, but obviously security concerns have to be paramount. So we're hopeful that as the day goes on, the city will return more to normal, but we have to be cognizant of the security concerns, and we're letting the federal officials take the lead on that.
We touched on the fact that over 250 firefighters have been killed, 85 police officers missing. We know that some 50,000 people worked in that World Trade Center area. Any insights as to what we might be facing?
Paula, we just don't know. We don't know how many were able to get out before the buildings collapsed. We don't know how many were in there in the first place. And we just are doing our best to try to account for everyone who may have been there and to continue with the search and rescue in the hope that we can free and save some other lives as well.
Governor Pataki, good of you to join us. It's such a traumatic time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Miles O'Brien now. Miles, before I leave you, I just wanted to give New Yorkers a great deal of credit for living up to the plea that city officials and the governor has made for donations of blood. And at some area hospitals, people yesterday were lined up for hours wanting to donate blood to the thousands of victims here. We'll be back a little bit later on. Miles, you with me?
In all, there were 4 aircraft that were involved in this carefully coordinated, diabolically planned plot. 2 of them, of course, as you well know, crashed into the World Trade Center. Another one crashed at the doorstep to the Pentagon, and that's where CNN's Bob Franken is this morning. And Bob, while the effort in New York is to find perhaps some survivors trapped beneath the wreckage at the Pentagon, there's not much hope of that, is there?
No, as a matter of fact, the Defense Secretary said that there is very little hope of any survivors. What they also don't know is exactly how many casualties, that is to say, how many people were killed when the plane, the American Airlines plane, crashed into the Pentagon. It was United Airlines plane, crashed into the Pentagon yesterday about a little less than 22 hours ago and caused such devastation. You can see that in back of me. Also in back of me, you can see the medevac helicopters that are awaiting for the search teams to go into the rubble. That's not clear exactly when they're going to go in. There had been fires overnight inside the building, and of course they want to make sure that it's safe to go in before they begin the very grim job of searching for the people who in fact will be the bad news that comes out of this very tragic event. But at the same time, the damage has been done at the Pentagon. The work goes on. As a matter of fact, military officials ordered overnight the Pacific Fleet to send out ships that would go out into the coastline of the West Coast and offer a protective barrier of the west coast of the United States and Hawaii. And that followed action on the East Coast, where ships were sent out of Norfolk, including aircraft carriers. And those ships, in fact, were up there to protect particularly the ports of entry of New York and Washington. So that is the scene there. Back here at the Pentagon, the building will open for business. The Defense Secretary, the President, all are determined to show that, in fact, this terrorism is not going to stop the United States government from conducting its business, and of course here, its military business, but only about half of it will be open. The engineers have decided that there's too much damage, too much danger of structural damage, so only about half the employees are going to show up for work. The others will have to find out whether or not they come in. Now, you've got to understand this is a massive building with over 17 miles of corridor. About half of that will stay shut down, and of course part of it will be shut down because the search is going to go on to find out just how severe the damage was in tragic human terms. Miles?
Bob, before you get away, you mentioned the aircraft carriers and the support in and around the east coast of the United States. As I understand it, the Enterprise, another aircraft carrier, will remain in the Persian Gulf. Do you have any sense from where you sit as to what, if anything, will be bolstered in the Middle East as it relates to the U.S. military?
Well, of course, they're trying to decide that, and the first thing they have to decide is what a retaliation plan will be. Even before they decide that, they're going to have to decide who would be the target of such a plan. As far as the Enterprise is concerned, it had been rotated out of the Persian Gulf. In fact, was in the Sea of the Arabian Sea, or the Arabian Sea, and it was told to stop steaming back to the United States, to stay put. So there are now two aircraft carriers in that region waiting to find out whether they'll be needed in some sort of military action.
CNN's Bob Franken at the Pentagon this morning. Let's go back to New York and Paula Zahn. Paula.
Miles, thank you so much. As you join us right now, I am struck by the image you see behind me. We're going to try to get a tight close-up of this. What is left of the World Trade Center still smoldering this morning. The cloud shrouding the Statue of Liberty, one of the most powerful symbols of this great city. Right now we're going to check in with Gary Tuckman, who joins us on the phone to give us an update on what some of the area hospitals are facing right now and trying to treat the untold numbers of New Yorkers injured yesterday. Gary?
Well, Paula, first things first, I'm about as close as you can get to where the World Trade Center used to be that you're allowed to be at right now, about 2 blocks away from where the World Trade Centers used to stand. And here's some important information we just found out. I just talked with a medic who had been on the scene for 17 hours. He was just leaving. He was thoroughly exhausted. He tells us as we speak, they are in the middle of a rescue of 2 people who are alive under the rubble. 2 men. He tells us one of the men is 50 years old. The other man, he doesn't know his age, but right now, emergency officials are in the middle of a rescue of 2 people who are alive under the rubble. And Paula, you were just pointing out the white cloud. We look at the sky. It is a beautiful blue sky. The sun just rose in New York City a short time ago. There's not a cloud in the sky except for the huge, sickening cloud that still hangs over where the World Trade Centers used to be. This part of Manhattan right now, it is just so hard to look at. There are no members of the public here. It's completely shut off only to emergency officials and to the members of the media who've been able to get past checkpoints. But what we see are police, fire officials, and then something I never thought I'd see in the streets of New York City, members of the Army National Guard in full riot gear, wearing helmets with sidearms. And it's something you see in other countries sometimes, something I've never seen in the United States of America, with all these members of the military standing there and making sure that no one passes by them that's not supposed to. It's a very hard sight to see, especially for those of us who are so familiar with New York City, a city where pretty much anything goes, where in this part of Manhattan, late at night when we were here last night, you would see all kinds of people walking around having a good time. And right now, it is just a sickening sight for all of us to see what we're seeing here in New York City. We never thought we would see it before. And literally, it's sickening when you see it. It's also sickening when you smell it. We've all been advised to wear masks here because of the fumes that are emanating from where these World Trade Center buildings exploded 22 and a half hours ago. Paula, back to you.
Gary, there was tremendous concern last night about the safety of rescuers going in there trying to get to these trapped people. How unstable does this area continue to be?
There's still a lot of concern, Paula, but there's obviously an easier situation right now because the fires are basically out. It's still a dangerous situation, but the fact is, sadly, the buildings have collapsed, and that was the main concern for hours after this happened, that the buildings were eventually going to collapse. And that's what happened. So right now they feel they have more freedom to be there, but obviously there's still a lot of problems with just everyone wandering around. So there aren't as many people there as you think there should be at this time. We walked down there. We saw there's certainly a lot of emergency officials, but right now you have to remember that you're in a part of Manhattan that's landlocked. It's not easy to get lots of rescue officials here, and they're saying they have as many as they can deal with right now in that part of Manhattan.
Gary, I know the information is quite murky at this time, but do you believe that these two men that rescuers are in the process of trying to get to are the same two men who had established cell phone contact with their families?
We asked the medic that same exact question. He said he did not know if they had established cell phone contact. He was just elated to say that there were two men that they were trying to get at this point.
And any kind of reaction to what appears to be the reality there from rescue workers of the loss of some 250 New York firefighters and perhaps as many as 85 New York police officers?
Paul, I've got to tell you, I have seen a number of firemen. I saw one firewoman, and I saw a number of policemen crying, sitting on a stoop earlier this morning. People realize they have lost a lot of their friends. A lot of people are just sitting there in disbelief. They just can't believe what happened. But the people who have the tears in their eyes and who have been crying obviously know it's true and know it's a real-life nightmare.
And I think probably one of the greatest challenges right now for city officials is to try to give us a better grasp on what the total devastation was there, and I think you've made it quite clear because of the difficulty getting into the area. We may not know for many days how many people actually lost their lives. Gary, if you would, we'd love for you to stand by and continue to give us updates throughout the morning because you were in fact closer to the rubble than anybody else has ever gotten. Gary, thanks so much. I'm going to leave you now and turn my attention to former General Wesley Clark, who joins us from Little Rock, Arkansas this morning. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Paula.
Sir, yesterday you expressed, I think it would be fair to say, some anger that the U.S. was apparently caught off guard by these attacks. Do you stand by that?
Well, we've known for a long time that there were groups that were planning actions against the United States. We believed that we had good intelligence on this. We'd broken up a number of previous efforts, but in the intelligence business, of course, you never know what you don't know. And it's clear that, that we weren't successful in this case. And I think across the American Armed Forces, over the years, we've sharpened our techniques to protect ourselves. We've been involved in certain actions against terrorist groups. I think there's a sense of not only anger, but resolve today to tend our losses and to move ahead in direction with the National Command Authority, with our President, and to do everything we can do to take this campaign back to those who brought it to America.
All right, General, if you would, please stand by. We understand a news conference is getting underway at Bellevue Hospital, one of the many area hospitals where victims have been transported.
Do you have figures on how many people who were trapped in the rubble have been brought here?
I don't have any actual. I don't have any actual figures to give you. We do know that we at Bellevue have gotten over 225 patients, I believe, since this all started yesterday morning. And as I mentioned before, a lot of those were seen, treated, and released to go home. But I don't have what was actually trapped out of that.
Are any of you guys getting any kind of word from the scene? Any kind of like people are going to be coming your way? Any kind of hope?
We are in
close contact with OEM, fire department, EMS, and they would contact us through our emergency department and let us know what potentials that would be coming in. So we're fully prepared and we're fully in contact with the city.
Are the numbers that you gave us different than the numbers, or are they inclusive of the numbers that were released earlier from St. Vincent?
Those are our numbers are exclusive to Bellevue Hospital.
So the numbers you gave us are only people who are here.
Right. They're not,
they don't include.
Yes, that is correct. The numbers that I reported to you are what has arrived here at Bellevue.
So we can include the other ones then in our total when we want to do this area.
That's correct.
Second question: what's going on with your morgue? How is it being used?
Well, let me answer that question. Our mortuary is working. Our mortuary is working with the chief medical examiner's office.
Hold on a second.
Our mortuary is in close contact and is working with the chief medical examiner's office. During disasters like this, we do as much as we can to clear out all of the morgues to make room for the deceased and the victims. But those specific questions concerning numbers of deceased need to be addressed to the chief medical examiner.
But your facility, your morgue, is not being used as a primary morgue at this point.
The chief medical examiner is the primary receiving station for the deceased. And we are secondary. We're working with them as well as all the other HHC facilities that have mortuaries. And if it gets to the point where they need to go to the voluntary mortuaries, I'm going to hazard a guess and say that they would do that as well.
So
but that's a question that needs to be addressed to the chief medical examiner.
One quick follow-up then. Aside from that one gentleman who died here, firefighter, I believe, is there anyone else who's been put into the morgue from the disaster scene?
There are a number of bodies that have been recovered by the chief medical examiner that have been brought to the chief medical examiner's office and mortuary.
Here?
Not here at Bellevue, but at 30th Street and 1st Avenue.
Is there anyone in intensive or critical care here?
We have,
We have, I believe we had 7 patients who went to the operating room yesterday. One of them is still in very, very critical condition. We have the rest of them would still be considered in critical condition, but they are improving.
With what types of injuries?
Yeah, what types of injuries?
Really a variety of things. Head trauma is all blunt-related trauma. Head trauma, broken bones, broken legs, broken arms, crush injuries, those sort of things. Okay.
One person in critical condition still, and the other one was in critical condition.
What was that again?
Before you mentioned they're saying that one is in critical condition.
Well, there are 7 that would be considered in critical condition, but one of those patients in very extremely critical condition.
Okay.
The other ones are in critical condition, but they are improving. The one patient is having a very difficult time.
Are there any children among the patients?
I believe all of the children have been discharged. We did have children yesterday, but I think they all have been discharged. They were seen, they were evaluated, and there were no serious injuries among the children.
Thank you.
Robert Hessler, Assistant Director of Emergency Services.
All right, you have just been listening to some of the officials from Bellevue Hospital describing the nature of some of the injuries sustained in the World Trade Center crashes yesterday, and in one of the more chilling reminders of what the city witnessed, some graphic information on how the morgues are being set up to handle the number of deceased. Once again, city officials are not confirming the number of dead. In fact, no one knows, obviously, because the number of folks still trapped inside the rubble. Some encouraging news this morning. Governor Pataki just confirmed, as did one of our own reporters, Gary Tuckman, that 2 folks, a man in his 50s and no description on the other person, are alive in the rubble, and rescue workers have every reason to believe they can get to them. Right now, we're going to continue my conversation with General Wesley